Copyright 2021, Brenna Harlow, all rights reserved. This book or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever. Content warning. Be aware that this novel includes themes darker in nature than my previous works. Included but not limited to religious abuse, trauma, knife play, kinks, sexual material, violence, and death. No tree, it is said, can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. Quote by C.G. Jung. Prologue. Felvach. The diner is quiet tonight, filled with a few sorrowful humans who find no comfort in their lonely homes. The black and white checkered floors shine under the blinding fluorescent lights, and the green open sign flickers in and out. A stench, something akin to burnt flesh, wafts through the room, circulating through the air ducts. An oversized man gobbles mouthfuls of fried meats in the corner booth, grease dripping down his chin and splattering on his gray t-shirt. His wife died 5 years ago, and he still hasn't learned how to cook a warm meal. He stumbles into this diner every night after exerting himself over a skinny hooker with too many bills to pay. This man is pitiful, gluttonous, lustful, and too boring to keep my attention. The red-haired server is more fun, but not by much. As I lurk in the corner, unseen by the human eye, I cause silent unrest. Tonight, her tips will be shit. Hot coffee will spill down her white linen uniform. The pig in the corner booth will become a little too handsy, but her boss won't believe her when she tells him on her next shift. She'll trip, knock over glasses full of water, and cry herself to sleep on the lumpy mattress she shares with her alcoholic boyfriend. She'll feel as if she's cursed, like the universe is out to get her. She won't know I'm here, as I am every night of the week. This crumbling diner is my favorite hunting ground, and a new, exciting soul will walk through these doors, eventually. Someone who will catch my attention. Someone with spark. As I float around the room, chaos erupts in my wake. A woman sitting alone at the bar will remember her ex. She'll text him, and he'll call her a stupid bitch. The woman will think about killing herself, but she won't do it. Too weak, useless. Nothing like who I'm waiting for. I don't know who they'll be. I can't predict the future, but I do know they'll walk through the glass-pane door sooner or later. A man with rotten teeth. A daughter fascinated by dead bugs. Whoever they may be, I'm ready. I want to hurt again. I want to manipulate more than my surroundings. I long to inflict damage inside and out, until I'm one with their suffering, and they're one with mine. Ronald, do you need a refill on that coffee? The server asks, flattening her apron with both hands. The pig in the booth licks his sticky fingers, eyeing her up and down. Yes, ma'am, you know I do. He winks, and she grimaces. I'm so caught up in their pathetic exchange that I almost don't hear the door chime ring. The preacher walks in, bald head shining under the fluorescent glow of the industrial lights. He picks up takeout once a month, Texas toast with a side of fried eggs, so it's no shock he's here on this dreadful afternoon. But behind him, a meek girl approaches the door. This one is different. Her honeyed hair pairs well with her amber-framed glasses. Her face is pale with no makeup, and her clothes are modest. As I slink closer, I can feel her essence. Inside she has rage. She hates her father. She hates her clothes. She hates her life. The amount of fire inside of her is refreshing, almost invigorating. She keeps her eyes trained on the ground as she follows the preacher further inside. Lainey, do you have a moment? The preacher's voice is loud, booming, almost commanding. The server's fake smile widens. Father Massey, I didn't get your call today. Did you come for your usual? The meek girl makes herself even smaller, which is quite the feat. Her shoulder dips, and her arms wrap around her chest. Father Massey gazes down at her in disgust, before turning back to the server. Actually, I came here to teach my daughter a lesson. She'll wash all your dishes tonight, and I'll be back to pick her up in the morning. The server seems taken aback for a moment, but even she feels uncomfortable under the gaze of the furious preacher. She nods her head. I think we can work something out. Sure you don't want the usual? The preacher is already turning away, leaving his daughter standing in the middle of the restaurant. No thanks. As the server whisks the girl away into the humid kitchen, I make one of the easiest decisions I've ever made. She's the one. Her soul will be mine. I follow the girl home when her father comes to retrieve her from the diner. He drives a black modern SUV, something flashy yet modest. The human, Brenna is her name, sits in the back seat. My essence floats above their vehicle as they travel stretches of rural highway until they finally pull onto a gravel driveway. A farmhouse set back from the road appears before us, with perfectly manicured flower gardens on either side of the porch entrance. I hope this lesson sticks with you, girl, her father says, pulling their car to a stop. I don't want to hear about that television show again. Do you understand? Brenna's hands rest in her lap, and she stares down at them. I understand. Bedtime in an hour. The preacher opens his door, steps out of the vehicle, and walks up the pebbled pathway toward their house. As soon as he's gone, the girl begins to weep. Well, this won't do. I slide into the vehicle to join her as her invisible companion. Her energy feels different, and I almost feel bad from feeding on her misery. Almost. Eventually, with the full moon high in the sky, the girl exits the SUV and makes her way to the porch. Her shoulders are slouched in defeat. I follow her through the darkened yard, noting the fact that she's cutting through the grass instead of following the walkway. Her hair blows against her reddened face with the autumn breeze, lifting her scent through the air. She smells like honey and ice. Human but nice? If I could shudder at the warm aroma, I would. I don't like it, yet I'm intrigued all the same. Brenna opens the door silently, slipping inside and up the stairs as fast as she can. Her feet make soft thumps each on step, but otherwise the home is quiet. Stiff. Uncomfortable. It feels like home already. It's nearly midnight now, and the girl, so fragile and numb, climbs into bed. Her room is pastel purple, with picture collages decorating her wall. She grips her quilted blankets to her chest as slow tears slide down her cheek. After 3 minutes of staring at nothing in particular, her eyelids flutter closed. Asleep. Dreaming. With my invisible touch, I slip inside her mind. Wide eyes stare up at me like a deer caught in headlights. Well, hello, pretty little doe. I smile, my teeth razor sharp. Poor Brenna screams at the sight of me.
Chapter 1. You should come with us, Brenna. It would be fun. Sierra tosses a bundle of clothes onto her bed, rifling through them one by one. She has her black hair pulled up in a tight bun, revealing the death's face moth tattoo on the back of her neck she got 3 months ago. I lick my finger before flipping to the next page of the gossip magazine. Can't. I have to work, remember? The sun beats down through the uncovered windows, heating our cramped apartment on this late June afternoon. Sierra crosses the living room, opens the closet and pulls out her oversized duffel bag. Call out, tell them you're sick. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I snort. I don't think a camping trip in the mountains is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sierra. Sounds more like a redneck getaway. She stops in the middle of the room, holding her arms out by her side in exasperation. Yes, but boys will be there. I hold in another snort. She's right, boys will be there. But I don't want a boy, I want a man. Someone tall, dark, and handsome. Someone like him. I have to work. Excuses, excuses. She shoves handfuls of clothing into her bag, buzzing around the room as she throws in random items. A Ziploc bag full of lip gloss, really? She packs her duffel until it's too full to zip up before turning around to face me. You'll regret it if you don't come. I give her a tight-lipped smile. Have fun. Sierra's bag thumps to the floor and her shoulders slump. Are you sure you'll be okay here by yourself? You know I worry. I understand that she worries, and I also know I shouldn't be short with her, but I still stifle a groan. What does a girl have to do to get a few nights alone? I'm not a helpless baby, nor a girl who needs someone to comfort her every few minutes. I can handle this. Tossing the magazine onto the glass kitchen tabletop, I stand. Sierra's glistening plump lips pucker into a pout as I place my hands on her shoulders. Sierra, I'll be fine. You gotta trust me, girl. I'll have my hands so full with work, I won't even know you're gone. Her brow arches. How much work can a freaking librarian even have? Damn, do they have you cataloging erotica after hours or something? I snort. Not the point. The point is that you're going camping with boys. I wink, causing her lips to lift into a smile. Go. Have fun. And don't worry about me. Sierra's arms wrap around my shoulders, catching me by surprise. After a moment of hesitation, I return her hug. In all honesty, it's touching that she cares at all. We've known each other for less than a year, and while we do share an apartment, we have different schedules. She works afternoons at a quaint cafe, and I spend my mornings organizing books. I guess I never noticed how far our relationship had progressed over Friday fright nights and margarita Sundays. Thank you. She squeezes me tighter, causing my lungs to constrict. I pry her arms away slowly. It's no big deal. I'll see you next Friday, all right? She nods, pats my shoulder and gracefully spins around, collecting her bag with one swift dip. The strap drags one of her shoulders down with its weight as she scans the room. I guess I should go then. There's some pizza in the fridge. Oh, and if you have any company, no one is allowed in my room. I won't have company, I grumble. Sierra bites her lower lip and arches her brows. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. I shake my head as she leaves, but her comment does send a string of butterflies fluttering through my stomach. Does she know? How could she? I haven't told anyone about my plans, anyone except for him. And of course, no one knows about him because he isn't real. He's a manifestation of my darkest fantasies. Fantasies that I hope to turn into reality soon. Being bad isn't really my forte, but I've dabbled my toes in the realm of rule breaking. It all began at the end of my first week of arriving in Atlanta. I hadn't met Sierra yet, and I was living in a repugnant hotel room I could barely afford, but I was finally free, and I felt it in every bone in my body. A sly boy from my biology class invited me to a party at one of the self-imposed frat houses, and I followed him into a closet to experience every one of my firsts imaginable. I've tried to forget the feeling I had that night. The excitement, the fear, the invigorating liberation. But I just can't. The moment replays itself in my dreams, over and over and over again. Now I've devised a plan to recreate the experience, and all I have to do is take a chance. Sierra is gone for the week, and she won't be waiting up for me after she clocks out of work. This is my one shot, the opportunity I've been waiting for. But not tonight. Tonight, I have a hot date with the reality television channel, and I'm going to spend my time basking in the small but luxurious apartment while I have it all to myself. I collapse down onto the couch, sinking into the worn suede cushions as I grab the remote off the wooden coffee table. I click the television on, and soon I'm drifting into another dream-filled sleep. You've kept me waiting, Brenna. The crack of a whip sounds through the darkness, as his familiar husky voice echoes from every direction. A spotlight clicks on overhead, and I tug at my hands. Chains rattle, squeezing my wrists tighter each time I pull. I'm lying on a bed covered in silky black sheets, and as I gaze down at myself, I see that I'm wearing the black string lingerie I almost ordered online last week. The straps wrap around my hips, winding their way up my midriff and over my shoulders. My breasts bounce as I tug at my arms again, completely exposed by the useless black strings. Original much? This is what, the same setup from last month? You've used this one 4 times already. I wiggle my legs, and the chains clink together again. I'm trapped, entirely at his mercy. Or should I say the same setup that I've conjured? We both know you aren't real. His laugh pulsates around the room, vibrating the mattress. Is that so? Footsteps thunder in the darkness ahead, but the light is only illuminating the bed, keeping him hidden in the shadows. The anticipation of his arrival sends a familiar heat between my thighs, and I squeeze them together tightly. Yep. I wiggle my hands again, trying to slip free. I'm sweating, and the metal handcuff slides against my skin. Maybe next time, we can play out these dirty fantasies somewhere more exciting. His footsteps pause, and I swivel my head to the side. The overhead light is blinding, but I can see his tall silhouette just within the shadows. And where would you like to play, Brenna? A millionaire's penthouse suite? Aboard the Titanic? I snort. I was thinking more on the lines of the Cheesecake Factory, but I guess those work too. The whip snaps again, seemingly coming from everywhere at once, and I flinch, squeezing my eyes closed. When I open them again, his face is mere inches away. This is the only part of my dreams I don't understand. I've always heard that you dream about faces you've seen somewhere in real life, even if it was just a person you saw in passing. But there's no way I've ever seen anyone like him in the real world. His perfectly chiseled jaw feathers as he watches me with pitch black eyes. He cocks his head as he observes me, and I train my eyes upward, past his straight nose and manicured brows. Black spiraling horns rest upon his head like a crown, sharpened to points at the tips. My heart races as I watch him watching me. This is usually when he begins his delightfully dark torture, turning my body against me with just a simple touch. He reaches out with one firm hand. The first time he touched me, I thought he'd be rough, calloused all over. He's anything but. Soft fingers, soft palms, and he knows how to wield them like the most dangerous of weapons. His index finger traces my cheek all the way down my jaw. I could take you, my darling. It would be so easy to consume you, to make you mine. His finger dips lower until his hand is around my throat. Your life would be in my hands, and I could subject you to so much torture, little doe eyes. My throat bobs against his hand as I swallow. Then why don't you do it? His brows pull together, and his hand tightens around my neck. I can still breathe, but talking might not be an option for much longer. He climbs over the side of the bed, and I don't have to look down to know he's completely naked. I've never seen him with clothes because, as he puts it, sin is meant to be sinful. He straddles my hips, rubbing his free hand up my stomach and over one breast. If I did, I'd no longer be able to touch you. Don't you like my touches? I whimper and buck my hips. It'd be a lie if I said my struggles were to actually break free. In truth, every time I move, his hard member ends up rubbing against my aching core. I'm not scared. Underneath this monster, I feel at home. He's the only one who's been with me, through all of my conflicts and all of my terrors. When I sleep, he's there, ready and willing to give me the escape I so desperately crave. That's what I thought. His lips turn upward, his smile widening to reveal perfect pearly white teeth. For a moment, I lose all sense of self. My monster is beautiful, breathtakingly so. If I were to design the perfect man, it'd be him. And you have designed him, Brenna. This isn't real, remember? Knowing I'll never have him in real life sends a spear of pain through my chest. I ignore the ache and focus on his face, embracing the depths of his dark eyes. What are you going to do to me? I already know the answer, but I like to hear him verbalize it. His lashes splash against his cheekbones as his eyes trail down my body. I don't feel self-conscious when he looks at me this way. To me, his gaze is a love language. He uses his eyes to communicate the longing and lust hidden away in the deepest, darkest corners of my mind. He leans forward, pressing his body against mine. His lips scrape against my ear, and his warm breath beats against my neck. I'm going to make you suffer. And suffer I do. The strings of my outfit are no match against the beast towering over me. He pushes them to the side and starts to rub my wet slit, then bites my shoulder as he positions his head at my opening. With one thrust, we are joined. I cry out, not from the burning pain of his teeth sinking into my flesh, but from the sheer pleasure of violence laced with ecstasy. Torture. Sheer, utter torture, because when I wake up, this will have only been a dream. Do you know what the greatest torture is, my darling? He continues his rhythmic thrust, his voice strained between heavy breaths. I kiss his neck, panting. Even if I wanted to respond to his question, I don't think I could formulate the words. Already, my orgasm is building. I can feel the pressure bubbling over like frothing milk. In and out, over and over. He kisses my shoulder, right over the spot he sank his teeth into only moments ago. His thrusts slow, and his hand loosens around my neck. Intimacy pours from the palms of his hands as he caresses my chest, rubbing me as if I'm his most beloved treasure. The greatest torture is that we can't finish this. Ding dong. Dying dooning. I sit straight up on the couch, wiping drool from my chin. Early morning light decorates the shag carpet in stripes, and I stumble as I stand. The front door is only a few feet away, and I can hear scuffling feet retreating from the doorstep. Jehovah's Witnesses coming to ask me if I've found God, maybe? Across the room, the stove clock reads 8:32 a.m. Pretty early for an unsolicited lecture. Stretching my arms over my head, I cross the room. If there's someone here who wants to sell me something this early in the damn morning, they can fuck right off. I roll my stiff shoulders and open the door. The bright fluorescent lights from the apartment's shared hallway blind me, and I blink until my focus returns. The sound of rolling wheels draws my attention down the corridor, and a uniformed man rolling a dolly cart waves as he turns the corner. Sitting on my doorstep is a box. The box. My heart skips a beat as I gaze down at the small brown square decorated with clear tape. Tonight is the night. Chapter 2. Brenna? So glad you're here. Mrs. Gray looks up from an open book, and her metal-framed glasses slip even further down her nose. The plump lady rolls her chair back and tucks one strand of curly brown hair behind her ear. Marcia has been on the prowl for an hour already. I scan the library, searching for our most loathsome customer. Marcia comes in every Friday morning, bringing along with her a booming voice and a list of demands. The bathroom needs cleaning. Someone is creasing the pages of our romance novels. We still haven't ordered the Nora Roberts book she requested last week, blah blah blah. I find her grazing the thriller section, and quickly circle behind the counter, out of her line of sight. It wouldn't be a Friday without her, I mutter, tossing my bag beside my station before typing in my clock-in password on the small keypad hanging from the back wall. Mrs. Gray's chair squeaks again as she scoots to my side of the counter. "How's your morning going, sweetheart?" she asks in a hushed tone. "Hasn't been so bad." I smile sweetly, lowering myself into my computer chair. This is where I'll remain for most of my shift, only rising when I need to return a book to its shelf. "How about you? Mr. Gray, give you any trouble this morning?" She snorts, eyeing me from above her glasses. "Honey, you know it. I told him to move his car last night, and of course he forgot. It took me 10 minutes, just to get out of the driveway." I smile politely again, and turn to my computer. Mrs. Gray is nice enough, but I don't come to work for the conversation. I come here to afford my apartment and textbooks for school. Just because summer break has started, doesn't mean I have extra pocket change. A new semester will start in a few months, and new books will need to be bought. I don't have the luxury of receiving help from my parents, not that I'd take their money anyway. Just as I boot up my desktop, Marcia makes her appearance. Brenna? How are you? Her voice crackles around the lobby, and a few patrons give her the stink eye from across the room. Her springy red curls bounce as she rushes to the counter and slides 2 books across the countertop. I make a show to keep my voice low. I'm good, Marcia. And you? She rolls her eyes. Oh, I'll be better once Nora's new release arrives, but I suppose I'm doing okay. I flash a tight-lipped smile and grab her books, scanning the barcodes across their spines with my handheld scanner. I'm sure it'll arrive here soon. She places her hands on her hips, her voice rising an octave. Well, I'd hope so. The nearest bookstore is gauging their prices. You'd think they're trying to sell me drugs, with how expensive their paperbacks are. I wince, ignoring stares from the family in the children's section as Mrs. Gray shoots me an apologetic glance. Here you are, Marcia. Do you have any returns for me today? She nods her head and pulls out her bag. It's an eccentric pattern, with scraps sewn together and patches decorating it in splotches. She unfastens a single button and reaches inside, pulling out 2 books with one hand. Here you go. I'll see you ladies next week. And then she turns, leaving the desk before I can even scan her books into the system. Mrs. Gray pats my leg. She's finally gone at least? I reply. Being a librarian isn't a laborious job, but it certainly isn't where I see myself in 5 years. I just have to stick it out here until I finish college. My scholarship is a full ride, so if I can keep my hours here, I'll be able to afford my portion of the rent and finally start the life I deserve. Mrs. Gray isn't so bad either. Once the books are entered as returns in the system's catalog, I roll backwards in my chair. I'm going to put these back on the shelf. Are there any more returns on the cart? Mrs. Gray is already back to her book. She flutters her hand in the cart's direction, which is in fact half full. I'm the young new girl, so of course I do all the grunt work. I don't mind, really. Sitting at the counter staring at my computer screen all day is an entirely new form of torture. The metal cart squeals as I push it through the lobby. On the right side of the library, we have adult fiction, horror, romance, and thriller. A small cranny set in the back corner of the room holds all of our nonfiction, and on the left side of the lobby, all of our children and young adult novels are on display. I head straight for the romance novels, choosing to put Marcia's books back in their place first. Wooden shelves tower all the way up to the high ceiling. On the end of each shelf sits a metal stepping stool, and I scoop it up with one hand as I pass. The author's last names on the books returned both start with the letter B, which belongs on the very top row. I unfold the stool and begin my climb upward, holding onto the wooden rack with one hand so I don't lose my balance. I slide the books in their place and hop back to the ground. Plop. Shit. I lurch backward, clutching my hand to my chest. Sitting on the red carpeted floor is a blue paperback, the one I just placed on the top shelf. I glance up and sure enough, a gap is visible where the novel once sat. Huh. I snatch it from the ground and climb the steps again. Stay, I mutter, pushing it back into place. Sighing, I hop back down and fold the small ladder. Dragging it behind me, I start back down the aisle with the cart. Plop. My feet pause mid-step and I stiffen. My heart jumps to my throat, and the hair on the back of my neck stands straight up. I turn slowly, wielding the folded stool in front of me like a weapon. On the floor in the same exact spot is the blue romance novel. Hello. I bend my knees, peeking through the crack in the shelf to check the other side of the aisle. No one is there. The folded steps are clutched so tightly in my hands that my knuckles are white. I hold it out in front of me as I approach the book again. My stomach sinks with every step I take. Mental images of clips from the movie, The Babadook, replay in my head as the book grows nearer. I bend down, my fingers closing around the matte novel again. I suck in a breath, expecting something to happen. Will Casper the friendly ghost show his face? The library is located in downtown Atlanta, and the buildings here are somewhat historical, but I've never had anything weird happen here before, until now. Closing my eyes, I release a lungful of air. Everything's okay. When I open my eyes again, the dreadful feeling has subsided. I open the step stool, climb up, and shove it into the gap. You better stay this time. When I continue down the aisle, pushing the cart ahead of me, the book remains in its place. Everything seems to be back to normal, and the rest of the day passes without a hitch. No more falling books, and no ghosts floating through the lobby. Just the usual, boring Friday morning. When I finally arrive home, my stomach is nothing more than a terrarium filled with butterflies. The homeless person beside me on the public transport even asked if I was okay. Am I having second thoughts? Not really. But that doesn't mean I'm not nervous. I lock the door behind me. Sierra and I live in an apartment on the east side of downtown Atlanta. We found the most affordable 2-bedroom we could, but people wander through the hallways here at night. Some are addicts meeting their dealer in apartment A2, while some are mentally ill or disabled with nowhere to rest their heads. I've never complained, we all have our demons. Either way, I always check the locks just to be safe. I toss my bag onto the ground beside the door and surge forward, scooping the box from the mahogany coffee table. With the weight of the package in my hands, a burst of power rocks through me. Inside, I have the tools to turn myself into another person. A disguise to strengthen me, make me bolder, more me. Or the me I want to become, at least. My bedroom is at the end of our short hall, past the bathroom and Sierra's room. As soon as I step over the threshold, it feels like I've crossed into another dimension, the vibe changing in an instant. In one corner, my floor lamp glows. The bulb was a luxury buy, and every few seconds the color pulses between blue, red, and purple. A black and white tapestry decorates the entire far wall, displaying the moon in all of its phases. My bed is unmade, and a pile of blankets sit at the foot of my mattress. This room is my own, a reflection of my ego. Father would never approve, and it's one of my favorite qualities of these color-splashed walls. I have a basic floor-length mirror mounted on the wall beside my dresser, and I crumple on the floor in front of it with the box in my hands. I scrape at the clear tape with one nail until it lifts, and soon the package is open. Red and black lace. Midnight-hued leather. Crimson pumps. Releasing a lungful of air, I pull each item from the package, placing it on the carpet beside me. A tightness clamps down over my chest, and I rub the place above my heart. I'm really going to do this. With shaking hands, I plug in my hair straighter. All the makeup I own is messily strewn into a bag on the floor. I've spent months practicing my winged eyes and contour. Tonight, I'll display my new talents for the world to see. My fingers tremble as I unzip the bag, so I pause. Closing my eyes, I drift into my own personal oasis. Dark rooms, boys who bite, smeared lipstick, freedom embracing sexuality, him. That night in the frat house closet. I take a deep breath, and then release slowly through my mouth. When my eyes reopen, a new calm is present. I apply my liquid liner with steady hands, and straighten my hazelnut-colored hair until it resembles silk. Green and black smoky eyeshadow frame my brown eyes, and my lips are the perfect shade of ruby rose. The final phase of my transformation is ready to commence. I trace my fingers over the red lace corset. Never in my life have I worn anything as revealing or as extravagant as this. A crimson silk ribbon laces up the front, and I tighten it around my chest. After it's tied, I shift from side to side as I stare at myself in the mirror. My breasts are medium-sized, and my everyday cheap bras don't give me great cleavage. This corset? It's displaying a seductive appearance I didn't know I could wield. After my top half is ready, I slip on a black thong and zip the leather skirt up. As I clasp the ankle strap of my pumps, I request a driver from Uber. This is really happening. Standing, I face the mirror. Staring back at me, is the woman who exists in my dreams. A bad bitch, ready to take on the world. A wicked grin tugs my lips upward. Manifesting reality, bitches. Knock, knock, knock. I cross my room, peeking out of my bedroom doorway. Knock. 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 The driver wouldn't come to my doorstep. They just message me on the app or honk their horn. I walk down the hallway, my pumps digging into the carpet, causing the floor to creak with each step. I pause just in front of the front door. Hello. Knock. A chill makes its way up my spine, making the air on the back of my neck stand up. My throat bobs as I swallow a sudden onset of unease, and I lean forward. My eye centers with the peephole, and I squint. The hallway on the other side of the room is vacant, with nothing there but the ugly green carpeting and dirty white walls. Just then my phone pings. I glance down, swiping to read the message from my driver. They're here. I shake off my previous discomfort and collect my discarded bag from the floor. I open the door and step into the unoccupied hallway. Guess it was one of the damn neighborhood kids. Chapter 3. The lights brighten and dim, along with the beat of the music. Reds and blues mimicking the serenity I created in my oasis at home. The smell is the first thing to hit me, a sweet aroma like honey, mixed with tropical scents like coconut and rum. People grind against each other in the middle of the room, switching their movements, depending on the song. "Excuse me, miss," someone says as they shoulder past me. I clear my throat, looking around for somewhere to start. Confidence, Brenna. Stay confident. I inch my way further into the room. People mill around, but nothing can be heard over the deafening sound of the music. Two giggling women pass by me, gripping each other's arms as they stumble out the doors. Maybe I should have brought someone with me. No. Sierra wouldn't have been comfortable here. She much prefers slam poetry at the cafe on Friday nights, or the Riverside Social, where other college kids play pool and drink. This club is darker, grungier. And I chose it for that exact reason. I want to push boundaries, experiment. For a brief moment when I spent the night with Witz's name in the frat house, I felt like I knew myself. Being bad told me more about my identity than I had ever known. And I want to discover the real me, the one who's been long buried. I keep to the edge of the open room, one hand on the wall. The ceilings are mirrors, and I glance up, marveling at my appearance. If Sierra could see me now, I don't even think she'd recognize me. I hardly recognize myself. The black walls absorb most of the splashes of light bouncing from one side of the room to the other, and the floors are a sparkling gold. Archaic decor adorns the otherwise modern establishment, and a flickering neon sign reads, "Make mojitos, not war," behind the marbled countertop bar. Clutching my bag to my chest, I cross the remaining space between me and an empty stool. Being 5'2", I have to pull myself up on the countertop just to plant myself in the rotating seat. Welcome to the Gold Room. I turn my head in the voice's direction. A man, probably a few years older than me, stands behind the bar with a bottle in his hand. Stubble darkens his jawline, and honey-colored hair frames his amber eyes. He wears a blue flannel shirt, unbuttoned over a white t-shirt. Handsome, but his eyes are too kind. People like him get attached. Thanks. What's popular? I bat my eyelashes. He may be off limits, but practice makes perfect, right? I take it a step further, crossing my arms as I lean against the bar, so my breasts smash even tighter together. His eyes widen, focusing on my cleavage as he rubs his lips together. Well, we have whiskey on the rocks. Daiquiris. Mojitos. Something tells me you aren't a sex on the beach type. I arch my brows. I don't know what gives you that impression. The man's cheeks redden, and he clears his throat. You like vodka? Sure. He retreats, the tips of his ears a bright shade of pink. A few moments later, a glass of clear liquid slides across the counter. I smile and hand over a $10 bill. Keep the change. With my drink in my hand, I twist around, leaning my back against the counter as I gaze over the room. Men in leather jackets and denim jeans nuzzle women dressed in black, form-fitting dresses. Drinks slosh in raised hands as two women sashay their hips in sync to the music. The atmosphere here is calming despite the chaos. I bring my drink to my lips and swallow a mouthful, wincing as the fire travels down my throat. Warmth spreads through me, like a magical hug from within. My lip turns up on one side at the thought. After another sip, I continue my hunt for a tall, dark, and handsome. There should be one around here somewhere. A man with black hair and a lip piercing leans against the far wall. His gaze roams over the moving bodies, searching the room similar to mine. Perhaps he's the one. I take another sip of my drink, finishing it off. Need another? I glance over my shoulder at the bartender. How observant of him. Yes, please. I smile, batting my lashes. Whatever nerves I felt before this mission are slowly dissipating, and I'm finding that I quite like flirting. The honey-haired bartender flips a bottle in his hands, no doubt trying to show off his technique. He lets the liquid drain into my cup, moving the bottle up and down to extend the stream of alcohol. I stifle a snort and fish out another $10 bill from my purse. Here. I reach forward, popping my chest as I lean across the counter. I tuck the money into his flannel pocket. You can keep the change from this one too. More fluttering lashes. Am I turning into a seductress? I smile, and my ruby-red lips reflect in the floor-to-ceiling-length mirror behind the bar. My eyes are too wide, my smile too tight. Unhinged. That's what father would say. My smile falls before my eyes, and suddenly I'm angry. I grip my hands tightly over the glass in my hands, glaring at myself in the mirror. Bold lies sealed with red wax. I squeeze my eyes closed and toss back the glass, embracing the burn that follows. I slam the glass on the table and turn. The dark-haired boy is still leaning against the wall, his glazed eyes sweeping over the room. They connect with mine, and I notice the glint they carry. Bad is good. And this man? He radiates danger. The bass drowns out my heels, clacking against the glossy floor as I make my way over to him. He stands unmoving as he watches me saunter. Scruff shadows his face, his lips pink and plump as he takes a sip of his amber-colored drink. Overgrown dark hair frames hazel eyes, and he leans back as I get closer. My fists clench as I close the space between us. Fuck it. If I'm going to hell, might as well make sure I have fun before the life is sucked out of me. Hello. My voice is husky. His lips part, and he reaches out with one hand. A finger trails down my cheek, and I close my eyes as his warm skin kisses mine. What's your name, gorgeous? His words are a whisper, nearly drowned out by the beat of the music. I inhale a sharp breath. Should I tell him my real name? Probably not. I blurt the first thing that comes to mind. Maeve? My middle name, chosen by my mother against my father's wishes. Brenna, the Lightbringer, and Maeve, an intoxicating and powerful warrior. I'm a mix of both, though one only gets to breathe tonight. The dark-haired man's fingers trail down my chest all the way to my hand. He grips me loosely and turns, pulling me onto the dance floor. Slow grinding bodies, moving in sync with the harmonies of a millionaire from California. We fall in with the crowd, starting our dance. As I stare up at myself in the reflection from the ceiling mirrors, I can't help but think about the bird mating documentary I watched a few nights ago. The male red-capped mannequin sashays on a branch to catch the gaze of a female, similar to how my dark-haired mystery man smooths his hair back as he moves his shoulders from side to side. Should I give in? Let him take his victory, after the battle of sweating bodies? I bite my lower lip, tossing my head back as I press my chest against his. The man's eyes turn lidded, and he presses his hard erection against my stomach. The battle has come to a head, only one will conquer. I take his hand, twirling around and pressing my back against his front as I rub myself against him. I bare my neck, and he kisses it. His warm breath sends a shock of electricity through my body, radiating between my legs. The music changes and our dance ends. "Do you want to go to the back with me?" he asks, his lips skirting over my earlobe. Do I? I find the truth in that question. At this moment, I feel powerful, like I'm the only one in charge of my destiny. This dark-eyed beauty isn't in control, I am. My fingers circle around his wrists as I smile. I am in control. He smells like chocolate wine, but his tongue tastes like fresh mint. In the dimly lit bathroom, both of our skins glow as if they're luminescent. One of his hands rests firmly against the center of my back, while his other massages my breast. I pant against his lips, between kisses as I grind against his thigh. Nothing about this sin matters except the rush of endorphins coursing through my body. And damn, does it feel superb. I bite his lower lip, and he groans. His hands move to his zipper, unzipping his denim jeans. "No," I grit, grabbing his wrists with both hands. "I'm in control." "Okay, we can go slow, baby. Whatever you want." His eyes heat up as he leans forward, catching my lips again. Are we fighting for power? Is that what's happening? I push against his chest and his back slaps against the concrete wall. "Whoa, take it easy, girl." I ignore his cautionary words. "I'll take it however I want." I grab his face between my hands, kissing him deeply as I grind against his thigh again, this time harder, faster. I'm in control. Harsh pants escape my mouth, swallowed by our kiss. The dark-haired man slaps my ass as I move against him. "Damn, you're a wild one, aren't you?" I slap my hand over his mouth. "Don't speak." Almost there. My legs quake as my orgasm builds, spilling over in waves. Oh fuck. I grind harder and harder, riding his thigh as if it were my horned dream man. My breath whooshes from my chest as the intense climax crashes through me. My hands tighten over the man's shoulders, and I drop my forehead to his chest, panting. Fuck. The man's palms rub up my arms. "Damn girl, you rode me like we were in the wild, wild west." He doesn't smell like chocolate wine anymore. More like vinegar and cigarette smoke. I lift my head and lean back, smiling with as much realism as I can muster. "Oh yeah?" He bites his lower lip, his gaze traveling down my body. "Yeah." I push him away, my heels clacking against the tile as I backpedal. Confusion lines his face as he frowns. "Whoa, hold up. Did I do something wrong?" Twisting in one smooth motion, I gaze at myself in the mirror. It takes me no more than a second to straighten my skirt and run my other hand through my hair. No, not really. But hey, I've gotta go. I flash his stunned face a dazzling smile. Maybe we can do this again sometime. When I leave the bathroom, a string of curses follow me. His foul mouth doesn't ruin my mood though. Tonight, I'm powerful. I'm in control. Free to use my body as I intend. Warm air beats against my cheeks as soon as I exit the club. The street lights glow bright against the black asphalt, and industrial-sized buildings loom on either side of the road. I'm only a few blocks away from my house, close enough to walk if I want. A few people are loitering about, and a little voice in my head keeps reminding me that the city is dangerous at night. But that danger, the risk is like a dare. And fuck, I can never turn down a dare. "Double dare you," the voice in my head whispers. I reach into my bag, searching for the cool metal of my phone. Once it's out, I clutch it in my hands. Gnawing on my bottom lip, I think. If I walk the short distance back to my apartment, I could save nearly $20. The streets are mostly empty, and a few other people are spilling out from the bar now, all stumbling down the sidewalks in handfuls. If it's safe enough for them, then it's safe enough for me. Tossing my bag over my shoulder, I begin to walk. The alcohol still warms my stomach, and the poison makes me bolder. When I see a group of 3 men clustered on the sidewalk ahead, I don't stop. Perhaps I should cross the street to avoid their sneering gazes, but I don't. Stupid decision, little doe. Hey, little mama. What are you doing out so late, all by your lonesome? I don't look up, instead keeping my head low as I try to pass the posse. Hey bitch, I was talking to you. One guy tugs on my bag, sending me back a step. My head snaps up, and I glare into the brown eyes of a middle-aged man with gold-capped teeth. Tattoos cover both of his cheeks, spelling out words in a font I can't read. Let me go, I say, pulling my bag away. The other two men, who were previously hanging back, step forward. One of them catches my eye as his searing gaze rakes down my body. Tattoos cover both of his arms, and his dark hair is tousled. He'd be cute, if he wasn't being such a fucking pig right now. The first man, still gripping my bag with one fist, takes another step forward. Make me, pretty mama. Before I can shoot back with a harsh response, his other hand closes around my wrist. He yanks hard, and I'm pulled against his chest. Give me your fucking bag. His breath hits my cheek, smelling foul and like sulfur. I may be a dumbass for deciding to walk home alone, but I'm not that dumb. I release my bag instantly, and he tosses it to his pretty little sidekick. His hand remains locked on my wrist. Gritting my teeth, I watch as they empty the contents of my bag onto the sidewalk. The third man fishes my wallet from the pavement and flips it open. $20 fucking. That's all you have? Do I look rich to you? I glare daggers at him, and the man holding my wrists yanks me again. Shut your fucking mouth. Where's the rest? I struggle to put distance between myself and the man. Fuck, I should have brought my pepper spray. I don't have any more. I just paid my rent. Bullshit, he spits back. Mark, take care of her. The man throws me into Pretty Boy, and he smiles. Fuck. Now I regret wearing my promiscuous outfit. Hunger transforms his face, and at this moment I'm sure this man has terrible plans for me. Please don't. I'm unable to finish my pleas before the first fist strikes my cheek. I stumble backward, clutching my cheek with both palms. Stars bloom behind my eyelids, and I don't even see the second hit as it lands against my stomach. I double over, and another kick lands on my back. My scream rips through the air, and I desperately hope that someone from the bar will hear. I can still see the flashing lights of the gold room in the distance, but shadows shield this part of the sidewalk. Another kick digs into my stomach, and I glare up at the men. That's when I see it. A mist, as black as night yet solid and visible like the thickest fog, appearing over the three men's heads. It spins, forming a small twister, before splitting into three tendrils. I scream again, this time from fear of the unknown, ominous darkness. Are all my father's teachings being proven at this moment? Is this a test? A scripture playing out before my eyes? Paralyzed by fear, I watch as the three men laugh and joke while filtering through the contents of my spill bag. They're unaware of the evil brewing just over their bodies. My heart hammers, and a chill spreads over my exposed skin. I open my mouth to scream again, but nothing comes out. The tendrils shoot down, and I catch sight of the terror in each of the men's eyes as the funnel of black mist siphons down their throats. This can't be real. I'm hallucinating. The men's backs arch and sink, their whole bodies turning rigid all at the same time. No longer than a second passes, but it feels like years as they stand frozen in their unnatural positions. My chest rises and falls, pants leaving my throat as I gag on the fright that's spreading through my whole body. Snap. 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 All of their arms snap, breaking at the joints and twisting backwards. Their faces are a mask of sheer horror and their jaws hang open, yet no sound comes from their parted lips. In fact, the street is eerily quiet. What the fuck is happening? Snap. 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 I scream, long and shrill, as the three men's heads twist around with a sickening crack. Two of them fall to the ground in a heap of fabric and flesh. The last one, Pretty Boy, remains upright. His head twists back to its normal position, but his eyes are black. His body shudders and he shakes his arms, snapping out of his stupor. He lifts his hand to his face, smoothing his palms over his stubble-covered cheeks. A laugh, deep and menacing, thunders from his throat. Well then? He smooths his hands over his black wife-beater. Those unnatural black eyes focus on me, and he closes the space between us. I'm frozen, unable to move or scream or anything. He kneels down, reaching out his hand and brushing a single finger over my sore cheek. Hey there, little doe eyes. And then the world goes black.
Chapter 4. As Brenna leaves the grimy nightclub, fully spent, I follow. She doesn't notice me lingering near her back, and how could she? I am but a ghost. An invisible, silent bystander. And it makes me fucking sick. How long do I have to go on this way, torturing myself endlessly? I watch her, can smell her in the air, and yet my touch is nothing but an icy kiss upon her skin. Even being in her dreams, I am not fully satiated by my cravings for her warmth. I can either choose to follow her like this, endlessly and without reason, or I can inhabit her body and take her soul. The latter is no longer an option. All it took was 1 year for me to fall for her charm. I'm a goner, a demon holding the shame of emotion. No matter how hard I try, I cannot purge myself from these insatiable urges to. Hey, little mama. What are you doing out so late, all by your lonesome? I shift my focus away from Brenna, long enough to see the danger surrounding her. The earth is dark, the moon high above the world, and the air is thick with heat. My doe, my sweet naive doe, has gotten herself in trouble. 3 men of various statutes stand near her, ogling her fragility with want in their eyes. Her heart beats loudly and fear courses through her blood. She takes a step back, but the men continue forward, not willing to let her escape so easily. Panic floods my senses. I may not have a heart to beat, but my eyes are wide, and my wispy essence is hanging by a thread of sanity. If they lay a finger on my doe, I'll end them. At this moment, I know it to be true. If I have to conquer the world to protect her, I will. If I must set the world aflame by God, I will. One of the men grabs her purse, pouring its contents on the concrete sidewalk and rifling through her belongings. They want money. Money she doesn't have. Damn it, doe, why must you take such risks? Walking home in the dark. I try to cover her with my essence, but it does nothing in protecting her from the assailants. Another of the men grabs her, shoving her into the third human. And then they hit her. They hit her. A roar rips through my body, tearing my ghostly shell in two. I swell 3 times my normal size, filling the space with nothing but my darkness. They think to hurt my doe. No. It will not be allowed. It goes against everything I know, but still, it cannot be allowed. My fellow Dark Ones would probably not approve, but they are not here, and I haven't seen a dark being for many years. They have all chosen to live away from humans, tapping into raw energy in the ether. They have not played with my doe, and they don't know how special she is. But these human men will find out. They will know how wrong they were to mess with a girl in my possession. Street lamps blow overhead as I focus my energy, manifesting myself into physical form. I groan as my mist touches the summer heat, tasting the bittersweet humidity in the air. Brenna is the first to notice my magnificence hanging high in the air. Soon, the horrible humans will see me as well. A crack rings through the sky as I funnel down into their bodies simultaneously. 3 mouths open wide, swallowing me whole. Their life energy pulses around me, and their dark nature is put on display. Drugs, robbery, rape, murder. None of these men are clean of sin. I fit myself to their bodies, snapping and twisting their bones. Their agony pours into me, and I eat it, along with their souls. I feel strong, capable. The flesh molding to my essence, opens up so many opportunities. The world could be mine for the taking. No. Brenna could be mine for the taking. The decision is not one at all. I long for her. I dream about touching the delicate curves of her skin, caressing the soft mane on her head. And she could be mine if I bound myself to this human form. I release 2 of the bodies, letting them fall to the concrete with an audible thud. My host is twisted, his muscles tied into knots and his bones splintered within his limbs. It's a tedious task to rebuild him, like a clay doll, but I do it for her. The hair on my host's skin blows in the wind, and I have to blink to keep my eyes clear. I close my fist and then open them again, marveling at the power I now hold in my hands. Brenna lies crumbled on the pavement, bruised and wide-eyed. I take a step forward, and then bend my knee, lowering myself to gaze at her beauty. "Hey there, doe eyes," I say, my vocal cords vibrating within my new throat. The white of her eyes are showing as her lids flutter closed, and then her head falls. I move my arm, catching her before she can hit the hard concrete ground. Pulling her to my chest, I breathe in deeply. My doe. She smells like lilies, wine, and freedom. I walk, as I once did a millennium ago, a time when hosts offered themselves freely. Before, when darkness and light were known for what they truly are, humans gave themselves over for our pleasure. We would bestow gifts to their villages with good crops and rain, and lie with their women, preying upon the dark desires of their hidden fantasies. Now I walk with a new gift clutched to my chest. Brenna sleeps peacefully, her brown hair trailing down her shoulders as she presses her cheek against my chest. Her mouth hangs open, and drool pools onto my shirt. Such a simple thing, and yet the new tenderness that's found a home within me croons at her godliness. She is perfection, like the marbled stone statues that once stood in Rome. I'm taking her to the only safe house I know. It's been years, and yet the desolate chapel still stands. Here, no one will bother us. Old Dark Ones used this structure as a hunting ground at one time, preying on the church people and their simple minds. It is true, the more religious a human becomes, the stronger their fears are. The more they fear, the easier it is for them to fall. Brenna may be one of the few humans who knows just how true that statement is. I brush a strand of hair out of her face, and she burrows against me. Her hand grips my shirt, and her peaceful face grows worried. Lines form between her brows, and her plump lips fall. I doubt it is the robbers who plague her dreams. In the end, it is always her old life that comes back to haunt her. But no longer will that be a problem. I will purge her of her family. The darkness will bleed from her soul, and I'll consume it, so her purity can shine bright again, like it once did before her father dampened it. The tall chapel finally comes into view, and I focus on it. I have a new body, and I have my doe. The rest will unfold as it is meant to.
Chapter 5. The smell of damp earth floods my senses. For a moment, I actually believed that everything I witnessed before the world went black was just a dream. But this isn't right. My bed is soft, not hard like whatever I am lying on right now. And it's too dark. My eyes are open and I can feel myself blinking, but it's as if I never opened them to begin with. And I remember his words. "Hey there, little doe eyes." No one calls me doe eyes except for my horned dream man. I rub one sweaty palm over my face, groaning as the pain in my arm and ribs awakens fully. With each shift of my muscles, the ache grows. My throat burns with every breath I take, but I'm too focused on the memory replaying in my head to care. Dark mist, a fog devoid of light as it grows and moves over the robbers. Their mask of terror, as the darkness spiraled into their opened mouths. Sickening snaps as their bones were broken from within. I squeeze my eyes closed again, pressing my fingertips against my sockets until I see stars. None of this makes sense. What I saw with my own two eyes is something that belongs in fiction. Darkness, dead people coming back to life, black eyes. It sounds ridiculous. Could it have been a dream? Maybe I had a little too much to drink, and the dark-haired boy from the bathroom snuck me home to his mama's basement. That makes more sense than my dream man coming to life. I sit up, or at least I think it's up, and hug my legs to my chest. The only part of my new theory that makes little sense is the pain radiating through my whole body. If Mr. Darkhair took me home, then why do I feel like I've been rammed by a semi? I have no more time to speculate. Floorboards shift overhead, and the groans send my heart into overdrive. No matter how I got to wherever I am, someone has brought me here, and that someone is close. A door opens ahead, sending rays of light down a rickety wooden set of stairs. I wince, closing my eyes as I adjust to the sudden burst of brightness. Footsteps, slow and heavy, begin descending the stairs. I squint as my gaze focuses on the dark figure. I need a weapon. My eyes dart around the room, searching for anything I can use to defend myself with. I'm sitting on a dirt-covered concrete floor, and I can now see the walls of the room. Painted white brick with no windows. Stomp stomp. He's getting closer. Fuck. Think, Brenna, think. There's wood everywhere. Old and rotten, probably left over from the construction of the stairs. I grab a plank, wincing as my palm scrapes across a staple embedded in the lumber. Nails protrude from the opposite end. Okay, this could work. I take it into my hands like a bat, gripping with white knuckles as my captor approaches. He turns slightly as he reaches the landing, and the filtered light shines down on his face, finally revealing his features. Pretty boy, I breathe, barely aware of my own voice. The man smiles, his face stiff and unnatural, and eyes as black as night. Ah yes, that is what you called him, isn't it? He steps forward, his black boots knocking soot up from the floor and causing it to swirl in the stagnant air. I don't move, nor do I try to run as he approaches. His eyes are locked on mine, holding me prisoner to whatever power he harnesses. My palms dig into the wooden plank, splinters biting at my skin as I squeeze, but I'm as still as a statue. Pretty boy crouches less than an arm's length away from me, our heads level. Do you know who I am, Brenna? Fresh tears spring to my eyes as I nod my head. My hand tightens on the plank again, readying myself for the best moment to strike. Who am I? He cocks his head, his smile growing. Tell me, Brenna. Who am I? The answer feels like it's yanked from my chest, and I gasp. You're him. The man from my dreams. The demon, because that must be what he is, reaches out with one hand. I tremble as his warm fingertips trail down my cheek, tracing the line of my jaw. The man. I am not a man, little one. I pull away from his touch, finally finding my courage again as I lift the wooden lumber with one wavering hand. The wood scrapes against his black shirt, and he looks down slowly. One bat of his hand sends my weapon flying across the room. His fingertips land on my cheek again, and I cower, my hope disappearing with the loss of my only defense. Don't you remember all that we've done? All that we've shared? I close my eyes as he leans forward, steadying my breath as the memory of his long-lost warmth filters through my mind. It wasn't real. You weren't real. I turn my face in his direction, my gaze centering on the black void, like orbs only inches away. TSKS. That's where you're wrong. I told you, little doe eyes, I am meant to cause suffering. He leans forward, his lips brushing against my nose. And suffer you will. The world darkens then, the edges of reality blurring into something else entirely. When I blink, my surroundings have morphed into a memory, and the man in front of me has changed into an even greater monster. Again, his stern voice commands. But Father? I said again. I bow my head, lifting the worn book as I read from the scripture. 1 Timothy chapter 2 verse 11. Let a woman learn quietly with all submissiveness. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man, rather she is to remain quiet. My shoulders fall, my voice wavering with each word spoken. For Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, if they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. My father's palm slaps against the kitchen table with a sinister force. Behind him, my mother flinches, but she doesn't look our way. Her head is bent over her newest creation as her needles glide together, probably another shawl. My father follows my gaze and then positions himself in front of my view as he leans over our aged oak table. Tell me why you continue to disobey my authority, child. Though his voice carries the silk tones of forgiveness, I know the moment I open my mouth, it's all over. So instead, I stay quiet, dipping my head back to the Lord's word. The letters all run together the longer I look at them. My stomach growls in protest at another missed meal, but still I do not open my mouth. To do so would mean another bruise, another night of misery. Blinding light flashes behind my eyelids as my father's palm strikes again. This time, the slap lands on my cheek instead of the table. I clutch my burning skin yet stay silent. If I were of the praying type, I would beg for a giant fist from the sky to squish my father where he stands. But I've already learned that prayers remain unanswered, so I might as well save my energy. You will stay here, and you will continue to read this verse until it sparks something in that thick skull of yours, my father spat. I don't look up as his heavy footsteps retreat from the room, not until I hear the door of his study click closed. Quiet footsteps hurry across the wooden floor, and a moment later, a warm hand touches my shoulder. Are you all right, dear? I shrug my mother's hand away. It means nothing now. Soon even she leaves me. The only thing left is the leather-bound book clutched in my fisted hands. How sad. Goosebumps rise on the back of my neck as the husky voice radiates through the dining room. My back straightens and suddenly I know it isn't real. This was the past, and he's making me relive it. I am meant to cause suffering. And suffer you will. This isn't right. My lips tremble, but the statement sounds fierce as it travels through the room. When did that strength find itself within me? Somewhere between here and there, I had grown an unwavering voice. His shadow falls over my shoulder as he walks around the table. Right, wrong, there is no difference really. A phantom touch runs down my spine, sending a sickening reminder of all the times that touch was invited through my mind. You may not think so, but I have a feeling people of your kind don't have a great moral compass. I rub my hand over my burning cheek, letting the pain fuel my hatred. Someone like you can't relate to the horrors of the mortal realm. I lift my chin, glaring daggers as his smirk comes into view. Pretty boy is no longer pretty boy. He is my horned dream man. Tall, dark, and handsome. Mother always said the most charismatic men were snakes, and a snake he is. He bends down beside my chair, and the phantom touches continue to run over my body. My chin, my neck, my breasts. And what kind of man am I, Brenna? His dark eyes swim with an emotion that could be either lust or mischief. You're a devil, I spit, throwing the Bible onto the table. If it's true, and he's a demon, then what does that say of the precious book my father lives his life by? Does this mean I was wrong to break away from him, from the church? Was it wrong for me to carve my own path? Am I truly meant to be submissive to the opposing gender? No. His voice hardens and my eyes slide back to his. I can't tell if the venom in his words is an objection to my answer or my thoughts. No? You aren't demonic, then? Images flash through my mind. The falling book at work, the knocks on my front door when no one was there. Was it him all along? You were not wrong to have left home. He reaches out, turning my head towards him with gentle fingers. His touch causes my stomach to flip. A battle of wrong versus right, fighting its way through my pounding chest. This was never your home, and the only time you should be submissive is when you're in my bed. My eyes widen at his words, but I don't have time to comprehend what he means before his lips crash against mine. The moment we touch, I forget the horrors. I forget that his only goal is to torture me, to cause my suffering. All I remember is how I have longed for this, to kiss him in the flesh. And when his lips move, I don't feel an ounce of fear or like I'm in the presence of evil. I feel a tender sort of awakening. His fingers trace down my arms softly, leaving goosebumps in their wake. I'm engulfed in his scent, the familiar aroma of spiced cider. Lost in the kiss, I barely hear the snap of his fingers. Soon, the world disappears again. Whatever physical form I harbored disintegrates, turning to ash as my childhood home's dining room morphs into a blackened void. I am nothing, and for the first time in my life, I feel I've been set free. Chapter 6. Water sloshes somewhere near my ears, and then a cool wet rag drags across my forehead. I open my eyes, lifting myself on my elbows, as the happenings from the last 24 hours flash through my mind. Being robbed, a dark mist, dead gangsters, black eyes, horrible dreams, enlightening kisses. A warm hand presses against my chest, pushing me back down onto a mattress that groans with the weight of my movements. After a moment, my blurred vision focuses. The dim basement is lit by a single candle stationed on the other side of the room, resting atop a makeshift desk that looks to be made out of scrap lumber, just like the rickety stairs. The sloshing water sounds again, and my head snaps to the side. Pretty boy. His eyes are cast down to the metal bowl filled with water. In his hands is a tattered cloth, which he submerges before wringing out the excess moisture. I expect to see some form of evil nestled in the lines of his face. Surely his demonic presence would show itself in his features. Blackened teeth, blistering skin, something. His eyes dart up, as black as night, but not as evil as I'd expect from a creature of the night. Instead, they radiate a certain warmth and regret. I look away, deciding to study the room instead of fixating on his unholy features. The floor remains unswept and covered with a thin soot-like layer of dirt, and the walls are textured and painted white, with splashes of black and brown stains scattered on its surface. The only furniture in the room is the worn and lumpy mattress I lie on, along with the unlevel wooden desk. I center my gaze on the stairs, staring up at the closed wooden door at the top. I wonder if it's locked. Pretty boy drags the wet rag over my forehead again, and a flare of annoyance brightens my mind. What are you doing? His tone is smooth, like honey. You have dirt on your face. I'm unable to hold back a snort, and I roll my eyes. Why do you care? Do you have something against dirty pets? I hear him sigh, and then the water sloshes again as something falls into the bowl. I sneak a glance, and realize he's disregarded the rag altogether. His hands rest against his forehead, and he squeezes his eyes closed tight. Are you confused, Brenna? I'm taken aback by his question, but nod my head slowly. Yes, I'm pretty fucking confused. He drops his hands, opens his eyes, and gazes at me openly. Ask me anything. My mouth drops open, and I gape at him, unable to comprehend why he'd answer any of my questions. He's admitted himself that he wishes to cause me suffering. What good would answering my questions do? I shake my head slowly. Is this a trick? What game are you playing, pretty boy? His laughter radiates through the room. My name is Thelvok, though. Pretty boy has a ring to it. His smile falters. It isn't a trick. I know you don't understand, but I want you to know that our circumstances are not conventional. I desperately need you to cooperate, Brenna. Why? Because I'm not meant to care. His gaze hardens. I'm meant to feed on the sufferings of mortal beings and move along. And you? Care now? My heart leaps to my throat. Flashes of our shared dreams filled with sex and pleasure pass behind my eyelids. Should I care if they mean something to him? He's evil, and evil things are what my father feared most. But is it what I feared most? No. I fear never truly knowing myself, and never having the opportunity to find her. In fact, things darker in nature have always brought me closer to the truth. My horned dream man most of all. I do. His voice is strained and his brows furrow. I catalog this new information, and move to another question, one more urgent. What do you plan to do with me? His onyx eyes flash with annoyance. I don't know. Next question. I scoff, pushing myself up on the mattress. It fills the room with another one of its grating groans, and I hug my arms around my knees. Where are we? The basement of an abandoned building. Next. Inside of the city. I push. I want as much information as I can get. They say that knowledge is power, and I'll need all the power I can muster for my escape. Sooner or later, I'll find an out. When it comes, I plan on taking it. Outskirts. Next. He holds up his arm, gazing at his skin in awe as he makes a fist. Tattoos snake up both of his muscled arms, and I swallow a lump forming in my throat. This body belongs to a dead man, I remind myself. How long have you been haunting me? His eyes rise to meet mine slowly, and I rub my clammy hands together under his scrutiny. Each time he looks at me, I feel as if he can see into the deepest, darkest parts of my soul. I don't comprehend time linearly as you do. The first time I saw you was in the diner, shortly before your dreams began. A shiver runs up my spine. I was 16 then, and father's punishments had begun to get extreme. In his eyes, I was becoming a seductive woman, soon to sweep away all the young men of our small town. If he didn't instill the rod of fear within me, I'd be spoiled. Forever ruined in the eyes of God. Why did you choose me? He shrugs, his eyes unblinking as he watches my response to his answers. Everyone has an essence. Yours is unique. Tormented yet pure. Easily corrupted. His lips curl upward, and a chill seems to sweep through the room. I rub my arms, trying to warm them again. And my dreams? Did you start them? I had always thought of myself as the conjurer of these dark fantasies, but what if it was him all along? What if the horned man was pushing me to lust after the darkest parts of my flawed human nature? His grin grows and he chuckles. Actually, it was you who built the first dream. I just slithered in and threw out the jock you'd imagined. I try to remember the first dream I had. It was at least 3 years ago. Senior year of high school? I can't recall the specifics. And then you took charge? I paid close attention to your wishes. That way, it seemed to occur naturally. As a matter of fact, the Cheesecake Factory was our next destination. I cock my head to the side. Our next destination. His smile stayed in place, unmoving, but his hand squeezed into fists. Yes, before the men on the streets. So you didn't plan that? You weren't the mastermind of my assault? He looks away, the smile finally vanishing. No, it wasn't supposed to happen like that. His shoulders slump as he glares at the wall. Can't change it now, though. He darts a glance at me. Besides, this way is better. It changes things. I just have to figure out how to balance it out. I shake my head. What? He ignores me. Instead, he rises to his feet. I'll go fetch you some food, and then you should rest. You'll need your full strength. I watch him as he climbs the stairs, disappearing through the door before closing it again. A lock clicks into place. Slouching back down on the mattress, I cover my eyes with one arm. Fuck. Thelvok left me alone with my piping hot bowl of soup. It's different to think of him as anything but a horned dream man, but I guess it makes sense for him to have a name. In fact, my father used to say that demons can be controlled by their true names. If that's true, then maybe Thelvok fucked up by telling me his. Or perhaps it's just another lie, and his real name is something else entirely. I mull this over while I eat. For an inhuman entity, he sure knows how to cook. This soup features diced potatoes, too rich in flavor to be store-bought, and creamy broth. Fresh herbs give the flavor more depth, and I practically scarf it down in one slurp. After my stomach is full, I cross the room to the desk and set the bowl aside. My situation could be worse. If Thelvok wanted, he could have chained me up like one of my perverse dreams. Instead, I have free reign of the basement, but the door above is still locked. Better than dead, I guess. And in a way, he saved me. I'm not sure what those gangsters would have done with me after they realized I'm a broke bitch. I sigh, lay back on the mattress, and close my eyes. Before long, I'm drifting into another dream. Comfortable, little doe? I wiggle, situating myself deeper into the fluffy couch. What kind of cushion is this? I feel like I'm going to be swallowed whole. Thelvok shrugs and mimics my position as he leans back against the couch. His horns and abnormally perfect features are back, and his dark eyes center on my face. Popcorn? My eyes widen as a massive bucket of popcorn materializes in my lap, and he reaches his hand inside, pulling out a handful of popped kernels. He tosses the buttery goodness into his mouth. Where are we? Thelvok grins. On a date. I lean away, eyeing him suspiciously. I didn't agree to go on a date with you, Thelvok. In fact, if you'd have asked, I'm sure I'd turn you down. I scoff. You've kidnapped me, are keeping me in a dark basement, and you've been stalking me for the last 4 years. Good thing I didn't ask, he says, winking. Before I have time to voice my comeback, a TV clicks on. The dark void we're stationed in brightens as a black and white movie starts to play. Night of the Living Dead? You like it, right? His hand snakes around my shoulder, sending warm tingles down my spine. I guess, I say, gnawing on my bottom lip. We've never done this before. In the past, all of my dreams were very sexual. Not once did I have a dream where my horned Thelvok and I did something relatively normal. Our setting feels too ordinary, too comfortable. In reality, I'm locked in a basement somewhere against my will. Thelvok has plans to torture me until he gets whatever sick satisfaction it is he's after. You don't know all the circumstances, Brenna. I grab a fistful of popcorn, shoving it into my mouth as I fume. After my jaw has worked off some of my fury, I reply, like the fact that you care? What's the point of caring if you're going to torture me anyway? The movie pauses just as the first of the zombies have risen, and Thelvok turns his body to face me completely. His jaw is set in a hard line. I have to cause suffering in order to keep my host's body. If not you, then who? I've spent years forging a bond with you, and fishing out the fears of random sickos on the street will take too much energy. Oh. What happens if you give up Pretty Boy's body? I don't want to give it up. With him I can touch you. He reaches out, caressing my jaw with one finger. You're touching me now. Isn't this enough? His eyes intensify, heating me with a searing gaze. No, it isn't, and I'm not very keen on torturing myself. I'm a demon after all, and we are selfish creatures. He leans forward, his breath warming my cheek. I want to keep you, but to do so I have to hurt you. A double-edged sword, it seems. How are you going to hurt me? Instead of answering, his lips fall on mine. The movie plays again, but I'm too engrossed in the feeling of his mouth against mine to care much about the plot. I've seen it a million times anyway, and this kiss feels brand new. I'm tearing away at layers I've always dreamt of eroding. My horned dream man is real, and he's everything I knew he would be. Dark, dangerous, erotic. My hands trail up Thelvik's face, and I keep moving until my fingers curve around his horns. A groan slips from his mouth, and I swallow it with a kiss. He breaks away, resting his forehead against mine as he catches his breath. This was supposed to be a simple date. Tame. I snort. Have I ever been tame, Thelvok? I run my fingers up the ridges on his black horns, caressing the curves of his protrusions with both hands. If you're going to torture me, then I might as well torture you as well. His head dips and his nose glides against mine. When he speaks, his lips tickle my cheek. That sounds fair. I close my eyes as his lips dip lower, and his breath beats against my earlobe. A familiar tingle builds between my legs, and I squeeze them together tightly. But we're on a date. A tame one. He separates himself from me, before I have time to open my eyes. His arm is back around my shoulders, and the popcorn is in my lap as if we'd never even moved. I release a lungful of air, blowing away my frustration. It's for the best, anyway. What kind of girl fucks her demon captor? A deranged one, probably. Grumbling curses under my breath, I toss another handful of popcorn into my mouth, returning to the movie I've seen 100 times. Thelvok laughs each time someone is killed. Yeah, I really should not be into him. Chapter 7. Knock knock. The door at the top of the stairs shudders with the force of his rapping. I don't know why he even bothers. I'm locked down here, against my will I might add. Breakfast time. The demon calls. He opens the door, leaving it ajar as he trots down the steps. Yum? My tone is dry, disinterested, though whatever contents the steaming bowl in his hand holds smells heavenly. I'm afraid if I act impressed in his cooking, his ego will get involved. Arrogant demon? No thanks. Thelvik's tattoos gleam under the candlelight as he reaches forward, handing me the bowl and a brown paper bag. Thanks. I set the plate beside me, not willing to let my eyes stray too far from him. He pretends not to pay attention, instead veering to the right of the room. The candle atop the desk is burnt down to a nub, its flame flickering. Thelvok pulls a new candlestick from his jean pocket and lights it before turning, focusing on me again. Eat? He commands, his dark eyes unblinking. I pick up the bowl because one, I'm hungry, and plop a mouthful of food in my mouth without looking at the spoon. I'm sure he sees the flash of surprise as it lights my eyes. This is good. Familiar. I roll the food around in my mouth, letting the taste settle. Macaroni and cheese. He must have copied the recipe my mother always used, because instant nostalgia grips me as I swallow. Before, when I was just a girl, eating dinner with my parents wasn't a chore. I wasn't berated or lectured. I just got to enjoy a creamy bowl of mac and cheese in peace. Are there more of you? I ask around a spoonful of my breakfast. Thelvok stands across from me, leaning against the brick wall as he watches with all-knowing eyes. Yes. What about the devil? Is he real? If this demon is real, then maybe the famous legend originated from somewhere. The corner of his mouth turns up. Maybe I am your devil, Brenna. My throat constricts and I cough, choking. His eyes widen. There's water in the bag. The paper crinkles as I shove it open. I grab a fresh bottle, twist the lid and tip it up. After half the bottle, I bring it down again, breathing hard. I hope you're joking. He only shrugs. Who knows? The Lucifer origin story is complete fabrication. Perhaps all of his woes are simply a fable. I stare straight into his eyes. Why do you exist? He rubs his palms over the top of his jeans, an utterly human gesture. His stony gaze tells another story. Balance? Who really knows? I'm simply here, and I hunger. That's all. He sighs, his chest lifting and falling with the motion. The universe is a mysterious thing, even to me. His eyes narrow, and his lips part as if he wants to say more, but he doesn't. He only stands, dips his head in departure, and climbs the stairs one at a time. When are you going to let me out of here? I yell out. The only answer I get is the click of a lock as the door swings closed again. A calm quiet takes over the basement, and minutes pass. After staring at the ceiling, full on my meal and the bottle of water, the mood changes. A subtle shift in the air causes my senses to go on high alert. My fingers begin to shake as my adrenal rises with the threat of whatever lies ahead. The room becomes electric with unseen energy, and then, music drifts to my ears. No, not music, someone is singing. I jump to my feet, my heart leaping. Hey. I'm here. I need help. The harmonic voice penetrates my soul to its core. My arms fall to my sides, and my shoulders slump with the weight of years' worth of grief. It's my mother's voice singing another hymn. When peace like a river attendeth my way. When sorrows like sea billows roll. Whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to know. It is well with my soul. I cover my ears, trying to drown out the sounds. My mother's voice grows as the chorus approaches, and then slap. My mother screams, and the sound of scuffling overhead permeates the air. My father, putting the fear of God into her. I scream loud and long. My voice rings out like a bell, making up for all the times I remained quiet as a child. The echo is enough to shatter glass. I scream for my mother and for hope once lost. I scream until my voice disappears, and still some more. The door at the top of the stairs bangs open, sending dust flying through the room. It floats in the air, framing the dark figure stomping down the stairs. I step forward, expecting to see Thelvok, but it's my father who scowls at me. My breath catches in my throat, lodging itself somewhere near my heart. His salt and pepper hair is the same color I remember. So is the ugly hatred in his brown eyes. He barrels forward, moving with decisive steps. I can do nothing but stare, wide-eyed, as he approaches. Slap. My head snaps to the side with the force of his hit. I quake, knees wobbling as a boil of buried emotion rams through me. The dust seems to crystallize in my lungs, and I fight back the tears. But when shame and regret come to claim me, I send them away. My father doesn't deserve his title. A parent isn't meant to terrorize their child into submission. He deserves nothing from me. Time freezes as a warm hand touches the base of my back, steadying me. Brenna, do not let his fear control you. Take back what was yours. Thelvik's voice comes from just behind my left shoulder, and I straighten. He's right. My father is a coward, using his fear of damnation to control the masses. His sermons taught unsuspecting parents to mistreat their children, continuing the cycle of religious-fueled violence and abuse. My mother had her voice taken, and now he's come to steal mine. Never. Time speeds up again, and I stare into the narrow eyes of my father. What do you think you're doing, young lady? He places a hand on my forearm, gripping hard. Kneel. Confess your sins. I grit my teeth, no. His face blanks, dumbfounded. For the first time in my life, I've stood up for myself. Apparently, he doesn't like that much. He grips my arm tighter and I wince. Get on your knees. With as much force as I can muster, I yank my hand away. No. Let me go. You don't own me. His voice takes on the tone he uses during his sermons as he dispels the devil from the crowd. I am your father. I throw back my head, laughing. I'm sure I resemble a person going through a psychotic break, but it doesn't matter. This is a joke. Everything, my whole life has been a sick fucking joke. Father? You were never a father, other than the one you played on stage. My father's lined face turns a bright shade of ruby red, and sweat beads on his temple. He begins to shake all over, but that only causes another bubble of laughter to leave my lips. Lord forgive me, I've failed. I've failed. He shakes his head, taking a step away from me. I cross my arms, grabbing at the power my father no longer holds. Yes, you have. You failed to control my life. I smile, taking a step forward. I have an apartment, a job, and clothes I picked out myself. The hold you once had over me is gone. He shakes his head again, stumbling back another step. You're possessed. You need an exorcism. I throw back my head and laugh again. Boy, do I ever. A flash of white light momentarily blinds me, and as my eyes refocus, the surrounding scene changes. I'm strapped to a table, wearing nothing but a white paper dress. My wrists are sore and sweat coats my skin. It's hot, miserably hot, and my throat burns like a million wildfires raging at once. Help, I croak. Hands flutter over my forehead, wiping away some of the sweat. Oh dear. Please forgive me. It's my mother's voice, and she sounds like she's been crying. I strain against my restraints, trying to break free so I can comfort her. No, Mama, it's not your fault. Silence, demon. My father commands, his voice echoing in the sealed white room. I yank at my wrists again, and when that doesn't work, I try kicking. No luck. My ankles are also locked into leather cuffs. You motherfucker, let me go. Boiling hot water splashes against my face and I scream, fucking hell. What are you doing? Begone, demon. In the name of the Lord, I command you. More hot liquid splashes on my skin, and I dip my head to watch as patches of burn marks begin to appear over my exposed flesh. I'm not possessed. You're fucking crazy. I yank again, cheering silently as I feel one of my wrists loosen. My father's shadow falls over my midriff as he approaches the bed. When he comes into view, I get the perfect glimpse of his most cherished item. His Bible is bound with cured leather from some poor fallen beast, and the edges of the crisp pages are dipped in gold, shimmering each time he shifts. A rosary is wrapped around his fingers, though we aren't even Catholic. Southern Baptists have their charm, I guess. A vial flashes between his fingertips before he douses me with the clear liquid again, and I scream, writhing on the bed. I pled for my mother, but she is nowhere to be found. Release my daughter, you foul beast. My father's insult halts mid-speech and again time freezes. His mouth is agape, and I watch a bead of sweat fall from his chin in slow motion, only to halt on its way to the ground. The glistening droplet turns black as darkness reflects through it, and my throat bobs. Heavy footsteps echo through the room as someone approaches. Thelvok. His monstrous horns are back, and they scrape against the white popcorn ceiling as he glides to my side. I can see the pity, the heartbreak, in his eyes when our gazes connect. My confusion morphs to anger as he bends down and unclasps my wrists. What the hell took you so long? I sob, shoulders shaking, as he removes my bindings. I rub my arms, but the burns that had been there moments ago have now vanished. Rather than answering, he takes me by the shoulders and stares deep into my eyes. I blink once, twice. I'm soon entranced by his gaze, and I release a long breath as the pent-up fear slides from my body. Do you trust me, Brenna? His lips don't seem to match up with the words spoken, like a movie skipping. I nod my head slowly. I don't know why I trust him, but I do. Is it because he's been with me since the hardest period of my life? Or maybe because he's touched my soul in ways no mortal ever has? Thelvok sighs and then he places his hand on mine, palms touching. A burning sensation pricks at my skin, but then his hand drops and it's over. Grasped in my fist is something heavy and cool, but my gaze remains on him as he undoes the leather bindings on my ankles before backing away. Once he's through the door, I train my eyes on the object in my hand. A knife. Another flash of light, and the pause button has been resumed. Beast, and return to whence you came. I can't look at my father. If I do, I know this dagger in my hand will gravitate to his heart. And I don't want to kill him. But don't I? My knuckles turn white as my fists clench around the smooth black handle of the blade. Do you remember the time you locked me in the crawlspace, Father? My fingernails glisten just like the blade as I move the knife from side to side in my hands. Funny how light refracts off the most mundane of objects. Lies. All of it. Nothing that comes from your mouth is the truth, demon. I look up, glaring at the balding man who trembles in his polished shoes. How dare he? Demon? Me, his own daughter, who he's beaten into a mere shell of her former self. It's his fault I chased the dark urges I have in the first place. Would I have gone to that bar if he hadn't fucked my head all up? Would I have been mugged on the sidewalk if it wasn't for him? A demon saved my ass, which was more than he ever cared to do. I hold the knife up to the light, grinning as my father's eyes widen into saucers. Get on your knees and pray, Father. I have the control. The control I've strived for my whole life, dangling from my fingertips. And as if my words are bending his will, he does exactly as I command. His knees fold and he falls to the ground, both hands clasped together in prayer. I tisk. Father, how many times has God answered your prayers? Many times, he mutters, eyes squeezed closed. I circle him, my back straight as power surges through me. Is that so? Which prayers? The ones where you asked for my mother to submit, so you could spear her with your lopsided dick without her crying? Or the ones asking for me to stay pure for my future husband, chosen by you, of course? My father sobs, his brows pinched in agony. No. I loved you. I snort, testing the sharpness of my blade with my thumb. A bead of crimson blood pools as the tip of the blade slices into my flesh. Yeah, sure you did, Father. Have you said your prayers? My father's shoulders slump, and as he nods, I circle behind him. I feel nothing as I pull back his head and slice his throat from side to side. Blood soaks down the front of his linen shirt, flowing onto the white pages of the open Bible resting in front of his knees. The knife clambers to the ground, and I struggle to catch my breath. My hands shake as I hold them up, observing the ruby-red liquid as it sticks to my palms. Shit. I wipe my hands on the thin paper dress, trying to remove every last trace of my father, my sin, from my skin. I collapse onto the cold cement floor, shutting my eyes tight so I don't glimpse the corpse lying next to me. I just killed my father. I just killed my father.
Chapter 8. Thelvok. The world, so fresh and disturbingly beautiful, is mine to take. At least that's how it feels. When I leave the old chapel and my sweet dough behind, it feels like a teether pulling at my core, stretching and yanking me back. I don't want to leave her alone, but I know she won't be able to stay here. Already, my time is running out. I flex my palms, staring at them under the golden rays of the sun. Tiny lines stretch over my skin, marking me with life. This is the first time I've taken a host for longer than the moment it takes to quench them of their essence, and in truth, I quite like the feeling. Moving my aching muscles, walking, wearing unbearably itchy clothing, it's all so normal. Brenna needs normal. And she needs me. She wants me. Each night, when she tossed and turned in her bed back in Flintstone, Georgia, she yearned for my touch. Every man she's ever lain with was inadequate because, in her mind's eye, she pictured me. Thelvok the strong. Thelvok the mighty. And now, Thelvok the human. It takes me no longer than half an hour to reach the city. Skyscrapers reach for the heavens, and cars zoom by with rumbling motors. People mill about, all of their darkest desires are ripe for the taking. A woman walks by me on the sidewalk, her hair cut short in a bob. In her hand is a cellular device, and she types vehemently, not watching where her feet are taking her. I can see her thoughts in crystal clarity. She wants her mother to go with her to an upcoming doctor's appointment, but she's too nervous to ask. She's young, 22 to be exact, and it brings her shame to need a companion. Her anxiety eats at her brain, as it does for many young humans in this century. My Brenna is the same. I've felt her fears, looked upon them with unbiased eyes. She desperately wants someone to help her ease the burden of life, but unlike this girl, her parents were never the support she needed. And so I became that for her, without realizing the error of my actions. Oh, how funny it is to look back on the creature I once was. I had planned on devouring my sweet dough. It's ironic how things can shift in the blink of an eye. I find myself in front of a building with a valet attendant staring stoically over the parking lot. The glass doors reveal a grand lobby, with vases filled to the brim with sweet lilies. Inside, a man with a woman on each arm acquires a room for his stay. His golden cuffs glint under the light from the crystalline chandelier overhead. As I stand here, staring, I realize this is precisely the kind of place Brenna would feel at home. She deserves to be pampered, given everything life has to offer. With my mind made up, I walk past the valet attendant and straight through the doors, approaching the lobby desk just as the man and his companions leave. Behind the counter, a young woman with straight black hair and brown plastic-rimmed glasses clacks away at her keyboard. She stares at her monitor for a moment before noticing me, and then her eyes widen. "Oh, hello." I smile, maybe a little too wide. "I want the best room you have available." Her smile falters, and her glasses slide down the brim of her nose. "Do you have a reservation?" "No." I lean forward over the desk. "But I don't need one, Megan Lopez. Tell me, darling, when's the last time your fleabag husband hit you?" Her breath hitches, and she leans away slowly. Who are you?" I grin again. "You may call me Thelvak, no last name. I'll take your best room, and in return, your husband will no longer be a problem. Does this sound like a deal you'd be interested in?" Megan's throat bobs as she swallows, and I can see the flashes of fear filter behind her eyelids. Her memories are vivid splashes of hatred, her on the kitchen floor, bloodied and bruised as her husband smashes her finest china. His face sears into my mind, with his brown crooked teeth and mean eyes. She leans forward, her eyes darting around the lobby to make sure no one is looking. "Would you do that for me? Just for a room?" "For your finest room, yes." I focus on her eyes, letting my darkness settle into the stare. Her throat bobs again as she swallows, her eyes locked on mine as her pupils dilate. "I'll make the deal." The car dealership is 3 blocks away, set on one of the dirtier streets of Atlanta's downtown. The building itself is covered in black spray paint, and its sign is missing 3 of its letters. BGCALT. I assume the last words are car lot, but it's hard to tell. My feet crunch over the gravel as I approach the lot filled with shiny new cars. A chain-link fence wraps around the property, with the only opening being the driveway in. As soon as I see the first human, he notices my arrival and does a lap to meet me. I hide my smirk. Overly excited for a sale, it seems. This man screams of greed. And not the appealing kind either. He radiates the aura of a man who makes money only as fast as he can spend it. He waves, and his faux Rolex watch glimmers as the rays of the sun touch the silver coating. "What can I do ya for, mister?" He smiles, revealing straight white teeth. "I'd like a car. A nice one." I cross my arms over my chest. His grin stretches wider, and I can almost see the dollar signs light up behind his eyes. "Perfect, right this way." He stalks forward, expecting me to follow. His pace is quick and jittery, his enthusiasm leaking through his bones. "What sort of vehicle are you looking for, other than nice?" He leads me around a set of used Volvos. "Something like this suits your fancy?" "No, Charles, it does not. I'd like your finest vehicle, please." The salesman's brows thread together, and he scratches his balding head with one finger. "You know me from somewhere?" I take a step forward, closing the gap between us. I tug at his tie before patting it back into place, all the while keeping our gazes locked. Darkness rushes through me, fighting to escape so it can carve into this pudgy man's skin. Charles. I smile. "I can't believe you don't recognize me. I was there that night, don't you remember? What was that hooker's name?" I tap my chin, pretending to ponder. "Oh yes, Chelsea. Oh, how she screamed." Charles's face turns red, his eyes widening with fear. I lean closer. "I was there in the corners of the room, watching, waiting as you choked the life out of her weakened body. When she took her last breath, it was I who swallowed it, not you." I let my horns free, and they split through my skull, growing as they reach for the stars. Charles's breath quickens as he watches them climb, and he takes a stumbling step backward. "What are you?" "I'm merely a customer, and I'd like your nicest car." I roll my shoulders. "And for your troubles, Charles, I'll strike you a deal. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in?" The man's breath comes out in a whoosh, and big fat tears leak from his ducts. I'll do whatever you want, just please don't hurt me. Perfect. I smile again. In return for the car, I'll give you this wonderful car dealership. I gesture at the building. Does that sound fair, Charles? B. But Joseph owns this place, he'll never let it go. I crack my knuckles. You see, Joseph has lived out his life on this plane. He enjoys beating his wife, a bit too much for my liking. Why don't you get the car ready, and I'll go? I lick my bottom lip. Deal with the paperwork. I've already turned my back on the cowering salesman, heading in the direction of the office. Inside, a man sits behind a desk, playing solitaire on his laptop. His greasy burger hands leave marks on his keyboard, and the air conditioner rumbles behind his desk. It will take me no longer than 3 minutes to devour him, seal away his body, steal his money, and then forge the paperwork in his blood. A deal is a deal.
Chapter 9. When I finally gain the courage to open my eyes, the distinct mildew-ridden ceiling from the basement overhead is the first thing I see. My body is no longer covered in a blood-soaked paper dress. Instead, I'm wearing the clothes I bought for my naughty night out, a night that feels like it happened ages ago. How long have I been in this basement? How long has Thelvok been torturing me? Dried tears crust my eyelashes, and my throat is sore from the hours I spent crying over a father I didn't even kill. It was all just a dream, a fucking hallucination. Thelvok is evil incarnate, and I fucking believed him when he claimed to care. I put my trust in his hands, and he charred it to ash. A gear inside of me shifts, and suddenly my fury has made way for a new level of determination to rise. Thelvok thinks he can kidnap me, force me to kill my own flesh and blood, and then he expects things to be fine and dandy when he hops into my dreams to get his dick wet? I shake my head. No fucking way. I stand and survey the room, searching for anything I may have missed that can help me with my escape. Of course the door is locked, sealing me inside like the toy plaything Thelvok thinks I am. My gaze falls to my feet, and the heels still attached to them. The metal clasp flickers in sync with the amber flame from the candle from across the room, and I bite my lower lip, thinking. Maybe. Working with lightning-fast fingers, I undo the clasps and pull my heels off. The metal bends easily in my fingers as I wiggle the buckle, and soon I have a thin piece of stainless steel in my possession. My ticket out of this hellhole. Woozily, I get to my feet. The world spins as I take a deep breath, centering myself and focusing on the task at hand, which is getting the fuck out of here. I climb the stairs one creaking plank at a time, and when I reach the top, I try to jam the pin-shaped metal inside. Fuck. It's too thick. But it doesn't have to be. Exposed brick on the wall gives me the perfect place to whittle away at the metal, thinning it down and sharpening the tip. Now, I have a weapon and a lockpick. A devilish grin carves at my lips. Let's see how far the big bad demon falls when I push his ass off the high horse he's been riding. I slip the metal into the lock and jimmy it. I've had no experience with lockpicking, but I have watched 1 trillion episodes of Doomsday Preppers, and surprisingly, the information gleaned from that show is just what I need. On the third tedious try, the lock mechanism lets out a soft click. I hold my breath as I twist the metal doorknob open, revealing a dark hallway. And it smells bad. Terrible, like death and vomit all together at once. I gag once before covering my mouth and nose. My chest aches as it constricts, the panic finally setting in. If he catches me, he's going to be pissed. Forcing the last ounce of my courage to the surface, I surge forward, one hand on the wooden wall to guide my way. Light streams inside from somewhere ahead, and I follow it like a moth's attraction to a bulb. My hand strikes something jutting out from the wall, and I grab it before it can fall to the ground. Rising it to the light, I see that it's a golden crucifix. Coldness sweeps over my spine and I shudder. Clutching the cross to my chest, I continue forward. I've got to get the fuck out of here. The light grows, and finally I see the exit. When I leave the hallway behind, I walk into an expansive room filled with rows of wooden pews. I stumble to a stop, almost tripping over my feet. A podium is positioned at the head of the room, atop a low stage, and a massive cross takes up the entire wall behind it. I'm in a church. A feeling of familiarity creeps up my arms, turning my hair up. It's almost an exact replica of my father's chapel. Realization coats my skin, churning my stomach as memories from my past resurface in waves. My feet act on impulse, and I run as fast as I can. I don't stop to see if Thelvok is chasing me, and frankly, I don't care. I just want to be away from this horrid place. I want the comfortable safety of my apartment, my room, my nirvana. A long gravel road with open fields on both sides eventually leads me to safety. I'm not sure where I am, but the tall buildings in the distance give me hope. Cars scuttle down the road, and the falling sun halos around modest skyscrapers. I'm still in Atlanta. That's a good sign. I raise my thumb as a blue Honda drives past, and their brakes squeal as they stop. I get in the back seat, and the driver, an elderly woman with a purple knit cap atop her head, drives away. I don't look back. Lights spark across the night sky as the car drives, the glare of streetlights staining the darkness with a glistening shine. The elderly woman hasn't spoken a word after I gave her my address. Judging from my dirty attire and bruised face, she probably thought it better if she didn't uncover the mystery of me. Clutched tightly to my chest is the golden crucifix. She doesn't mention it either. By the time she pulls up to the side of my street, my eyes are drooping. All the fight, the anger and rage I felt before, has evaporated. I know I'll need to come up with a plan to defend myself when Thelvok comes to take me away again, but I'm just so tired. Even if it was only a hallucination, killing my father took its toll. I've always wanted to end his savage view of the world and the judgment that came after, but not like that. Killing him taught me that the trauma wouldn't disappear with his demise. It was a stain, and though it would fade with time, it wouldn't bleach white with a simple scrubbing. Neither would Thelvik's hold on me. I'm not a dumbass. I know if I've escaped, it was probably some sick test or fantastic luck. He'll come after me. I probably don't have much time at all. But fuck it, I can at least have one night of solid rest before he takes me away again. My building is unguarded, and inside the lobby, men in sweatpants and backward hats sit outside their open doors blaring music as they watch me pass. Cigarette smoke clings to the walls, musking the air with its scent. The men observe me as I walk through the hallway, but they've seen me here before, and they're used to my blank face. Some of them snicker, but I'm not sure if it's because of my ripped attire, the bruises, or my smeared makeup. Maybe all of those things. My apartment is on the second floor, and I climb the green carpeted stairs in silence. A spider skitters up the wall as I turn the corner, leading further up. The fluorescent lights flicker, and I try to keep my mind from wandering to the possibility that a force beyond this realm may be the reason for their pulsing. By the time I'm down the hallway and to my door, my heart is hammering. Just one more night. Just one night of fucking peace, please. My purse and all its contents are gone, probably left at the crime scene of the robbery/murder. I don't take the time to theorize what that might mean for me. We have a spare key hidden within our wreath, taped on the back of a fake white lily petal. I snatch it from its hiding place, press it to my lips in silent gratitude, and then unlock the door with shaking fingers. Home. The scent of lemon folds over me like a warm hug, and I glide across the threshold, slamming the door closed behind me. The crucifix clatters to the ground just in front of the entryway, forgotten upon arrival. As I walk through the dim apartment, tears leaking from my eyes, I strip, leaving my clothes where they fall. By the time I reach the bathroom, I'm completely naked. I turn the hot water all the way over, exhaling as the showerhead sputters to life. As I step into the tub, letting the misty water soak into my pores, I release it all. The quiet tears morph into racking sobs. In 2 days' time, I've discovered that the life I've lived is a lie. Darkness was always near, always watching. My dreams were not wholly my own. On top of that, I witnessed 2 murders, 3 if you count Pretty Boy, whose corpse is now walking and talking, being controlled by a horned dream man. My body is sore from the beating I took before the murder, and my sanity has been ripped to shreds. I can almost visualize the frayed edges that once made up my world. Safe. Controlled. Normal. That was what the last year of my life was like. It was a breath of fresh air, between the trauma of my upbringing and whatever the hell is happening now. That calm has been shattered. A new phase has begun. I scrub my skin until it is red and raw. My vision blurs as I slide to a sitting position in the tub. Hot water beats against my back as my tears dry, giving way to a numb I'm all too familiar with. This has happened before. It's natural. Reading about trauma and abuse in handbooks has taught me that much. Before, when this painful wave of numbness began, I would blame myself. Now I am older, and I know this isn't my fault, so I blame him. Thelvok said he cared. He lied. Typical of a demon. I'm so deeply cocooned in my bed that I barely hear the splintering of wood as my front door is kicked open. The footsteps that follow are my first clue something is wrong. Sitting straight up in bed, I turn to face the intruder. I knew Thelvok was coming, but damn, couldn't he at least have waited until sunrise? I wipe my sore eyes, readying myself for whatever future lies ahead. I had plans to call work this morning, so maybe, I could keep my job if they buy whatever excuse I can fabricate to explain my absence. If I can get a week off from work, perhaps that would give me enough time to find an exorcist, exorcise the demon the hell away from me, and take control of my fucking nightmare of a life again. My room is dimly lit by a mushroom-shaped nightlight near my bedside, so I can see my doorknob twist as someone enters. I throw the cover off of my thighs, revealing boy shorts and a loose-fitting black V-neck. When the door flies open, I freeze. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. The person I expected on the other side is not there. Instead, I'm met by a skinny man with tattoos covering one side of his face. He's snarling down at me, as if I were an ant he wished to squash. He reaches around to the back of his sweatpants, and when he pulls his hand out, it's holding a gun. Shit. I raise my hands. Whoa there. This must be some kind of mistake. He spits on my carpet, and my eyes narrow. No mistake, mommy. Your name, Brenna? My lips form a tight line, and when I don't speak, he cocks the gun. His free hand disappears into his denim jacket pocket, and he pulls free a thin wallet. My wallet. Brenna Massey from Flintstone, Georgia. Picture looks an awful lot like you, mommy. Then you already have your answer. Come to politely return my property? My eyes trail down to the wallet between his fingers, and he flicks it onto the ground. Where's Mark? I don't know who you're talking about, I grit out. The man smiles, revealing gold and silver-capped teeth. Oh, you know who I'm talking about. Seems to me like he ran off with you the other night, after fucking with my boys. I arch one brow. Fucking with your boys? How would I know anything about that? A knot forms in my stomach, tightening. He dips his head in the wallet's direction. They found your shit with their bodies. You ain't dead, so that means you know something. Either you help me find Mark so I can deliver him to the boss, or I can carve you up like a jack-o'-lantern and toss you into the fresh grave I just dug for my brothers. He wants revenge. A glint appears in his eyes as he smiles again, and he lowers the gun. I almost exhale when he tucks it back into his pants, but when his hand reappears, it's wielding a knife. A thick hunting knife, like the kind you see in slasher movies. Fucking hell. Okay, listen. You've got this all wrong. Your friend Mark? He's not really Mark. Wait, what I mean is? Baby girl, if you don't tell me where he is right now, I'm gonna make that pretty mouth of yours scream. He takes another step forward, and I back up until I ram against my bed. The knife glints with the purple hue of my nightlight as he approaches. Shit. He's at a church? Somewhere on the outskirts of town. Is that so? And how do I know you aren't making shit up? He takes another step toward me, so close that I can feel his hot breath beat against my cheek. I wince as he leans forward, smelling me as he presses the knife against my throat. He's going to kill me. He'll probably do worse before I'm dead, but there's no way he's letting me out of this alive. A pool of dread builds in my abdomen as a hot tear rolls down my cheek. I can show you where the church is. The blade presses closer, biting into my flesh. The scent of iron drifts up to my nose as a warm trickle of blood trails down my neck. No need. I exhale as the sound of Thelvik's voice booms from the doorway. I invite the cold wave of darkness as it rolls through my room, soothing my fears with a gentle kiss of mist. What the fuck? The stranger says, turning towards the sound of Thelvik's voice. He's a sight to behold. Even with the unholy darkness coating my carpeted floor, there's no denying his beauty. Though his body belongs to pretty boy Mark, his eyes have been the same since the moment I met him. Dark and lustrous, absorbing all the light from the room. His gaze sweeps over my body once before he focuses on the stranger, and his lips curl into a smile. Hello, Cameron. What the fuck is this? The stranger's eyes are wide, his head dipped to the ground as he watches the dark mist move about the carpeted floor. His knife is no longer at my throat, instead he slashes at the fog as it climbs up his legs. Thelvik cackles as his hands flex into fists repeatedly. His dark eyes are wild, barely containing his fury. This is death, he says. Chapter 10. Brenna, wait for me in the living room, Thelvik says, his eyes never leaving the stranger's shocked face. What? Fuck no. You're going to kill him and get blood all over my fucking floor. It's pretty irrational for me to worry about a mess when the conversation is about murder, but Mr. Knife has already pissed me the fuck off. It's him or me, and I admit I'm a little more than eager to see him squeal. He was going to kill me, I was sure of it. Probably worse. I can't feel bad about his death, not really. That doesn't mean I want him to be killed here, in the middle of my bedroom. Do as I say. Thelvik's voice reverberates, his tone echoing as if more than one person is speaking. A sudden shiver works across my spine and I cringe. Mr. Knife is wide-eyed, and his sweatpants now sport a massive wet stain at the crotch. His tattooed knuckles grip the knife and his gaze darts. Coward. Whatever. I grab the landline phone from my bedside table and hug it to my chest as I glide past Thelvik's tense form. The screams begin as soon as I cross the threshold. I try not to imagine what's happening, but the sound effects put my arm hair on edge. Deafening shouts, banging, and finally wet pounding, like when dough gets thrown against a counter. I stare at the plain wall, hands sweating as I squeeze the receiver between both palms. The stove clock reads 3:33 a.m., much too early to call in, and I don't think I could explain away the noise in the background as a slasher film. And now I have to worry about Sierra coming home and finding a body in our apartment. Fuck. Minutes pass and at long last quiet returns. I hear my door click open and shut again, then soft footsteps as Thelvik enters the room. He stands at the base of the hallway, gaze sweeping the living room until it finds me. His eyes narrow. So fast my eyes see nothing but a blur, he approaches, pressing me against the wall with his hulking body. His fingers dance over my cheek, trailing down my jaw. His eyes are soft, almost kind. Are you okay? I nod, swallowing a lump in my throat. My brain is whirling too quickly for me to reply with words. His soft expression morphs, hardening into an angry scowl. His trailing fingers close around my neck, not choking but squeezing the sides firmly. You've been a very bad girl, Brenna. I bite my lower lip to keep it from trembling. I'm not scared, and I shouldn't be excited, but damn it, I know exactly what he's doing. He knows every one of my darkest desires, and he knows just how to bring them to the surface. I've been bad, and he wants to play the Punisher. Is it wrong for me to be turned on at the scene of a murder? Is it wrong for me to lust over the literal embodiment of evil? I don't know. What I do know is that Thelvok knows how to get under my skin. It's not as easy as I imagined to pretend all those years of dreams could be wiped away with a simple bout of hatred. I've been beneath this creature. I've tasted his blood. I've done things I would never have been brave enough to try in the real world. And now it's all coming back, along with a wave of tingling warmth between my thighs. He is a demon, after all. Can I blame him for torturing? You haven't been all that nice either, Thelvok. My fingers trail up his arm, circling his wrist in a tight hold. His hand squeezes tighter. You're in a lot of trouble, doe eyes. Do I need to teach you a lesson? His eyes brighten, the dark irises twinkling like stars in the skies. I tried to hide my smile. You won't be teaching me shit until you clean my fucking room, demon. My hold on his wrist tightens, and I yank his hand away with all the force I can muster. Surprisingly, his hold slacks, but his eyes narrow. Very well, girl. I'd hate for your dear friend Sierra to come home to a mess. He arches one brow before spinning, his muscular tattooed shoulders rippling as he saunters away. Your punishment continues when my work is done, he calls. My shoulders relax as he reaches the hallway, but then he pauses, one hand clutching the corner of the wall. We aren't staying here. Be ready to leave when I'm finished. The spark within me slowly fizzles out. I knew I couldn't stay. I knew he'd take me away again, but something within me had hoped I was wrong. What about Sierra? What about my bills, my Sunday self-care rituals, my job? I hold the receiver up, biting my lip again as I debate internally. My best option would be to call Mrs. Gray and leave a message, and then pray she likes me enough not to fire me. I had an idea, an awful idea, but one that might just work. With shaking fingers, I dial the library. Ring, 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 ring. Hi, you've reached. I pinch the bridge of my nose as I pace the living room, squeezing my eyes shut tight. God, I hope I don't lose my job. Beep. Oh, hi, Mrs. Gray, it's me, Brenna. I'm really sorry to call this early in the morning, but I've encountered a family emergency, and I'll have to take the week off. My father passed away last night. I rub my forehead, cringing. And I have to travel back up to my hometown and prepare his funeral arrangements. I'm sorry this is so sudden. Thelvok clears his throat behind me, and I place my hand over the speaker to shush him. Silly me, shushing a demon. His growl in protest is even louder. Anyway, Mrs. Gray, I hope I don't lose my job over this. You know how much I love working with you. I'll call back when I get. Beep. Shit, I mutter, pressing the red button to end the call. Whatever. It's done. I'd either have a job after I deal with Thelvok, or I wouldn't. Not much else I could do about it. Are you ready? Thelvok's tone was harsh, bossy. Though he looks quite different from his dream form, his personality hasn't changed a bit. I turn to glare at him, only to balk at the 2 black trash bags in his hands. He's in there. Both bags. I clutch my stomach, grimacing as hot bile climbs up my throat. I cover my mouth to prevent myself from gagging. The mental picture of Mr. Knife being dismembered and shoved into 2 bags within 10 minutes is just too fucking much. Thelvok shrugs. Your room's all clean, baby girl. Now come. I place my hands on my hips. Bullshit. My carpets aren't even stained? Thelvok's back straightens as if I've offended him. As clean as it was before, which isn't saying much. My eyes narrow. Asshole. Before I go with you willingly, I want to know why you made me kill my father. I plant my feet firmly, setting my chin high. I wouldn't feel right about being such a pushover until I knew why he did what he did. He had hurt me. He told me he cared, and he lied. Anger boils as I flip through the memories and false promises. I at least have to try and peel back the truth. You'll go with me regardless, Thelvok says. His dark eyes swirl with emotion, and as I glare, his shadow splattered on the wall behind him spasms uncontrollably. I stand my ground, pursing my lips as I mask my growing fear. Fine, he growls, tossing the 2 bags to the floor. If you want to know so badly, it's because I do care about you, Brenna. Your father is a vile, twisted soul, controlling the innocent with his rhetoric. His power over you still holds strong, but when you killed him, a part of your soul lightened. His brows furrow together. You're healing, though you think I'm this evil demonic being, torturing you just for the fun of it. My lip trembles. And you aren't? You aren't a demonic being, sent to torture me? Thelvok arches one brow. I suppose that is how humans define me. I inhale sharply and his gaze hardens. I feed on darkness. That is true. My home is neither here nor there, but hell demons? Fictional tales woven by the church to frighten and control the masses. I feed on the darkness, but that does not mean I am its embodiment. I place my palms flat against the wall. Feeling it, touching the cool plaster as I focus on my breathing. The answers of the universe are right in front of me, but they aren't what I imagined. If what Thelvok tells me is true, then everything I ever learned was a lie. My father's abuse was unjustified, and I knew it all along. Validation. Heaven isn't real either. My voice is barely a whisper. Thelvok strides forward, closing the space between us. His eyes are distant, as if he's visualizing the world in his mind's eye. Heaven, hell, they are not what lies beyond death. Energy, expansive space with endless possibilities? That is what I know to be true. I come from a place where dark and light beings coincide, though we rarely exchange glances. His gaze centers on mine again, and his lips lift on one side. He brings his thumb up, caressing my lower lip. It's sort of ironic, in a way. My breath catches as his other hand trails up my side, lifting my oversized shirt as he traces my skin. I've tried so hard to corrupt you, my beautiful doe. And though you attract darkness like a magnet, a purity so bright shines in your soul, never to be dampened. His head dips, kissing along the sensitive flesh of my neck. That is why I have changed. Once thought impossible, the light has turned black into gray. Chapter 11. How the hell did you get a car? My jaw slacks as I gaze at the sleek black sports car parked on the edge of the street. I'm not a car girl in any way, but this thing has to be expensive. Its waxed exterior reflects the bright, warm light of the street lamp above, and it lets out a beep, beep as Thelvok fishes a key from his pocket. Don't worry about it, he grumbles, lifting the 2 lumpy trash bags with one hand. He presses another button, and the trunk pops. With little effort, he tosses both bags into the bed of the trunk. Get in. I hesitate, staring at the vehicle as the strap of my overnight duffel bag digs into my shoulder. Uncertainty tugs against my stomach, sending a ripple of nerves to my core. Should I try to run again? Is Thelvok going to ultimately hurt me, steal my soul, kill me? I step off of the sidewalk, open the passenger door, and sling myself into the seat. There is no running from this. The finality of my decision rings through me like a bell. Whatever happens is my destiny. Demonic possession and murderous gang members don't just happen to anyone, not all consecutively, like what's going on with me. My soul, if I even have one, is being tested. There's so much I don't know. So many unknown questions of the universe that Thelvok has the answers to. The robbers from the club street and the man who broke into my home tonight were dangerous, evil people. Thelvok hasn't harmed me yet, at least not physically, so I have to trust him for now. Once he's seated beside me, he presses the ignition button in the car, yes button, and the vehicle hums to life. Strangely, a creature inhabiting the body of a corpse can be warm, and his arm beside me radiates a heat that seems to tingle over my skin, caressing it like a physical touch. So, how'd you get the car? I ask. Did Pretty Boy have a wallet full of cash? If so, it must have been a wide fucking billfold, and I can't imagine why he'd be robbing helpless women with his friends. Thelvik's hands tighten around the wheel and he glares. I've never asked about your financial situation, Brenna. I hug my bag to my chest as I stare out the windshield. He's driving so fast that the street lamps blur past, but this early in the morning, the roads are empty of traffic. I find myself envisioning a police chase, and hate how the thought excites me. Well, Thelvik, we all know why you never asked. Stalking mother F. Do you really want to know? He turns the wheel, leading us further from the city. The streetlights become less frequent, and darkness cloaks the inside of the car, casting everything in shadows. I clear my throat. Yeah, it'd be a lie to say I wasn't curious. He's quiet for a long time, but I watch from the corner of my eye as his knuckles clench and unclench around the wheel. I made a deal with someone. Made a deal? A sinking realization that I know nothing about my previously beloved dream man hits me like a freight train. Yes. He doesn't look at me, just continues to glare at the road. Like the devil? From both my father and pop culture, I've heard many tales about the devil making deals and stealing souls. Is that what Thelvik wants from me? My soul? No, not like the devil. Thelvik takes a sharp left, and I hold the oh shit bar to prevent from sliding into him. I needed a car, and the sales agent wanted something. I manifested a reality in which he had it, and I received a car in return. Wait, what? Manifested? Like the new age shit Oprah and YouTube stars talk about? Yeah, something like that. He snickers, as if in on a joke I have no way of understanding. I sit there stunned for a little while longer, seemingly shocked, speechless. His answer only conjures more questions, but I don't have enough brain power to vocalize them into a comprehensible speech. After a few more sharp turns, the car shifts onto a gravel driveway that seems oddly familiar. With the full moon high in the sky, I can barely make out the silhouette of a large building, with an arching roof adorning a large cross. The church. Panic sets in. I don't want to go back into that basement. Some naive part of me thought we had grown past the need for confinement. I thought maybe Thelvik trusted me not to run again, not that I'd given him any reason for that conclusion. Beads of sweat begin to decorate my forehead, and I lick my dry lips. We aren't staying here, Thelvik whispers. That simple statement releases a mound of tension building in my body, and I exhale long and loud. The car rolls to a stop, and he puts the gear into park. His steady, intense gaze focuses on my face. Time for a little fresh air. And then he smiles and the unease returns. His hands claw at the damp earth, peeling back red clay by the handful. I cross my arms over my chest to contain my heat as a strong breeze blows through the abandoned cemetery. Turns out, the old church had another addition to its property. To the side of the wooden chapel lies an abundance of overgrown grave sites, long forgotten. The wind howls again, whistling as it beats against a tall weeping willow tree. The drooping vine-like leaves sway back and forth, and I shiver again. It's creepy as hell out here. Georgia summer nights are notoriously warm, but a chill permeates the air tonight, like autumn has stopped in for a midnight visit. Are you going to dig the whole grave with your bare hands? I ask, my fingernails biting into the flesh of my arms. Thelvik grunts as he throws another handful of dirt, clay mixture. That's precisely what I plan on doing. He glances over his shoulder, smiling with pearly white teeth. A phantom hand traces up my spine, and I shudder. We'll be here all night then. I lean against the smooth car, my eyes trailing up to the full moon. The city lights don't quite reach this far out, so the stars are fully visible against the midnight blue sky. Their twinkling sparkles have captivated my attention since I was a child. I can remember one night in particular, when my mother took me to the drive-in theater. I was young, maybe 7 years old, and as the night waned on, my attention span faltered. Sprawled out on a cotton sheet with families alongside their own cars surrounding us, I watched the stars as my mother caressed my back. The memory is burned into my mind, like a bittersweet Polaroid snapshot. When you grow up in a home filled with so much sorrow, you hold on to the good times and squeeze tight, never able to let go. Stop thinking about it. I glanced down, wiping a stray tear from the corner of my eye. Thelvok is knee deep inside his hole, which seems impossible, but knowing what I know, the unusual doesn't faze me. How do you know what I'm thinking? He tosses me another look, rolling his eyes. I've been imprinting on your soul for years, Brenna. Nothing you think goes unnoticed by me. My eyes widen. Wow, what the fuck? So I have no privacy? My deepest fucking secrets are known by you? Thelvok doesn't even glance my way. Don't act so surprised, baby girl. You aren't hard to read, whether I choose to listen or not. I kick my leather boot against the ground, glaring at the stalks of cattail as they scrape against my thigh. Fucking fucker. Bitch-ass piece of... Thelvok throws his head back, laughing. I kick the ground again, aiming a small rock in his direction. No luck. The pebble stops rolling a few inches before reaching his back, and I turn my head up to glare at the moon. If heaven and hell don't exist, maybe another culture got it right. Perhaps the Greek or the Celts. If I prayed to the goddess Hecate, would she answer my calls? Surely it's possible, if Thelvik's able to stomp around on Earth. Before I get the chance to invoke any goddesses, Thelvok hops out of the hollowed grave he's dug. Clay covers his hands and arms, reaching all the way to his elbows. His outfit is filthy, but I suppose that doesn't bother him, being as he's made of shit anyway. My internal comment earns a sharp glare from Thelvok, and I smile, looking away as he storms toward the car. He doesn't approach me, instead circles around to the truck. The car beeps softly, and then bounces as the weight of the body is lifted. Moments later, Thelvok has both garbage bags thrown into the hole. Shouldn't litter, I call, unwilling to approach the body and its impending burial. No fucking way I was getting blamed for this. I didn't even want to be named as an accomplice. Was it shitty to call myself a victim? Because if this ever goes to trial, you best believe my ass will let all the tea spill. Not sure if they'll believe my demonic possession story, but I refuse to go down for a crime I didn't commit. It's no surprise that Thelvok ignores me. After the bags are below the surface, he drops to his knees and drags the mound of churned earth back into the hole. His fist slaps against the dirt, packing it into the hole. Mr. Knife is no longer visible, his corpse returned to the land it once inhabited. I cross my arms again, tapping my foot as I watch Thelvok. Instead of rising and coming back to the car so we can get the hell out of here, he stills. His muscular, tattooed back stiffens as he digs his fingers back into the loose dirt. I squint, cocking my head as I watch his statue-like form under the moonlight. When the darkness pours from his pores, I back away, bumping into the hood of the parked vehicle. A low hum builds in the air, wafting from the forest across the field. My skin prickles with anticipation, and though my heart thunders, I can't tear my gaze away from the sight. The dark mist seeps out of Thelvok and puddles onto the ground, twitching and stretching as it slinks through the weeds. It touches the edge of the loose dirt, and then spreads like a fast-growing mold. As it dances across the surface of the grave, moss and fresh fungi grow. It's like time speeds up. Months pass within moments. I keep picturing the commercial for Chia Pets, as the little pots grow hair in the time span of 5 seconds. Thelvok sighs in satisfaction, like a man taking his first morning stretch, and then the dark mist recedes across the dirt and into his hands. I watch his palms open and close, and then the mist is gone, back to its home within him. What the fuck? I whisper. Thelvok stands and turns around, approaching with a smirk on his face. Like my magic trick? I just shake my head, mouth agape and speechless. He throws his arm over my shoulder, leading me to the passenger side of the car. Let's get out of here, doe. The fucking Four Seasons. No way, I sputter, my face pressed against the car window. Way, Thelvok murmurs in response. It just isn't possible. Not for a man who appeared on this earth a few days ago, a man without money or income. The Four Seasons is the most luxurious hotel in all of Atlanta, with rooms costing upward of $600 a night. I've never even stepped foot in its lobby, let alone rented a room. And yet Thelvok claims this will be our new place of residence for now. Until I can get in contact with a priest and get this dude exorcised. Haven't you always wished to live like the elite, Brenna? Thelvok's smooth voice is honey to my ears, regardless of my inclination to despise him. If you're asking if I've ever daydreamed about being rich, the answer is yes. Oh, how I've longed to be living the life. Wouldn't it be something if I could wake up in a mansion, sip martinis by my private pool, and ride a jet to Coachella? But I've always felt a certain distaste for the super rich as well. How could someone have an overabundance of money and not use it for the betterment of all? Well, instead of a demon, imagine me as a very sexy fairy godparent, sent to grant your every wish. Thelvok's thumb traces the curve of my neck, all the way up to my earlobe. I shudder, but keep my gaze trained on the massive building. Is that what you were doing when you made me hallucinate the murder of my father? His hand falls to his lap with an audible thud. Think of that as a welcome gift. I snort, grabbing my overnight bag from between my legs as I simultaneously open the car door. The humid Georgia heat beats across my skin as soon as I exit the vehicle, and I blow out a lungful of air, releasing as much nervous energy as I can with the motion. Another door slams behind me as Thelvok exits the car, and then his footsteps hit the pavement. His stiff shoulders are the only hint of his impatience as he takes my bag with a tight-lipped smile. Come, before they give our room away. I trail behind the demon as we cross the desolate street. It's still early morning, but the sunrise has lightened the sky enough to see by. The glow of dawn mingles with the street lamps, but the city is eerily quiet. I don't think Atlanta has ever been this noiseless before. When Thelvok reaches the oversized glass doors, he tugs, holding one side open for me. Bowing at the waist slightly, he catches my eyes, boring a heated stare through me. Ladies first. I lift my chin, tensing my shoulders as I pass across the threshold. Thelvok may have taken away my will, but he will not take my dignity. My eyes focus on the massive chandelier as the doors swing closed behind us. The floors look like they're made of wax to silver, and they reflect the glittering crystal lights that hang suspended from the tall ceiling. My breath catches in my throat as I take in the view of the lobby. Crystalline tables, enormous bouquets of white lilies, and an aroma similar to vanilla, so strong it commands the senses to acknowledge it. Thelvok passes me as I stand stunned, my eyes bulging. I pull myself together long enough to follow him to the black granite countertop, where a black-haired beauty sits behind a computer screen, wearing black-framed glasses and ruby-red lipstick. Her eyes widen as soon as she notices Thelvok, and she shoots up from her rolling computer chair. You? My brows thread together as I send a questioning look in Thelvok's direction, but his gaze is searing through the receptionist. His dark eyes seem lighter as he gazes at the girl, who can't be much older than me. Her white polo shirt is unbuttoned at the top, and her full breasts peek out through the top. I try to imagine how Thelvok might see her, what he might think of her beautiful plump lips and long lashes. I squash the small tinge of jealousy as it rises. I have no claim over Thelvok, just as he has no claim over me. Megan, so pleasant to see you again. I assume our arrangement is still in order? I glare at the white lilies as he speaks, hating the tone of his smooth voice and hating that it's directed at her this time. The girl types on her keyboard, eyes wide and throat bobbing. Why, yes, the upper floor is secured. She flips open a binder with clear plastic cubbies, each holding a white key card. On the last page, she fishes out one of the cards. I watch her features shift from fear to hesitance, and she clasps her fingers around the thin plastic. Is it over? Thelvok's gaze softens, and again a wave of emotion floods through me. Who is this woman, and what has Thelvok done for her? Am I only a cog in his grand scheme? One of countless women he claims to care for? My nails dig into the flesh of my palms, and I look away. It's over, Thelvok whispers so low I can barely hear. A breath whooshes from the girl, Megan, and her body relaxes. I don't know how you did it, but thank you. Her voice breaks, and I glance up in time to see her wiping a fresh tear from her cheek. She smiles a sad smile and then hands Thelvok the key. The top floor is yours for the rest of the month. Thelvok dips his head, dismissing the receptionist without a word. He turns, places his hand on my lower back and ushers me away. What was that about? I ask, my jealousy morphing into confusion. Did Thelvok have a history with this woman? And if so, how? He's only had this body for a few days, for Christ's sake. I'll tell you later. His voice is set, so instead of protesting, I let it go. For now. In the lobby's corner are two golden, coated elevators, so sparkling clean I forget about my emotions for the moment, content with gazing at myself in the reflection of the doors. Thelvok presses the button, and my attention turns to his reflection. I'm shocked to find that he doesn't look like pretty boy, he looks like the man I grew to love in my dreamland. Chiseled jaw, plump lips, dark eyes, shoulder-length black hair, and spiraling horns that rise from his hairline towering above his head. And I look like a peasant beside him. Like a nobody. My hair is frizzy, my eyes carry dark circles beneath them, and my curves are imperfect. Even my attire looks lame compared to his denim pants and dark V-neck shirt. I'm wearing combat boots, high-waisted shorts, and a Black Sabbath t-shirt I bought from Goodwill. God, I resemble a combination between an e-girl and an emo high schooler. Nonsense, Thelvok says, his voice cutting through my insecure monologue. I don't have time to kick his ass for listening to my private thoughts, because at that moment, the door slides open, and we both step inside. Chapter 12. The doors ding, sliding open on the 14th floor. My shoulders relax as a fragment of tension leaves my body, and I exit the claustrophobic elevator, leaving Thelvok to trail behind me. I don't get further than 3 steps before my pace slows, and my mouth drops open. When the receptionist said the upper floor was reserved for us, I thought she meant a fraction of the floor was ours. But it seems I was mistaken. The living room alone is enormous. 2 black suede couches sit side by side, with a crystalline table in between. Across from them, mounted on the dark gray painted walls, is a flat-screen TV 3 times as big as the one I had at home. A small chandelier casts a shimmering ray of light across the floor, dancing over the glossy concrete. Directly ahead are massive floor-to-ceiling sliding doors, and a view of the glimmering city is beyond them. Do you like it? Thelvok's voice comes from just behind my shoulder, and I jump. How the hell did you get this room? What kind of deal did you make with the receptionist? Thelvok passes me, grabbing my overnight bag from my shoulder and tossing it onto one couch as he saunters through the living room. Want a tour? He smirks, arching one brow. So he isn't going to answer my question, eh? My eyes narrow, and I cross my arms over my chest. He mimics my pose, and I nearly melt into a puddle on the floor. The muscles in his arms ripple, and the tattoos that cover his body from the neck down flex as his skin is pulled taut. I bite my lower lip, maintaining eye contact as I speak. Tell me what you did for the girl downstairs. I granted her a wish in return for these delectable living quarters, for you, I might add. He cocks his head, staring coldly. What kind of wish? Would it upset you if I said she had an itch only I could scratch? His brows shot up, the hint of a smile tracing his lips. I grind my teeth. No. Thelvok takes 2 strides forward and I take 1 step back. He sighs, pausing as he looks down at me. She had an abusive spouse, and she wanted to be set free. I granted her wish. My eyes widen in surprise. So you're a hitman now? I am whatever I need to be. As I said before, labels aren't my thing. His head lowers, stopping only inches from my face, and the thick pad of his thumb skitters across my collarbone. But you may call me whatever you like, Brenna. My throat bobs, and I take another step back, hating that a simple touch and a phrase of sweet nothings can affect me so greatly. I ignore the fact that my core is tingling, and my panties are wet. If I don't think about it, maybe it'll disappear. Just a fleeting moment of weakness. I'll take that tour now, I murmur, avoiding his heated gaze. The kitchen is magnificent, with a marbled bar and stainless steel appliances. The bathroom is even better, decorated with fresh green vining plants and a huge clawfoot tub. But the bedroom, oh God, the bedroom, is so beyond grand that I might actually buy into the Matrix theory, because surely nothing this beautiful can truly exist in the physical realm. The room is large, bigger than my entire apartment at home, and centered directly in the middle of the room is a deluxe-size king bed, with black silk sheets and a thick black cotton comforter. Rows of feather pillows decorate the head of the mattress, and tall wooden railings climb to the ceiling at each corner, supporting a sheer black canopy. Mirrored ceilings, another crystal chandelier, a massive oak desk with more real plants, and a cushioned chair in the corner beside a colossal bookshelf. How? I tiptoe through the room, my hands trailing over everything. Thelvok follows me quietly, silently observing everything I do. He doesn't even seem interested in the shocking amount of work that went into the decor of this condo, let alone money. Then again, he's never had to worry about such materialistic things. By the time I'm done going through the house, we make our way back to the living room, where my bag lies abandoned on the couch. I try not to think about the fact that there's only one bed, and that said bed looks an awful lot like the bed I was chained to one too many nights in our sexual dreamscapes. We should probably talk, Thelvok, I say, falling into the fluffy cushioned couch. My form practically melts into the cushions, and I lean my head back. Our eyes connect, and I find something I don't expect there. A soft sort of tenderness, a look I haven't had the pleasure to witness on him. He nods his head. Yeah, we should. I fold my legs beneath me as he takes a seat at my side, our thighs brushing against one another. I ignore the tingle traveling up my leg, instead focusing on his soft but somber expression. Are you going to kill me? I ask bluntly. No point in ignoring my unspoken worries. Might as well face them head on. His brows thread together, his face twisting with unbelief. Kill you? No. No, nothing like that. His hands rub over his knees almost as if he's nervous. I wait for him to continue. I've never dealt with this before. People of my stature aren't meant to care about their playthings. We cause chaos, feed from it, and move along. He turns his head, staring directly into my eyes. Somehow, I've picked up the ability to care. My palms begin to sweat, and I press them tightly together. Thelvok has me trapped under his gaze, and even if I could, I don't think I'd want to break whatever spell is between us. What does that mean, though? My words are breathless. I'm not like you, Brenna. When I was with you in your dreams, it was safe. Now that I'm in the physical world, in a human body, I require energy. Dark, chaotic, evil energy. The product of sinners. But I can't take any more from you, not without being unnecessarily cruel. His eyes narrow, and he looks away, breaking the spell. I don't want to hurt you, but in order to be with you, I have to hurt someone. I have to feed on someone's misery. I lick my lower lip. What if the sins were sexual? Sadistic fantasies, consensually given? Oh God, what am I doing? What if the dreams could go on in this realm? He looks back at me then, his brows raised and a smile on his lips. Gesturing at the room, he says, and that, my dear, is why we have this. Do you remember our safe word, Brenna? My arms jostle as Thelvok tightens the binds around my wrist, rope he acquired from God knows where. Our safe word, uttered many times as I tossed and turned in my bed, captivated by dreams that ended too soon. Amen, I breathe, gasping as he pulls the rope even tighter. His gaze roams over my body, which is bare except for my black lace bra and underwear. Good girl. A shiver runs over my spine at the sound of his praise. There are times when power courses through my body, yet something about submitting to Thelvok gives me a high, unlike anything I've ever felt. He moves down to my legs, tickling the soles of my feet with his fingers until I jerk away. A sly grin morphs his face, and he grabs my ankle, holding tight as he twines more of the rope around my feet. Soon I'm completely secured to the bedpost, unable to move my limbs. Do you like being tied up, my dearly devoted? I bite my lower lip, watching him with lidded eyes as he circles around the bed. Is it my imagination, or is the mist back, coating his skin like a dense fog? I struggle against my bindings, whimpering as he approaches. He leans over my chest, his hair falling over his forehead as he stares into my wide eyes. Answer me, doe eyes. Why yes, I whisper. How many times have I dreamed of this? How many times have I begged the universe for a companion who could quench my thirsty desires? Louder, he says, and the sound of a whip echoes in the surrounding room, though I can't pinpoint its location. Yes, I say, panting as I tug uselessly at the ropes wrapped around my delicate flesh. I can already see the red chafing, feel the searing hot pain of rope burn, but it only sparks more excitement within me. It hurts so good I might burst. Thelvok grabs a bundle of the black silk sheet and rips the material into a thin strip. I gulp, unable to speak. I already know what's coming. Lift your head for me, baby girl. I do as he says, no questions asked. He wraps the strip around my eyes, tying it behind my head. As soon as my sight vanishes, the actual terror begins. I feel as if I'm floating, no longer strapped to a bed in the Four Seasons, but drifting on a cloud high above the earth. Whips continue to crack, and I can hear screaming, deafening pleas that come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Can you feel me, Brenna? I nod my head, swallowing a frightful squeal of my own as a whip cracks dangerously close to my head. Answer with your voice, doe. Yes, I can feel you. And I can. His palms are traveling up my legs, over my knees, and up my thighs at a tortuously slow pace. His fingertips dig into the flesh of my thigh, and I breathe even harder. Will he tear at my flesh? Will he truly end me now, taking my soul and fleeing the scene of the crime? Somehow I know the answer is no, he won't hurt me. Subconsciously, I trust him more than myself. Can you feel this, little doe? Cold, sharp metal, skating alarmingly close to my cunt. I yelp, but the word that could release me from this torture remains unspoken. I remember Thelvik's warning from earlier, and answer him quickly. Yes, I can feel it. Do you know what this is, love? My panties are slashed open, the blade tickling my flesh as he tears through the lace. A knife. Dangerous? I mutter, remaining completely frozen as he drags the blade higher across my stomach and under the wire of my bra. Do you like to squirm? Or are you frightened of the pain I'll surely subject you to? I can feel the weight of him resting over me now, his breath hot on my neck and his swollen cock pressed against my thigh. Both, I moan as he drags the blade over my breastbone, cutting off my bra with a single flick of his wrist. Don't move, Brenna, lest you like to bleed, he says, but his warning is hard to heed, because his mouth dips to the sensitive area beneath my ear, kissing and licking. I can feel the blade against my neck, and I constrict my breathing to minimize the bobbing of my throat. Color blooms behind my eyelids, blue and bright orange, yellow and red. I take a deep breath and cry out as the blade slices into my skin, sending a warm stream of blood trickling down the side of my throat. Thelvok lowers the blade, dipping his head to lap at the thick liquid. I kick my legs, feeling the soaking wet bed between my thighs. Take me, Thelvok. Make me yours, I beg, willing him to give me what I need. His mouth lifts from my throat, and I can hear his heavy breathing as he runs his hands over my newly exposed breasts. You want me to make you mine, Brenna? Yes, please. I squirm, lifting my hips to press against his hard shaft. He moans, and then I feel the tip of the blade beneath my right breast. "I'll make you mine," he mutters before the blade cuts into me again, carving my skin with sharp stinging pain. I cry out as he cuts, partly from fear but mainly from the intense pleasure building inside me. "Now you're mine," he whispers, lifting the blade. I hear it clatter against the floor, somewhere to my left. "Now you're mine." His words ring through my head over and over. I'm his. I don't have to look to know the bleeding cut beneath my breast is his name, his claim over me and my body. His fingers swipe over the wound quickly, and I wince. "You taste so good, Brenna. Better than I could have imagined." Oh shit, he tasted my blood. My needy hips continue to move, rubbing against his thigh, which is planted right between my legs. "I wonder if your cunt tastes even better, little doe." I feel his hot breath on the inside of my thigh as he kisses me, and then his tongue snakes out, tickling my folds and swirling over my clit. I cry out, arching my back off the bed. "Thelvok, holy shit," I cry, pressing down with as much force as I can. He lifts my legs over this shoulder, his mouth never leaving my cunt as he pulls me in, eating me like I'm the most delicious dessert he's ever tasted. He moans against my clit, and then it's all over. The gradual build flows over, releasing the floodgates. My hips spasm and my toes clench, and a steady stream of moaning falls from my mouth like a chant repeated until it's only one word. "Thelvok," I repeat over and over as his tongue keeps circling my clit in perfect synchronicity with my orgasm. After every last bit of my release has been lapped up, and I can't take any more of his relentless licking on my sensitive clit, I pull my hips away. "Can't. No more," I pant, still catching my breath. His head lifts, and a sharp slap rings through the air as his palm hits my ass. "I'm not done with you yet, baby girl." His hands smooth up over my stomach, over my breasts, and finally to my head. "I want you to see this. Your poor body being used and defiled by me, and only me." His finger slips under the blindfold, and he tugs it upward, over my eyes. I blink a few times, adjusting to the darkness as my blurred vision focuses. He leans over me, his muscular body rippling as he holds his weight. My eyes trail up to his face, and his gaze entrances me instantly. His eyes are entirely black, so devoid of light that I can see myself clearly in their reflection. His mouth is covered in blood and my release, but his pearly white teeth are spotless, and on display as he bares his teeth in a malicious grin. "Do you want me inside of you, Brenna?" He lowers his forehead to mine, staring at me with narrowed eyes. "Do you want me to fuck you until your sweet cunt gives out?" I whimper, nodding my head as I gaze at him. I can already feel my arousal growing again, perfuming the air with the smell of sex. Without moving his head, he spreads my legs with his knees, planting his cock at my entrance as he peers into my eyes. I'm soaking wet, ready for him to take me. He slides in an inch, and I moan, closing my eyes and leaning my head back. He pulls out, his hand knotting in my hair as he yanks my head back up. "Keep those eyes open, Brenna." I do as he says, opening my eyes wide once more. With a single hard thrust, he slides all the way inside. I yelp, tugging on the rope. He's seated firmly within me now, and this does feel different from in my dreams. It's almost too much, too full, and I can feel myself stretching to accommodate his girth. His fingers move up my neck, across my chin and up to my cheeks. "Are you okay?" he whispers, his voice soft. I bite my lower lip and nod. God, I've wanted this since the first time I dreamt it. It's actually happening. He moves in and out at a steady pace. His previous demeanor has shifted, the sharp edges of his glare blunting to form gentle glances and heated gazes. Looking deeply into his dark eyes, it's almost like we're the only people in the world. His breathing becomes more rapid, his thrusts picking up in pace as his control dissolves. He holds both sides of my face, our foreheads touching. "Fuck, you feel so good. I never imagined it would be this satisfying." He's panting, his words murmured between moans. The cracking of whips has silenced, replaced with the harmonic tunes of our beating hearts. "I'm losing control," he mutters, closing his eyes as he holds me close. His body moves so fast I can barely compute, and his pelvis slaps against my clit over and over. I think I'm about to lose control as well. Just when I feel the rise of my second orgasm, I lift my head off the bed, surprising my demon with a kiss. Our lips touch, and my pleasure boils over. I cry out into his open mouth, and he swallows my scream, his tongue skating across mine. His cock pulses as he releases, and my swollen cunt absorbs his warm seed. As his thrusts slow, he collapses on top of me, our mouths still locked. This is our first kiss. Funny how telling first kisses can be. Some are sweet and memorable, while others blow your belief system out of the water, revealing the truth once and for all. Thelvok may be a demon, but he does really care. The depth of his embrace, the gentle way he holds me to his chest like I could slip away with a gentle breeze, tells me all I need to know. After sliding out, completely spent, he wipes between my legs with the silken sheet before throwing it onto the floor. We don't utter a single word, but our gazes remain locked as he unlaces my binds. Something has shifted between us, and I'm not sure if it's the most beautiful gift in the universe, or the most fearsome. Chapter 13. Rise and shine, little doe. Suddenly, the dark room morphs into a searing white light. Shit. Close the curtains, Thelvok. I need more sleep, I slur, pulling the sheets tighter around my clammy skin. No matter how hard I try to ignore the light in the room, my brain ultimately boots up. Thelvik's soft footsteps pad against the floor as he moves around the room, opening curtain after curtain. I groan again, this time opening my eyes to glare at him. I don't expect to be blessed with the sight of an angel, but damn, that ass. He's naked, casually moving around the room like he's the king. Or a god even. He heads toward the open door without glancing at me, calling over his shoulder, "Get up, we have places to be." Places to be? Call me intrigued. I throw the sheets away from my body, raising my arms high over my head as my body tenses with a blissful stretch. This time when I groan, it's from pleasure. I stand, surveying the familiar scene around me. The rope from last night is shredded, thrown around the room like nesting material. Silk threads from our used sheet are also discarded about the floor, and I blush as I remember how he ripped the fabric with his bare hands. Last night was something different. For a moment, I almost felt as if Thelvok was CPM, aka capable partner material. He knew exactly how to touch me, and why wouldn't he? This wasn't our first time playing, not really. He's had years to learn the curves of my body, and which ones I love to have caressed the most. Where are we going? I call out, searching the floor for the clothes I abandoned earlier this morning before things got serious. I hear sizzling in the other room, and the savory aroma of comfort food. Bacon, eggs, cream cheese bagels. I lick my lips, grab my oversized black Sabbath shirt and pull it over my head. Once I have all the explicit material covered, I let my nose guide me to the kitchen, and freeze, mouth open, at the sight of nude Thelvok with his dick swinging, using a frying pan like it's the only tool he's ever mastered. Salivating, I pull out a stool and take a seat at the bar, my eyes never leaving his toned backside as he flips the fried eggs with a single flick of his wrist. Where are we going? I grab a napkin off the bar, just to keep myself from fidgeting. He glances over his shoulder, and I swear his eyes darken at the sight of me. We're going to treat you to experiences you've only ever dreamed of, doe. My brows thread together. Why does he want to treat me? Why keep me here at all? Yes, he claims to care, but isn't he still a selfish, hatred-fueled demon? Wouldn't he have more fun with his new host if he left to travel the world, living off the chaos from day-to-day life in some vast city? I exhale a slow breath, tearing another shred from the napkin. Still doesn't answer my question, Thel. Where are we going? I hate half-truths. He turns around and places a plate of piping hot food on the bar, and I almost forget how confused I am. I open my mouth, inhaling the aroma as the steam hits my face. Thelvok places his hands against the table and leans forward, a half smile on his devilish face. "Thel. I like that. Eat up, Buttercup. We're going shopping." Thick curtains of black lace hang from the ceiling, skirting across the sparkling concrete-poured floor. After crossing into the store under the curtain, it's like we've entered an underground sex dungeon. High-quality form-fitting silk dresses drape over pastel-colored mannequins, while leather corsets with spiked sequins decorate others. I shoot a concerned glance at Thelvok over one shoulder. "What is this place?" His mouth parts, but before he has time to respond, a high shrill echoes through the room. Welcome to the Shining Serpent. How may I be of service on this wonderful afternoon?" A woman with wrinkling tan skin and thin lips glides forward. Her springy brown curls hang just above her shoulders, and her eyes are lined with thick charcoal liner. Bright garments are hung and tied over her body, forming an outfit that looks as if it's made entirely out of tribal scarves. Hood earrings dangle from her ears, sparkling in the light as she moves her head from side to side. "Oh, we're just looking." I smile politely, surprised by her eccentric welcome. Thelvok places a hand on my shoulder. "We'd like to see your private collection." My eyes widen. Private collection? What kind of clothing store is this? Do they have glass dildos in the back room, or something else entirely? Was this the place wealthy gentlemen take their sugar babies, to spoil them with velvet dresses and diamond slippers? The woman's face turns smug, and the way she looks at me with such knowing sends heat to my cheeks. I grab Thelvik's arm, squeezing. "What the hell, dude?" I whisper. He doesn't reply. Instead, he places his hand over mine as he ushers us forward, following the sales clerk. We pass clothes sorted by color. Bright red and lush maroon maxi dresses, gold and silver metallic fabrics that glitter as we shoulder past their racks, and even a purple cotton jumpsuit. Mixed in with the average fashion pieces are bold corsets, see-through bras, crotchless underwear. I can imagine why Thelvok wanted to shop here. We circle behind the register, and I hesitate. Isn't this space for employees only? Come along, dear. No need to be nervous, the saleswoman smiles, gesturing with her hand to the bead-covered archway right behind the counter. Thelvok doesn't force me to follow her. On the contrary, he's curiously quiet, watching me with calculating eyes. I take a slow step forward, and then continue into the back room, separated from the main shop by a layer of hanging beads. The atmosphere shifts yet again, growing darker and more promiscuous. Whips line one wall, some tipped with tiny sharp spikes. Paddles with holes drilled into the flat wood dangle from a wire rack, and hangers that sport leather, strapped undergarments sit directly opposite it. The woman smiles, showing a row of crooked teeth. "Looks like you've got a scratch on your neck, darling. Perhaps you'd like to see some of our blades?" I stare at her, jaw slacked. Meanwhile, Thelvik's chest rumbles in silent laughter. How dare he embarrass the fuck out of me like this? The least he could do is give me a fair warning. A simple, "Hey, we're going to a secret kink shop," would have sufficed. The woman arches one brow. "Perhaps a stiletto will suit your fancy. Or are you two the dagger type?" We'll see a few of both, thank you, Thelvok says, his face blank. Fucking ballsack mother. You'll be thanking me later, he whispers, head angled toward my ear. I can't escape the shiver that climbs up my spine, sending a tingle through my entire body. There's a glass case in the back of the small room, and the saleswoman hurries behind it. We follow her to the case, and I see a few of their top-dollar toys. My eyes must turn into the money symbols 90s cartoons illustrate, because our observant clerk settles into another smug smile. Glass dildos that shimmer like a genuine diamond, vibrating wands with ruby-jeweled handles, and a tray of beautifully designed blades. She pulls out the tray, placing it gently atop the case. Silver and gold metallics shimmer under the overhead light, beckoning me forward as if they have a magnetic pull. Some handles are wooden, while others are jewel, encrusted or wrapped in genuine leather. Though they're all different shapes and sizes, they have one thing in common: They're lavish as hell, most likely costing an arm and a leg each. Is it terrible that the first thought I have is how powerful one of these blades could make me? I imagine holding one in my hand, pressing it against Thel's throat the same way he did to me last night. I trace my tongue over my lower lip, thinking, we'll see how he likes it when I take control. How many times has he claimed the throne? I've been tied to a bed for what seems like most of our relationship, if you can even call it a relationship. Ah, have a look at this one. Genuine amethyst arrived all the way from Romania this morning. The clerk leans forward, her hair drooping close to the case as she snatches a small switchblade into her fist. She reaches out and opens her palm, revealing the most opulent object I've ever laid eyes on. The silver handle is adorned with vines, thorns, and roses, and the flower's petals are shining purple crystals. Amethyst, the woman had said. My eyes trail up to the sharpened point and the blade. As the clerk tilts her hand, the metal shimmers with a blue and purple hue. Wow, the colors, I murmur, tracing my fingers along the blunt top. The metal is heat-treated. It's the new fad, very fashionable. We'll take it, Thelvok interjects, his voice booming from behind my shoulder. The clerk smiles, folds the knife and begins to assemble a decorative box. I lean away from her, grabbing Thel's arm. What are you doing? Do you even have any money, magic man? I hiss under my breath. He places his palm over my hand, his face hard. I'm not a peasant, Brenna. I've acquired money, and I'll sure as damn spend it however I like. I recoil, shock and disgust fighting for control over my expression. I'm not your bitch, demon. Watch how you talk to me, or I'll escape your fucked up compulsion, and you'll never see my ass again. His eyes narrow. Compulsion, doe? Is that what you think this is? Maybe, but instead of speaking the word aloud, I bite my tongue, cross my arms, and watch as the clerk boxes my knife. I'm glad to be pampered, but I will not be some man's sex slave, no matter the man's otherworldly genus. Thelvok busies himself beside me, angrily snatching up leather-strapped sex clothing from the nearest rack. He tosses a few of the items on the counter. We'll take this as well, thanks, he says in a strained voice. The clerk smiles again, either ignoring our dispute or unaware altogether. I'll add the letter of authenticity for these products into the bag. Thank you so very much for shopping with us at the Shining Serpent. As I follow Thelvok through the crowded mall, arms crossed against my chest and scowling into the back of his head, I wonder how easy it'd be to get rid of him if the need arises. He's a demon. It would be naive of me not to have some sort of backup plan. His eyes are solid black, and even with sunglasses he stands out in public. I could snatch off those shades, reveal his tormented eyes, and announce to the public that true evil lives within him. Would they believe me, though? People get black eye tattoos all the time nowadays. It's creepy, but not evidence enough of demons. I don't know if I'd even believe it myself if I hadn't seen Pretty Boy's bones snap in half before reforming. And again, I wonder if I'd even want them to believe me. Would they persecute Thelvok? String him up on a cross and burn him at the stake? If this were my hometown, and my father was leading the mob, that'd surely be the case. Thel and I shared something intimate last night, something I'm not sure an evil being could take part in. Thel takes a sharp turn left, weaving through crowds of people with designer bags swinging in his arms. I follow close behind, grabbing a handful of his shirt so I don't lose him. He looks over his shoulder, his arms relaxing as he sends me a half smirk. My glare doesn't falter. I know just what you need, he says. I barely catch his voice, over the echoing chatter floating through the room. He takes another sharp left, moving between clusters of families as they spend their evening shopping at the department store sales. Thel moves with determination, and soon we're in front of an open-counter coffee shop. Along the wall are more restaurants, with a wide variety of specialties. The food court. What's your poison, doe eyes? I force my eyes to narrow, hating that the endearment has grown on me over the years. I gained the nickname from my wide-eyed gaze, the expression I wore most often when Thelvok first appeared in my dreams. Now it seems silly. Though I know he's personalized that name for me, hearing it causes my insides to soften. Triple shot caramel frappe. Thelvok gives the young teenage boy our order, and another employee gets to work making our drinks. We stand to the side as other patrons in line order their own beverages. Do you really think I'd force you to be with me using magic, Brenna? I turn my attention to Thel, where he leans against the extended counter. His arms are crossed, but his face is completely composed. Whatever raw truth I'd hoped to find there is masked, concealed with expert precision. I don't know, Thel. You're a whoa. I lurch sideways as a burly man hurtles past me, nearly knocking me on my ass. Thelvok jumps away from the counter, his previously composed expression morphing into fury. I silently pled for the man to just keep going, but no such luck. The stranger turns, his overgrown beard brushing against his t-shirt as he opens his mouth in surprise. Watch it, bitch. Oh man, he has a death wish. You should apologize to my friend Steven. Thelvik's icy cool tone turns my body rigid, and I swear both the temperature and volume in the overcrowded room lowers. The stranger's brows thread together. How do you know my name? Don't think I've seen you here before, mister. I try not to take his change in tone personally. Do certain men realize their sense of respect raises when conversing with a fellow male versus a female? And by certain men, I mean assholes. Thelvok must have noticed the shift in the stranger's tone as well, because he takes one calculated step forward, blocking me with his body. I know everything about you, Steven. I know that your left nut is larger than your right. I know your wife doesn't know about your new side piece, Bridget, yet. I even know you buy counterfeit bills from your neighbor for half the price. All of your secrets are known to me, Steven. I can't see past Thelvik's broad frame, but I can imagine the shock the poor, rude stranger must feel right now. Can't say I feel sorry for him. That is, until Thel's hand shoots forward and the stranger gurgles, gasping for breath. Shit. Chapter 14. The once loud food court grows quiet as Thelvik's harsh voice echoes through the room. All eyes gravitate toward the spectacle, observing and judging us with a silent question. I'm sure they're thinking something along the lines of, who is this person, and how is he holding a 300-pound grown-ass man in the air with one hand? I grab Thelvik's free arm, tugging it backward. Thel, stop it. He doesn't listen. I can see the whites of his knuckles as he tightens his hold. The stranger, one full of egotistical superiority, is now red in the face. His lips are turning blue. I said stop it, I hiss, tugging again on my demon's arm. He shudders, lowering his gaze. His grip slacks slightly. This man has insulted you, Brenna. He will not live another day. Shit. Poor dude may be an asshole, but he doesn't deserve to die. What if he has children? People who depend on him? Thelvok, no. He grits his teeth. What do you mean, no? Is he really going to make me spell it out for him? For one, there are a ton of witnesses. And two, well, murder is wrong. I inhale a sharp breath, dig into his arm with my nails, and lean forward. Just drop it. Let's go now. If we don't leave soon, I have a feeling more blood will spill. I can hear the pounding of feet drawing nearer, and the jingling of keys. A security guard, maybe a custodian, running to the rescue. If I can't extract Thel from this situation, they'll try to arrest him, and I know for a fact they'll die trying. I've seen what Thelvok can do. I've watched as he broke every bone in 3 bodies at once. I've witnessed literal darkness seeping from the palms of his hands, wrapping around his legs like a dark serpent. Even if these human rescuers were bodybuilders, I doubt they'd last more than 5 seconds. Thel releases his grasp, and the stranger falls to the concrete floor, clutching his neck and gasping for air. I gasp too, releasing a shaky breath of relief. Thel grabs our drinks from the counter, which had been placed there shortly before the fiasco escalated, and snatches the shopping bags from the floor. "Let's go," he thunders, stomping past me. "Hey, stop," someone behind us yells. I speed walk to Thel's side, not speaking, as we exit the sliding doors and enter the lot. As we rush to the car, the sun dropping behind the high pines, I realize what I've just done. I've controlled a demonic entity to do my bidding. Does this mean my soul's corrupted? Or is Thel not nearly as evil as he claims to be? I slurp my frappe, staring at the blurred highway through the windshield of Thelvik's car. I'm still not sure what model it is. A BMW? Volvo? Something sporty, that's for sure. Thelvok hasn't uttered a word since we left the mall, but his hands have been locked over the wheel in a death grip. His knuckles are white, his fingers flexing over and over. I have a feeling that I've upset him, though he should be fucking thanking me. What does he think would have happened if he'd killed that man? And what the hell would I have done, being involved in a murder witnessed by the entire food court? I guess he doesn't have to think about consequences. How different it must be to live forever, so long that any insignificant mistake is overshadowed by the stretching of time. As the road winds on, I realize we're heading away from the city. I straighten, placing my drink in the cup holder. Aren't we going back to the hotel? No. More flexing of the hands. By the end of our trip, the steering wheel will definitely have handprint, size dents. Well, where are we going then? The sun dipped below the horizon minutes ago, although the residual rays are still lighting the sky. Instead of light blue, it's a strange lilac purple, like a dusty haze of violets smeared above the earth. A lone bird flies high in the distance, its wings stretched wide as it rides the current. "I have something to show you," he replies, rolling his shoulders as he stares stagnantly ahead. I wonder if he sees the same beauty in the windshield. Maybe not, considering his rigid posture. I lean back in my seat. What can a girl do? Run away? Nah, I'm not that stupid. Kill myself? I wince. No, not after everything I've already overcome. Thelvok is a challenge, and one I'm not sure has been put in my path to tear me down or build me up. Regardless, I'm in it for the long run, and I have a feeling that wherever this journey takes me will only lead to where I'm meant to be. The road stretches on, slowly slanting upward as we climb a sharp hill. Trees blur past, wild and untamed. I wonder if Sierra is having fun on her camping trip? Has the bag filled with lip gloss served its purpose? I smile, but it cracks. What happens if I can't get rid of Thelvok by the time she returns? Will my old life come to an end, transforming into something wickedly immoral? By the time the purr of the car dies, I'm biting my nails as I stare into the void. The clicking of Thelvok undoing his seatbelt snaps me back into reality, and I raise my head. Where are we? Little light remains in the sky, but I can see a clearing and the sky above it through the window behind Thel's head. My window is darker, shadowed by the towering forest only a few feet away. Thelvok sighs and rubs his hand over his face. We're doing something you've always dreamed of, Brenna. A fairy tale come true. I hesitate, surprised by his honesty. I slowly unbuckle my seatbelt, letting the belt slide back into place. Why? Thelvok stares at me like I've asked the dumbest question in the world. Have I not been clear, Brenna? Do I have to prove myself yet again? Before I have time to reply, he leans forward, catching my face with both hands. His lips crash into mine, clearing my mind of anything other than his scent and the touch of his skin. Cinnamon and iron, wrapped in a searing warmth that's comparable to hot springs. The kiss steals my soul, reforming it and then shoving it back into my body. Thelvik's lips finally release me, and he leans his forehead against mine. Get out of the car. I do as he says in a daze, opening my door and sliding out into the darkness. The hooting of an owl greets me from the forest's edge, while the wind whips through the small clearing. Above us, the stars appear one by one. They glitter, growing brighter before dimming again, over and over. And the moon, holy shit, the moon. Her full beauty is visible tonight, the phase reaching its apex. Her craters are dark gray, but the rest of her surface is the same color as my walls back home. Whitewashed, but traces of the shadows remain. My feet crunch over gravel as I walk around the car, still obeying Thelvik's order. I'd be more inclined to do as he says, if he kissed me with that much intensity more often. When I reach the driver's side, he's pulling a faux fur blanket from the back seat. What's that for? Of course, he doesn't answer. He just sends me a stony stare as he slams the door closed again. He grabs my wrist, tugging me along behind him. You ask too many questions, he grumbles. I snicker. Yeah, well, I'd rather be knowledgeable than ignorant. He chuckles. And yet you are both. Burn, my internal voice screams. I glare at the ground, kicking a stone in frustration. Here, Thelvik states, throwing the blanket onto the ground. The grass is nearly dead, the yellowing blades burnt to a crisp at the ends. As my eyes strain to see the rest of our surroundings, I notice a sign a few feet away. I step forward, squinting harder to read in the dark. Warning, drop off ahead. My eyes dip to the ground behind the sign, but instead of dead grass, I find the glaring lights of the city miles below. Gulping, I take a quick step back. Thel, this is a damn cliff. Yes, it is. He doesn't elaborate on why we're at a lookout, but when I twist to look in his direction, I see him laying the blanket out on the crusting hard clay. Is Thelvik, a literal demon, trying to be romantic? Okay. Thel's doing the romance thing again. I can roll with this. I put distance between myself and the rocky drop-off, shivering as I imagined how far I would fall if I tripped over my own feet. Thel smooths out the creases in the blanket and then pats the area to his side. My mind conjures an image of a lion, patting the floor beside him as he beckons the antelope. I approach with my arms wrapped around my chest, but my gaze unwavering. Butterflies beat the inside of my stomach, but I ignore them as I lower myself beside my captor. That's all he is and all I am, his captive human to toy with at his leisure. Do you know why I brought you here, Brenna? His shades are gone, and his dark eyes are on full display, flashing as he stares at me unblinking. I swallow thickly. To kill me? He said it's something I've always wanted, and I suppose the bittersweet finality of death would make the list. I've never tried to end my own life, but I've looked death in the face and wished for it to take me. Not so often since I left home, but still. His mouth turns up in one corner. He touches one thumb to my cheek, stroking it softly. Only you could be so morbid and still look cute. My cheek heats beneath his finger. He drops his hand, but instead of moving away, he threads our fingers together. When you were younger, you dream about the stars. Once, I brought you to the Grand Canyons so that we could lie together and watch the night sky. Do you remember? I nod my head. I do remember. It was a year into our dream meetings, and Thelvik couldn't stop my tears, not even in my dream state. In fact, it was the first time our meeting was anything more than sex. He didn't even speak, just held me through the night. Back then, I had originally thought it was my mind trying to comfort the weakened, broken part of my subconscious. Now, I realize it was him. It was always him. I know it's hard to comprehend my arrival, but I want you to know I'm still the same man I was then. Better now, maybe, Thelvik says. His thumb strokes the side of my hand as he speaks, and a part of me wonders if magic is involved here. Is the beating of my heart a side effect of his words, or is it a compulsion? I wish things were clearer for me, Thel. I just don't know. I mean, this is crazy. I glance down at the ground, feeling the weight of my words. How many days has it been since my world was turned upside down? I've witnessed countless murders, and still jumped into bed with the perp. Is the broken part of my soul just dissociating the bad from the good? Have I ignored Thelvik's sins to take advantage of the comfort his presence brings? I lean back on the blanket, gazing up at the wondrous moon. Her beauty shines so brightly, I almost forget about the beast at my side. The warmth of his hand in mine is the only sign that he's really there, the rest of his body going as still as a statue. Do you ever wonder how the universe was created? I hold my hand up to the sky, opening and closing my fingers. When they're open, the moon peeks through the cracks. When they're closed, it disappears again. I thought you believed in science? The Big Bang or bounce, or whatever the leading theory is nowadays. Thel leans back on the blanket beside me, resting his head on his arm. I honestly don't know what to believe anymore, I murmur, dropping my hand back to my side. Thel's arm brushes against mine, and a tingle radiates from the place where our skin touched. How can a world once mundane be so confusing? Why did you decide to haunt me, Thel? Or possess me, or whatever? I turn my head to the side, and our eyes connect. His nose is a fingertip away, almost touching mine. The warmth of his breath is so comforting, it's hard to picture him killing all those men. But I saw it, and I remember. Thelvok isn't a saint, and I can't afford to humanize him. You walked into a diner. Wrong time, wrong place. His thumb smooths over the side of my hand. I wouldn't change it. Before I met you, I was horrid. No better than any of the other dark ones. Now, I have light. I have you. I swallow the thickness in my throat. But you're not a good person, Thel. You almost killed that asshole in the mall. He blinks. I've never claimed to be nice. I am evil, and I always will be. As long as there is darkness in this world, I will chase it. His mouth turns up on one side. However, you aren't so holy yourself, Brenna. There's a darkness inside of you, a tangle of webs you can't seem to purge. We're the perfect balance of light and dark, as long as we stick together. I can't vocalize what I truly think. I can't say, but how can we stick together when my old life is waiting? How will I explain my new demon boyfriend to my roommate? How can this work? His dark gaze sucks any argument right out of me, and besides, I have a sinking suspicion that he already knows about my obvious trepidation. He arches a brow. Sinners are more fun, anyway. Aren't they, my corrupted little doe? Suddenly, the quiet calm is disrupted. Thelvik's sweet, soft, sensitive side vanishes like a ghost. His eyes narrow, and his once warm fingertips turn cold as ice as they move up my arm. How would you like to play another game, doe? Are you ready to feed my darkness yet again? Chapter 15. Do you remember the beautiful blade I bought you, doe? Do you remember the way you imagined sinking that blade into my flesh? How good it would feel to take back your power? Thel moves in a blur, leaning over me with his hulking form. My breath hitches, and my eyes widening as his face drops closer to mine. His eyes, so dark and ominous, reflect my frightened expression. He won't really hurt me. He won't really hurt me. He won't really hurt me. No matter how many times I repeat the mantra in my head, it doesn't feel true. The dangerous glint in his eye is something I've seen before, the look of a psychopath. Similar to Mr. Knife. Answer me, doe. His hand circles around my neck, squeezing slightly. I remember. I can feel the pump of my heart through my veins. The glow of the moonlight, once welcoming, lights up the cliffside field with a sinister illumination. It's in the shopping bag, inside the car. In a moment, I'm going to release you. When I do, you have 10 seconds to obtain the knife before I give myself over to the darkness. What? I can feel the trembling of my legs as they quake beneath his body. After you have the blade in your hands, you run. When I catch you, you'll have to spill my blood. Do you think you can do that, sweet little doe? His eyes are more feral than I've ever seen them before, not at all human. Behind him, surrounding his shoulders, is the mist, as dark and menacing as ever. Before I have time to protest, the grip on my neck slides free. Run. I scramble to my feet, leaving the faux fur blanket in a heap on the dead grass. The car is a few yards away, and I leap over tall stalks of wild grass in my rush. When my hand slides over the cool metal handle, a deafening howl, not quite human, builds behind me. A quiet cry slips from my lips as I yank the handle open, reaching inside for the white paper bag. When my fingers connect with the paper, I heave it to my chest, clutching the bag tightly. I don't have time to retrieve the knife from its box before the pounding of feet sounds off right behind me. I yelp and then run, not turning to look back. The forest is the devil's playground. At least that's what my mother used to say. Now I'm running towards the woodland's edge, hoping to outrun the devil himself. I reach into the bag, sobbing as I run through the night. As soon as my fingers close around the gift-wrapped box, I toss the bag aside. It blows in the wind, disappearing behind me. I don't have time to look over my shoulder. I don't need to. Thelvik's footsteps hasten through the earth behind me, and his demonic growls snake through the forest. Skittering animals flee ahead of me, trying to outrun the beast at our backs. My foot tangles over an exposed root, and I stumble. Shit. With shaking fingers, I unlace the red ribbon that holds the box together and rip off the lid. Inside, the jeweled blade glimmers in the dark. I seize it from the box, flick my finger over the triggered release, and squeeze my eyes shut as I twist around to face the demon. Thelvok is no longer Thelvok. He's transformed, his human body twisted and deformed. I want to scream, but I'm too paralyzed with fear to utter a single word. The creature stalks forward on 4 twisted limbs, crawling backwards with his head between his knees. What the fuck have I gotten myself into? Pray. Pray, hunt, he croaks, his voice distorted. I lift my shaking hand, holding the blade in front of my chest. Stay back, you vile beast. The monster's chest shudders and a throaty laugh leaves its mouth. Am I not who you expected, doe? My hand shakes hard, but I keep my eyes focused on his twisting body. I never realized Thelvik's true nature. In the past, lust and pleasure always fueled our encounters. Now that I've seen the truth, and can't look away. He lunges forward, and I take a quick step back. My foot catches on another jutting root, and then I'm falling. As soon as I hit the damp forest floor, my breath whooshes from my body with an audible gasp. My lungs capsize and I clutch my neck, willing it to work again. He climbs up my legs, leaning over my face. Are you ready for this to end, human? I still can't breathe, can't do anything but claw at the ground with my free hand. The knife is pinned between me and the creature's forearm, and I jerk it free. Fuck you, Thel. I scream, and then I slam the blade into the side of his head, through his ear. Blood pours, dripping warm liquid into my mouth. I gag, squirming as I try to crawl from beneath him. He twists, cracking his bones into their proper position as he keeps me pinned with a single hand. He blinks a few times, rolls his shoulders, and then pulls the knife from his ear with a sickening slosh. Don't mind if I do, baby girl. You're an asshole, I grit. I'm completely pinned beneath Thelvok, although the weight of his arm on my chest isn't painful. I just can't. Fucking move. And the fucker thinks it's funny. Were you frightened, little doe? He throws his head back, laughing. Oh, you should have seen your face. You'll be seeing more of my face as I shove my foot up your. He wiggles a finger in my face. No need to get nasty, Brenna. I gawk. No need. What the fuck, Thel? I mean? My eyes widen further. What the hell are you? He arches a brow. You saw me inhabit this body, saw me claw into his flesh and eat his soul. Surely you knew I was capable of reenacting human fears. I shudder, remembering the moment well. But he had saved me then. Now he's trying to scare me. And I guess that's the point, frighten the prey and chase her until she fights back. But he said I could take control into my own hands, and I don't feel very in control right now. But I could. I grab the knife from the ground where he dropped it moments ago, picking up decaying leaves along with it. Thelvik's lips turn up at the corners, almost like he thinks I'm being funny. Oh yeah, laugh all you want. I place the knife against his arm, the same arm pinning me to the ground. I have to keep myself from wincing as the blade cuts into his skin, but I find it's not as awful to watch as I imagined. Actually, it's sort of exhilarating. He bites his lower lip, his eyelids lowering to watch as my small knife carves into his flesh. Let go of me or I'll hurt you worse. My voice sounds husky to my own ears, and my breath is coming faster. Heat spreads between my legs. Thelvik's expression, so open and visibly turned on, fuels my lust to burn even brighter. He releases me, falling back on his ass. The canopy of the trees part where he lands, and the moon shines down on his form, casting a shadow across his face. His tattoos are fully visible, and I imagine using my knife to carve my name into his skin. You've been a very bad demon, Thel, I whisper as I slowly rise from the ground. His hair blows in the slight breeze, whistling between the trees, and holy hell, how can one person be so attractive? In my mind, it's like his appearance is melded with two people. Dream Thel and Pretty Boy Thel. Both incredibly beautiful, both slightly feral, and both all mine. Do you think you deserve to be punished, Hellion? His brows arch and he smiles again. Yes, I think so. And who better than you, Lightbringer? Oh, a little roleplay then? Me, the haloed angel, and him, the vile creature created in the fiery pits of hell. I chuckle, waggling the blade between us as I crawl to his side. I must cleanse the earth of your filth, demon. Cleanse it, O mighty one, lest I bring hellfire upon the world. I laugh. I can't help it. Thel cracks a smile too, and I know he's finally back to his usual self. No more monster chasing me through the forest, no more growling. After my chest stops its rumbling, I return to character. Placing my knife on his neck, I lean in, our heads inches apart. Any last wishes, beast? His eyes droop to my lips and I lick them. Perhaps you can try to cleanse me in another way. I've heard angel energy can be transferred through intimate acts. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I trace the blade down his neck, scraping though not breaking his skin. He nods his head, and a bead of red crimson dots against the tip of my knife with his movement. Powerful. That's the only word I can think of to describe how I feel with the knife in my hands. I can cut, slice, or hurt Thel the same way he's hurt me in the past, and he can't do a damn thing about it. I'm in control, and if he wants me to release him, he'll have to obey my orders. I slide my free hand between my thighs, tugging my lace thong down to my ankles. Do you want to be set free, demon? My voice is thick with need, my breath coming quicker. He nods his head, and another bead of blood forms. I throw my panties on the ground, press against his chest until he's lying on his back in the dirt, and lower the knife. You're going to treat me like I'm the highest of royalty, demon. I climb up to his head, widen my thighs, and sit on his face. His tongue slides against me, gliding up and down as I move my hips. Don't stop or I'll cut you again, I moan. For a brief moment, the reality of my actions hit me. I'm in the middle of the forest, riding a demon's face like I own both his body and the land it rests on. I feel like a queen of the damned. Maybe it's selfish for me to thrive with this monster and all his dark ways, or perhaps it would be a sin for me to turn down such pleasures offered freely. Regardless, Thelvik's mouth feels much too good for me to linger on such thoughts. His tongue swirls over my clit, and I don't even care if he can breathe or not. All that matters is riding this wave to completion. I deserve to orgasm after everything he's put me through. I trail the knife over his shirt, unfocused on my weapon as my eyes close. I moan, giving in to my pleasure unreservedly. Some angel I am. Thelvok slaps my ass on both cheeks, gripping my butt as he guides my hips faster. His tongue works quicker than any average human should, snaking over my clit, and then dipping to my entrance, over and over until I'm lost to the rhythm. 2 more seconds pass before I fall, losing myself to the intense ripples of pleasure as they rip through my body. I cry out into the night, my head tipped high to the moon. By the time the tension in my body recedes, Thelvok has escaped. He slid from underneath my legs, and I feel his hand on my back. My knife falls to the ground, no longer useful with all of my energy spent. Did you like coming on my face, baby girl? Did that give you the high you craved? I don't respond. Too busy catching my breath and willing my legs to stop shaking. His hand rubs soft circles on my lower back for 2 beats, but then he shoves me hard, pushing my head into the ground. He lifts my skirt, touching my swollen cunt with his fingers. Are you ready to take me, doe? I moan something resembling approval, and Thel spreads my legs with a gentle shove. His rough grip on my shoulders holds a bite of sweetness, as his thumbs caress the exposed skin near my neck repeatedly. Rough yet soft all at once. My back tenses as the sound of his zipper sliding down floats through the air. Anticipation replaces my haze, and I get the urge to back into his thighs, but his grip on my shoulders holds me in place. Not so fast, Brenna. He leans forward and his flesh touches my exposed ass, teasing me. I want to take my time with you. Fuck. Take all the time you need. I've gotten what I came for. Lies. I want so much more than a simple face ride. I want him to stretch me, to claim me, to make me his. Goddamn, I'm a needy little whore. He's corrupted my already sin-stained mind. He smacks my ass and I jolt, my yelp disrupting the quiet of the woodlands. You haven't gotten shit yet. His hand on my shoulder tightens, and he tugs me up. My back is flat against his chest, and my skirt has hiked all the way up past my navel, so his hard erection presses into my leg. Thel's lips skirt down my neck, sending pulsating electric tingles through my whole body. I moan, hating how right it feels to be touched by him. You're mine, doe. All mine. With my back held firmly against him, both of us on our knees in the dark surrounded by the hallowed earth, he presses inside me, stretching me slowly. I relax into him, absorbing his cock like it belongs within me. And maybe it does. Maybe it always has. Thelvok shudders, and then he wraps his other hand around my chest, creating a cage with both arms. You're all mine. Mine? His thrusts increase in pace, and I grip his arms with both of my hands, holding on for dear life. My cries echo through the woods, in sync with the pounding of our flesh. The moon shines on the ground, nothing in its way other than our shifting shadows. I watch with lidded eyes as Thel's shadow rams into me repeatedly, and after a moment's glance, I notice the protruding horns climbing from his shadow's head. Those certainly weren't there earlier. I realize it doesn't really matter. No matter what form he physically manifests in, his touch and essence are the same. I'd know it from anywhere. I'd know it in death. With a rippling cry, my second orgasm rips through my body. Thelvok growls, biting into my shoulder, and comes inside of me. I'm his. Always his. Chapter 16. This morning does not differ from the last 3. I wake up, sore from hours of sex the night before, and bacon is permeating the air. It feels like Groundhog Day, a repeating movie, rewinding each night and starting over the next morning. I'm not entirely mad about it. The sex is fantastic, and I'm getting to know a very vulnerable side of Thel I didn't even know existed. But how can this lifestyle be sustainable? My old life is on pause while I'm caged inside this luxury hotel, and I'm not sure how to escape. I don't want to escape. Thelvok has grown on me, and I want to keep him. However, I can't abandon the old life I've built, brick by agonizing brick. I throw the silk sheet off my sticky body, rolling off of the bed with a quiet thump. The air is alive with the sizzling of grease and the scent of home-style breakfast. Sometimes I wonder if Thel knows how to cook a human meal, other than bacon, fried eggs, and toasted bagels. I run my brush through my tasseled brown hair, not bothering to look in the mirror. After the strands are untangled, I toss the brush back onto the dresser and slide my thin black nightdress over my head. The material is sheer and see-through, which is one of the items Thel bought me at the upscale sex shop inside the mall, and the heart-shaped bodice leaves nothing to the imagination. I've worn this thing for the last 3 days while locked away in my tower. I release a lungful of air and leave the bedroom, approaching the bar where a very nude Thelvok is standing. The dude doesn't seem to care about clothing, and I can't say I'm upset about that fact. Sleeping Beauty has awoken. He tosses me a devilish grin over his shoulder, flipping an egg without looking. I shrug my shoulders. Yep. The disappointment in my tone must be notable, because his brows thread together, and his smile falls. What's wrong? I shrug again. What can I say? That I'm tired of spending every day like the last? That my mind keeps circling back to my old life, and how I can return to it without leaving Thelvok? I can't tell him I wish he were human, so that we could live life like a normal couple. Couple? Is that what we are? He slides a plate across the granite counter. Eat? I comply. Sex, every night with Thel, leaves me with little energy, and I salivate at the sight of the food. It may be the same thing I've eaten for the last few days, but it's also fucking decadent, like something a celebrity chef would be serving. Thelvok pulls out a stool across from me, sits and places his elbows on the counter. He watches me, not blinking as I eat my food. I can't say I enjoy being stared at as I scoff down breakfast, but I'm used to his uncanny observation by now. As I eat, I eye the wounds covering his chest, smiling to myself. These last few nights fucking glorious. I've never had a partner so in tune with my desires. When I need to be put in my place, he gladly delivers, and when I want to run the world with an iron fist, he readily turns into an indestructible punching bag. His cuts are mostly healed, but the thin pink lines remind me of what I have to lose. Thelvok is evil. He's a terrible creature, however he's also everything I've ever wanted. And now that I have him, I don't want to let go. Then don't. I freeze, a piece of bacon dangling from my fingertips, partway to my open mouth. What? You don't want to let me go. Then don't. He leans forward, his eyes narrowed. We can stay this way forever. Until the earth burns. I shake my head. No, we can't, Thel. I have a life built here, one that I can't give away. Friends, a job, school. He flattens his hands against the countertop, spreading his fingers wide as he leans even closer to my face. You don't have to leave it behind. We can stay here, together. I snort. So you can follow me around, and kill anyone who merely glances at me wrong? Sounds like a bad idea, Thel. Thelvok pushes away from the table, leaning back as if I've struck him. You'd prefer it if I let people run all over you, Brenna? You want me just to sit back and watch it happen? I shrug. I don't want that, but that's the issue. How can I have the best of both worlds? How can I keep Thelvok just the way he is, and still live a fulfilling life? Right now, it just doesn't seem plausible. Even if the thought of leaving him rips my heart from my chest and shreds it into a million pieces, I know deep down that I can't be his ride or die, not if that means I cause unnecessary anger-fueled deaths. What happens the next time I encounter a rude-ass man in the mall? Thelvok is fuming, his fury rolling from his shoulders in waves. I like this body. If you leave, I'll be forced to follow you in spirit. Do you want me to continue to haunt your dreams, Brenna? Do you want to go back to that, when right now you have the real thing? Shit. He's right. Feeling his flesh against mine is something else entirely. It's addictive. I'm not sure I could go back to our dream sessions, even if I wanted to. I tap my foot against the barstool footrest, thinking. Then you need to work on suppression. Could you do that for me, Thel? Could you retain your sanity without killing? His face morphs, twisting into a dark scowl. If that's the only way, then I think I could manage. I gnaw on my lower lip. Well then, we better start practicing. If I have to stay in this room another night, I'll lose it. These walls were pretty for the first few nights, but eternity? Yeah, not going to happen. Thelvok threads his hands together and places them behind his head, relaxing into the pose. I know the perfect place. Get ready, baby girl. We're going out tonight. Are you ready? Thelvok squeezes my shoulders gently. I nod my head. My eyelashes brush against the red silk blindfold, blinking even though I can't see anything but filtered light through the material. Thelvik's warm fingertips massage the muscles at the base of my neck once before he slides up, unlacing the knot. The ribbon falls, gliding through the air gracefully before settling near my feet on the floor. I watch it fall, but am soon captivated by the reflection in the mirror. I don't recognize myself immediately. How could my dull appearance compare to the majestic queen on display before me? As I lift my hand, the being across from me mimics the movement, and I gasp. Thel, how did you pull this off? A crimson velvet dress, the trim decorated with gothic black lace, holds my curves tight. My breasts are lifted and pushed tight, displaying a golden chain with dangling diamonds hanging from my neck. I trail my fingers over the necklace with tears in my eyes. The clothing and diamonds aren't the most shocking aspect of my attire. Nor are the black pumps. It's my face and my hair that really does me in. My cheeks are coated with a subtle deep blush, and my lips are smeared with ruby red lipstick. My brown locks have been curled and pulled tight into an updo, held together with diamond-studded bobby pins. Seriously, how the fuck did you do it? Do you have a cosmetologist hidden in our closet or something? Thelvik's eyes are misty as he watches me in the mirror, his outfit surprisingly put together as well. His dark gaze sears into me, and a warm calm settles over my body. We're the perfect pair. Him with his white buttoned-up and black slacks, and me with my boudoir attire. After a moment of our mutual staring, he clears his throat. I may have picked up a few things while admiring human fashion trends throughout the years. Understatement of the fucking century. I smooth my hand down my dress, turning to look up at him. Where did you get this stuff? He cracks a half smile. Are you that unobservant, doe? I narrow my eyes and purse my lips, and he laughs. I purchased some of it at the Shining Serpent. Megan was kind enough to deliver the other items. Megan. I decide not to linger on the thought of Little Miss Receptionist, so grateful to Thelvok for delivering her from evil, bringing up a package while I'm unaware. There's no use in being jealous when I have Thelvik's hands all over me every night. The fact that he purchased these things with the sole purpose of dressing me up is enough to cleanse my mind of all worries. I give Thel a once-over, letting my eyes drift from his feet up to his head. You're looking dapper as well, Mr. Demon. His laughter fills the room with so much energy it's hard to imagine him being anything but divine goodness. I smile, memorizing each of his smile lines. This has to work out. We have to find a way to coexist in this world together. I can't lose him, even if that means losing myself. Are you ready, doe? Thel reaches out, brushing one thumb over my cheekbone. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. As ready as I'll ever be for the beginning, the end, or both. Chapter 17. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. The car engine shuts off in the shadowed parking lot. Darkness coats the inside of the vehicle, but the lights from the gold room shine brightly across the street. Loud music booms from the gated front doors, and its vibration moves through the car seats. I thought it only fitting to take you to the place we first met in the flesh. Thelvik's smile lightens his words. Bullshit. We met there. I point down the street to the unlit corner where my life changed forever. Thelvok shrugs, placing his hands against the steering wheel. No difference. I was with you inside there too. He juts his thumb toward the club entrance. And yes, I remember everything that went on inside that grimy bathroom. My cheeks pool with blood, and my stomach does a backflip. Shit. I forgot about that. Well, that's actually pretty rude, I grumble, rubbing my palms together. Suddenly, my eyes widen even further. Wait, what else did you see? His brows arch, grin growing sheepish. I grit my teeth. Freshman year, the August party at that frat house? Lived every second of it. Poor lad didn't know how to get you off, huh, baby girl? Not like me, isn't that right? My fist flies out, connecting with Thelvik's muscled shoulder. He doesn't even flinch. Asshole. I open the door, escaping the tension-filled car. How fucking embarrassing. My first time was not only witnessed by my clumsy participant, but I had a stowaway peeping from the shadows. Not to mention, every time I've touched myself. Oh God, was he there the first time I plugged in my rabbit? I step up onto the sidewalk, ignoring the sound of Thel's car door shutting behind me. You don't remember that night, after you lost your virginity? Thelvik's voice makes me startle. He's standing right behind my shoulder, inches away. I glare up at his towering form, crossing my arms over my chest. Not really. Dreams are often forgotten, I sneer. I ignore the pout on his pretty lips and look both ways. Cars bustle over the lanes, and for now, I'm trapped with Thelvok on this side of the road. Thel leans in close to my head. After you fell asleep, full of needs left unfulfilled, I showed you how a real gentleman touches a woman. His warm breath tickles my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. I stare at the road, trying to ignore the effect his words have on my betraying body. And after you came, over and over again, I kissed and caressed every ounce of skin on your delicate flesh, marking you as mine. Have you ever wondered why no one has lived up to your expectations, Doe? I glare at the cars as they blur past, willing the traffic to clear. It's because I've spoiled you with my cock. I've shown you what genuine passion is. Finally, thank fucking God, the last vehicle zooms past. I rush into the street, leaving Thelvok to chase after me. Stupid son of a bitch. Of course me, a girl who only wants to live her best life, gets stuck with a possessive-ass demon stalker. When I hit the other side of the street, I walk past chattering couples and girlfriends in short skirts, waiting for entrance into the club as I make my way to the end of the line. I don't look back to see if Thelvok is following. His invasion of privacy has turned me off, and now I don't even care about my mission for tonight. So what if he's the best lay I've ever had? So what if his arms feel like home? I can do without him, if he's going to be a pain in my ass for the rest of my life. Asshole. You can't really be mad at me, Brenna. I don't turn to face him. I keep my back straight and my chin up. Once we get inside, I'm going to take a few shots, dance to my heart's content, and forget about my worries for a little while. Let Thelvok do whatever the fuck he wants. We'll see how mad you are later, when I have you on your knees, choking on my... I twist and slap my hand over his mouth, glancing at the other patrons in mortification. Shish? Watch your mouth. You aren't getting shit tonight, Thelvok. It's the doghouse for you. If you want to be a normal couple, then you'll get normal treatment for being a prick, I hiss. His brows thread together as his eyes narrow. He tugs my wrist away gently. I didn't say it, I wanted to be normal, Doe. His gaze pierces through me, and a jolt runs up my legs, settling into the pit of my stomach. Well, I'm normal, and I have emotions. My privacy being invaded tends to bring up the foulest of them. I lean in closer, pressing against his chest. And I don't want these randos hearing about how good I take your cock, Thel. Dirty talk is for the bedroom, not the line at some shady nightclub. This makes him grin again, and the air seems to lighten. Soon, we've made our way to the doors, and the bouncer looks us up and down. He's ripped, a little too muscular, and his head is shaved military style. His arms flex as he reaches forward. IDs please. Oh shit. My ID is in my handbag, and I pull it free with shaking hands. But Thelvik's only been in his body for a little over a week, so I don't imagine he's had time to order a fake ID. The guard glances at my card and nods his head, and then moves on to Thelvok. Much to my surprise, Thel reaches inside his pocket, pulling out a leather wallet. He flips it open, and the bouncer takes a quick glance. Admission is $12 each, he grunts. Thel pulls out a 50 and slides it over. You can keep the change. The bouncer's eyes glimmer, and he quickly unlatches the chain so we can pass. I grab Thelvik's arm, pulling him close as we cross through the open doorway. Where'd you get an ID? I whisper. Thel's mouth twitches and he flips open his wallet. The clear card holder is empty. What? My face scrunches together as I look closer. The sleeve is empty, with no card to be seen. Optical illusion, he murmurs, guiding us through the mass of bodies. After a bit of pushing and shoving, we finally make it to the bar. The gold room is busier than it was the first time I was here. The floors are the same sparkling gold as they were before, but now the dozens of feet scuffling across its surface dim the shine. High above our heads, the mirrored ceiling mimics the wave of movement from below. If I stare up for too long, it almost makes me feel dizzy. The bartender takes a while to notice us, but when he does, his eyes shine with recognition. He glides past shouting patrons as they demand refills on their drinks, ignoring them in favor of me. Hey there, gorgeous. I didn't think I'd see you back here so soon. He shines a dazzling smile, running his hand through his dirty blonde hair. A heavy arm settles over my shoulders. Thelvok staking his claim. My gaze remains locked on the boyish bartender, and the glint in his eyes extinguishes as fast as it had sparked. He clears his throat, slaps a rag over his shoulder, and looks down at the bottles behind the counter. What can I get for you today, miss? I'll take 3 shots of tequila. Pronto. I sneak a peek over my shoulder, noticing how stiff Thel is as he stares at the poor bartender. And he'll take a whiskey on ice, please. We'll definitely have to tip this dude extra. Thel's glare is enough to ruin anyone's night. The bartender pours our drinks, takes Thelvik's money and skitters away. I exhale all the tension I've been holding in my chest, and grab my first shot, turning it up quickly and drinking it in one gulp. The liquid burns its way down my throat, heating me from within. Thelvok sips on his drink quietly. What's wrong? I sigh. He shakes his head. I don't like the way he looked at you. He turns to survey the room, his face morphing into stone. I don't like the way any of the men in this place look at you. I toss up my next shot, relishing the fire as it funnels through me. It's called jealousy, Thelvok. If you want us to be a normal couple, you'll have to get used to it. My fingers close around the third shot glass, and I turn to look at my demon companion. And no, jealousy is not an acceptable excuse for murder. He leans back against the bar, his eyes locked on the room as he observes the crowd. He sips from his drink like it's water, not even making a face. What can't he do? I sigh and push away from the bar. Let's go dance. The dim lights shimmer as I sway against Thelvok. His form is stiff, and so rigid that I think I've finally found one thing he isn't perfect at. Dancing. Or maybe I'm the one who's terrible at the movements. The alcohol flushing its way through my blood has given my ego a false boost, but either way, I'm having fun. The music changes to a slower beat, somewhat uncommon for a club, I think. But I know the words of the song. It's one of my favorite bands, and fits the mood perfectly. Lavender Blood, by Fox Academy, washes over me, and the vibrations of the soft beat penetrate my bones. I lace my arms around Thel's neck. I love this song, I slur. He rubs a circle on my lower back, pressing his head into the crook of my neck. I like this version of you, Doe. You can't hide your authenticity. I never hide. But it's a lie. I've always hidden. Always. My life is one big game of hide-and-seek. The preacher's daughter has to reflect the household, of course. Sweet little Brenna can never misbehave, or else. But with Thel, I can misbehave all I want, and it's encouraged. He doesn't shove me into a box. I lean back so I can look at him, and cup his cheek with one hand. I never thanked you. His expression reflects that he knows what I mean, but he asks anyway. Thanked me for what? My breath hitches, a wave of emotion flooding my chest. For making me face my past, and helping me bury it once and for all. He places his forehead against mine. I wanted to do it a long time ago, though. I'm sorry it took so long. I open my mouth to say more, but the song changes, shifting into an upbeat raver tune. I clear my throat. I'm going to the bathroom. Want to order a few more drinks? His hands trail down my arms and he nods his head. He touches me for a beat too long, as if he doesn't want to let me go, but finally he does. We part ways, me heading to the bathrooms and him returning to the bar. I don't notice the shift in the air immediately, nor the two beefy dudes who watch me as they lean against the back wall. My head is filled with nothing but Thelvok as two firm hands grip each of my arms, hoisting me out the side exit and into the dark alley. I scream, but it's too late. My cries disappear into the chaos of voices and music. Let go of me. I kick, trying to land a blow on one of the men's legs. They don't say a damn word, just continue to drag my struggling body through the small alleyway. Suddenly, they release me, and I think this must be a massive misunderstanding. But then I remember Mr. Knife, and his warning about an unhappy boss. A car door opens behind me, and I'm yanked backwards. Not a second passes before hands are on me, holding me down as the door closes again, and the vehicle speeds away. Chapter 18. I scream, but my voice is muffled by a large calloused hand that's pressing firmly against my lips. I try anyway, yelling until my lungs and throat ache. Are you done, Ms. Massey? I struggle against the hands, my wide eyes searching for the speaker. Two men on either side of me stare straight ahead, and I follow their gaze. An older gentleman with a graying comb over, a blue tux, and rings on every finger stares at me with a wrinkling glare. He laces his hands together and places them on his crossed knee, watching me expectantly. MFFCKR. LMME go. I can feel my saliva against Mr. Strongman asshole's palm, and he makes a face. He sits to my right, dressed in casual clothes and covered in tattoos. To my left, the other bastard squeezes my arm tight. 3 men against 1 girl, not a very fair fight. Let her speak frank, the old man says. Mr. Strong, man asshole drops his hand, wiping my spit on his knee with a scowl of disgust. I want to spit on him again, I really do, but my fight or flight adrenaline keeps me frozen in place. If I fight back, will they kill me? Are they going to kill me, anyway? Best to play it cool. Find out what they want, give it to them, and pray I make it out of this alive. Do you know who I am, Ms. Massey? I shake my head, pressing my swollen lips together. I bite the edge of my cheek to distract myself from the pain of the stronghold grip on both of my arms. The old man smiles, revealing crooked stained teeth. My name is Giovanni, and for some reason that's entirely baffling to me, you've run off with one of my best men. The old man places his hand beside his thigh and grabs something, lifting it again a moment later. A black, glistening pistol rests easily in his hand, and he places it on top of his knee. Oh shit. My eyes dart to the windows, watching helplessly as the city lights blur past. The only person with the ability to win this battle is miles behind me. Thelvok, hurry. Now, Brenna Massey, I want to know what kind of fuckery you morons think you're up to. Has Mark undermined the whole goddamn operation, or has he truly lost his goddamn mind? Giovanni's shoulders shake, his mouth foaming. Droplets of his spit splash against my face, and I recoil from his anger. He reminds me of my father. And the same calm washes over me. Just like before, when I was a young girl, and the house was brimming with my father's fury. I retreat into myself, praying silently to no God in particular. At my silence, his anger rises. His wrinkled face turns beet red. Answer me, dumb bitch. He lifts the gun and reaches forward, popping me so hard in the chin with the butt of the pistol that I see stars. Still, my voice remains stuck inside my throat. I'm going to die, and I can't even plead for help. My heart hammers against my breastplate, so loud that I'm sure everyone in the limo can hear it. Boss, I think she's in shock. Maybe we should have grabbed Mark instead. I stare straight ahead, my vision unfocused as I listen to their conversation as if it is background noise. Something is wrong. I feel stuck. Maybe I am in shock. Mark killed Cameron. He's off his fucking rocker. He would have made a scene, and Jefferson doesn't want any attention at the gold room. Besides, if he really likes this dull bitch, he'll come to us. He'll come. He has to come. The tension in the car is palpable. Both of the handsy men on either side of me continue to hold me down, not that I'd be able to escape the moving car. The old man, Giovanni, squints as he taps on his smartphone. The dude can barely work technology, but he sure knows how to wave a gun around and beat on women. I fume silently, half wishing I could fight these bastards. My shell shock has worn off, and now my mind is whirling with various solutions to my problem. If I could just get out of the car, get somewhere with space to breathe, I could run as far as my legs could take me. My jaw aches from the hit I took earlier, but otherwise I'm intact. Getting out of this mess could be a lot harder. Secretly, I'm hoping Thelvok is close to catching up with us by now. I have a weapon at my disposal, and when he finds me, these bastards will pay. I don't even care if they die. Thel can chop them up like Mr. Knife, and I won't bat an eye. We've been driving for 20 minutes at least, and the cityscape has given way to large swaying oaks and church steeples. Rural Georgia. Though each town is different, it all feels the same. Small-minded townsfolk guided by their fear of judgment. That's what it seemed like, anyway. If they're driving this far out of town without blindfolding me, then they plan on killing me for sure. I'll be dead as soon as they realize Mark, aka my demon lover's host body, took the bait. I just hope he can take them out before Giovanni pulls the trigger. The old man leans back in his seat, placing his phone to the side. Something has been tugging at the edge of my brain, Ms. Massey. That night when you met up with my men, no doubt already scheming with Mark, how did he manage to take out his brothers without a weapon? The coroner said their bones were shattered, even their spines. I press my lips together. My answer to his question wouldn't go over well. Oh yes, you see, you've stumbled upon a unique situation. Mark is actually dead, and his body is being controlled by my demonic boyfriend. Oh, don't believe me? Fuck around and find out. No answer? How about this one? He leans forward and his stank, musty breath beats against my face. What's the end game? Steal my fortune? Get back at me for killing his comrade? I've told him multiple times the boy was a snitch, but did he listen? No. Giovanni isn't even looking at me anymore. Instead, he begins to fidget with his rings and glances out the window. Beads of sweat dot his red forehead. Is he nervous? Paranoid? Men like him are dangerous. Not because he's wielding a gun, though that's undoubtedly alarming, but because he's on edge. He's losing his cool enough to hunt down a young girl and kidnap her without knowing the full story. The limousine comes to a rolling stop, and Giovanni straightens his jacket. Well, we're here. How long do you think it'll take for him to track her device? Device? Do they think Thel's going to use a phone tracker to hunt me down? I have the sleek metal in my handbag, but it hasn't gotten much use since I've been with Thel. Work knows I'll be gone a while. Sierra has no reception in the mountains, and my parents are dead to me. I'm not even sure Thel has a phone of his own, let alone the knowledge on how to track one. But I know he'll come. He's imprinted on me, or bonded with my soul or whatever. He came when I was in trouble with Mr. Knife before, and I have faith that he'll come to my rescue this time too. The grip on my arms finally slacks as the men open their doors and step out of the vehicle. The darkness is thick, but a single overhead street light illuminates the limo's surroundings. Cracked pavement with weeds growing throughout leads the way to a massive industrial building, its metal exterior rusting from being in the elements without care for so long. It's just the type of place you see in crime or horror movies, where the perp drags the victim to be tortured and murdered. Oh shit, they're going to torture me, aren't they? I look down at my revealing velvet dress, and the newly formed bruises rising on my arms and chest. It wouldn't be very difficult for them to find some skin to carve into, or even worse. I swallow a thick lump forming in the back of my throat, my anxiety rising to all new levels. Just don't think about it, Brenna. Get out, Mr. Strong Man, asshole barks. He holds the door open, flexing his muscles as if to say, try me, bitch. No thanks. I'll let Thel take care of these bastards when he gets here. And he is coming. God, please let him be coming. Mr. Strong Man asshole grabs my arm and hauls me from the car, and my ankle folds as my heel hits the concrete. Fuck. I whimper, but my captor doesn't even bat an eye. He half drags my limping form to the shady-looking entrance of the building, and I hear the limo door slam behind me as footsteps follow. Giovanni strolls past with a pair of jingling keys in his hand, sliding one of the metal pieces into a chained padlock. The chains rattle as they slide free, collapsing in a heap at the old man's feet. He glances over his shoulder, tossing me a twisted grin. Welcome home, princess.
Chapter 19. Thelvok. Of course, the moment I turn my back on her, she gets into trouble. Before I even make it to the bar, her cry calls to me, echoing over the wave of musical vibrations. It's the first time since entering this host that I am experiencing the downside of human flesh. I'm not fast enough, not even close. I shove through the crowd, slinging humans out of the way as I part the sea of bodies. When I reach the back door where her pleas originated, the alleyway is empty. Tires squeal as a long stretch of a vehicle speeds away, kidnapping my precious human. One blink of time and she's gone. Taken. My fists clench at my sides. An urge, something primal, coats me inside and out. I want to go back inside the bar and destroy every human in sight, just because they were involved in her being taken away from me in some minuscule way. I want to crash my head against the brick building until my skull splinters. I want to fight. To kill. The door behind me flies open. A scrawny man with black glasses and dirty blonde hair spills into the alley. The bartender. He looks at me, his eyes alert. Hey man, what happened? I heard the girl yell. He looks me up and down, narrowing his eyes. You didn't hurt her, did you? I scowl, barely containing my fury. The only thing keeping me from ripping him limb by limb was Brenna's comfort around him. He was very flirty, but she seemed at ease in his presence earlier. Her body language tells me more about the humans than she's ever realized. The bartender's sins are evident to me, though they're minor and frankly quite embarrassing. His goodness, however, the knowledge is lost, almost hidden. If Brenna felt he was a decent person, then I'll trust her judgment. Besides, I fear she'd probably hate me if she found out I had tortured him slowly before ripping out his heart. I didn't hurt her. Someone took her. I point toward the road. My feet move on impulse, pacing back and forth as I rub my chin. I can feel her, but each second she travels farther away me. I've got to go find her. My car is in the front, and there's no time to waste. The bartender takes a step back, his eyes widening. Dude, your eyes are pitch black. I shoulder past, not bothering to comment on his keen observation. The car hums as I shift into high gear. I can feel my girl. She's scared, alone, and helpless. Some dumb bastard stole her, and for what? Because they think this flesh suit cares anything about their slimy drug operation. Because a few of their men met their end? It doesn't matter what they claimed justifies their right to steal Brenna. She is not some random girl, and I am not merely a man of crime. I am forged from evil, birthed by the darkest energies in existence. And before the end of the night, they'll be making their new home in that dark void. My vehicle doesn't move nearly as fast as I'd like it to. Angry tendrils of darkness spring from my clenched fists, coating the inside of the car in a cloud of dense black smog. Outside, storms are brewing. Lightning flashes in the sky, its thunder rumbling to the beat of my heart. It's hard to drive when all I can see is red. If they hurt her. I shake my head, dispelling the thought. Those fuckers wouldn't dare lay a finger on her. And if they do, I'll be sure to keep them alive long enough to learn from their mistakes. Brenna and I are linked. My essence imprinted with her soul the moment I chose her for the taking. Everything she feels, I feel. Everything she sees, I can see. When the car she's trapped inside stops in front of an old industrial warehouse, I burn the image into my memory. Pressing the gas pedal down to the floorboard, I speed toward her. The sky is darkened, mirroring my mood. I can't stand the thought of my doe being hunted or harmed by anyone other than myself. What if they take her life? My own existence will no longer be bearable. I've never heard of a demon being destroyed before, but if a world without Brenna is in my future, I'll be the first to discover death. The steering wheel bends as my fists constrict on it, and I cannot relax, no matter how hard I try. After what seems like hours on this desolate stretch of highway, the city far behind, I find the gravel driveway that leads to my captive mate. The car drives all the way down the path, thunder shaking the earth as my heart thrums harder. Just one more minute, doe. You're almost safe.
Chapter 20. The interior of this shithole is not what I expected. Instead of the vacant wasteland I pictured in my mind, it's rather clean. The floors are made of concrete, and the fluorescent lighting flickers overhead. Chattering voices echo from further within the dwelling, past the long stretch of corridor my assailants are dragging me through. This will be your new home for the foreseeable future, Ms. Massey. Giovanni smiles, displaying his crooked yellowing teeth. Once we deal with Mark, I'll decide your fate. If you don't cause too much trouble, we might find use for you. His gaze roves down my body, lingering on the exposed skin at my knees. His smile deepens into a smirk, and I suddenly feel dirty, like unseen grime is coating my flesh. Asshole. Come on, Mr. Strong Man, asshole mutters, tugging me forward again. We pass a few empty rooms as we move through the hallway, and these do reflect the outside of the structure. Doors are missing from their hinges, and the windows are busted, with shattered glass decorating the dirt-riddled floor. However, we don't enter these rooms. We continue forward until the hallway opens up to a massive chamber. Tall poles reach from the floor to the ceiling every few feet, but it's hard to miss all the people even with the columns obstructing my view. 100 citizens must be working here, lifting gray duffel bags with the letter G embroidered on the side. Some girls look no older than 17, most likely beckoned off the streets to do Giovanni's dirty work. The thought churns my stomach and I clench my fists. The men don't look like they're in very good shape either, most of them wearing street clothes with holes and shoes with flappy, worn soles. I watch one man with tattoos stretching from his arm up the left side of his face, lifting a bag and dumping out bundles of cash, then lifting saran-wrap squares and stuffing them back inside. Drugs? A girl near one of the tables catches my eye. She's staring, her bronze-colored cheeks discolored with purple bruising. Her eyes are sad, almost pleading, but I can see the numb hopelessness there too. I want to reach out to her, to save her from these terrible people. Yet how can I, when I can't even save myself? Don't you know it's impolite to stare? Mr. Strong Man asshole tugs on my arm and I wince as I'm forced to limp on my newly sprained ankle. To be very honest, I always used to think those kids in middle school who came into class with a brace on their foot and complaining about a sprained ankle were exaggerating. Now I understand their pain all too well. Karma is a bitch, isn't it, Brenna? I watch as Giovanni strolls forward, chatting with one man as he packs the bricks into a duffel bag. The chatter that was once echoing in the large room has quietened with the presence of their so-called leader. If first impressions could speak, they'd call him a scumbag. Old or not, the dude needs to be taught a lesson on how to play nice. This way. We turn, separating from the old man. Both of the younger men seem to relax as soon as we put distance between us and Giovanni, even though their hold on me tightens. My arms ache from where they're squeezing, and I know I'll be sporting some nasty bruises when all of this is over. If I make it out of this building alive, that is. As my captors tug me down yet another hallway, something in the air shifts, like an electric current creeping over delicate skin, or the pressure slowly rising. My stomach flips, my adrenaline climbing, as if I'm at the very top of a roller coaster, staring down at the impending drop. Thunder crashes somewhere close outside, shaking the building. Damn, the storm's coming on fast, bro, the man to my right says. He must be back up, but I doubt his scrawny ass could do much without the bulge of a gun beneath his waistband. Mr. Strong, man asshole, who appears to be second in command to Giovanni, shrugs his shoulders. Weather app said it might rain later. No storms on the radar though. That's because the storm is a monster unlike any other. I don't know how I know it's Thelvok, but it's almost as if I can feel his touch on my skin. He's coming, his essence is nearly here. Another rumble of thunder shakes the building, and this time the lights flicker. Tornado ripped through here a few years ago. Better keep an eye on that app for alerts, man. Mr. Backup's eyes dart across the hallway, his shoulders straight. We stop in front of a door and Mr. Strong, man asshole, opens it wide. He pauses, smirking at Mr. Backup over my head. You afraid of a little storm, Derek? Just then, a deafening rumble ripples through the air. The building shakes, but unlike before, this tremor shatters windows and causes the walls to shift. Glass smashes against the concrete, spraying across the floor in shards. The lights continue to flicker, going out for seconds at a time before sputtering back to life. Mr. Backup squats, his eyes widening the size of saucers. What the fuck is that? Mr. Strong, man asshole's eyes are wide as well, but he's maintaining his cool. He glances at me and gestures to the open door. Get inside. I bite my lower lip, debating on if I should put up a fight. The room is plain, with painted white brick walls and the same slate gray concrete floor. There's no furniture, not even a chair to sit on, which causes the ache in my ankle to pulse in protest. It's clean though, and I decide it's best to just go along with their orders for now. Thel will be here soon, and then this nightmare will be over. Mr. Strong man's eyes narrow at my hesitation, but he's distracted by yet another rumbling tremor. I slide into the room as gracefully as I can manage with my injury, and he slams the door closed. Their footsteps pound against the concrete as they retreat with their tails between their legs. I slump against the wall as I wait, and hope for my knight in obsidian armor to come and save me one last time.
Chapter 21. Thelvok. I slam the car door shut just as another rumble of thunder shakes the earth. I can smell the sin inside this building, dark and musty. With no time to waste, I walk over the cracked concrete and approach the rusted metal door. Inside, my doe awaits, scared and alone. Because of them. Anger turns my veins into fire, and blood rushes behind my ears so loud I can barely hear my own thoughts. I lift my leg and kick the door, blowing it off its hinges. Inside, humans scream. The lights flicker. The walls shake. I smile. Revenge is like sugar, sweet and highly addictive. I'm eager to find my trapped doe, but the urge to tear apart the men who brought her here is too strong to overcome. Darkness ripples over my skin, forcing my anger to take the reins. I roll my shoulders, shuddering as my natural form pierces the flesh of my host. My horns split through the skin on my skull, rising and curving upward. They scrape against the ceiling as I take a step forward, shredding the plastered ceiling and causing white dust to rain down to the floor. Another human screams, and this time the cry is more feminine. I ignore it, too focused on my transformation. As I gaze down at my flexing fists, my nails begin to grow. Black talons stretch from my fingertips. Their edges are serrated and as sharp as a blade. The hallway is dim, but surprisingly whitewashed. White painted tiles and ugly gray floors lead me to an opening. The corridor expands into a massive room with people shuffling nervously around white plastic tables, their wide eyes trained on me. Paralyzing fear radiates in the air. Darkness leaks from their pores, feeding me, making me stronger. My lips lift on both sides, displaying a row of razor-sharp teeth. Hello, and where might your leader be? Screams erupt, and tables flip as humans scatter, hoping to escape before they become my meal. Standing perfectly still, his mouth agape, is an older gentleman with a balding head and wrinkling skin. I take a step forward, chuckling to myself as his crotch area turns wet with piss. Giovanni, is it? He doesn't say a word, his face frozen in a mask of terror. Why did you think it'd be appropriate to ruin me and my girl's date, old man? Still no answer, though his lip begins to tremble. Your silence isn't appreciated, G. May I call you G? I trail one claw over his chin, a thin line of blood rising from his skin. He whimpers, his lips trembling. I suppose it doesn't matter what your name is. You'll be dead soon. I look down at his feet and make my way up. Seems as if you've lived a long life anyway. Pity. He murmurs a plea, his legs quaking. I cup my ear with one claw. What was that, G? Please, dear Lord, forgive me. His red eyes well with tears, spilling over to trail down his dry, wrinkled skin. Your Lord is a fable, my dear boy. He falls to his knees, blubbering for his long-lost mother to come and save him. It's pitiful, and quite boring. With a sigh, I squeeze his neck, watching with glee as his head tumbles free from his shoulders and rolls across the floor. I survey the rest of the room, watching as humans continue scrambling to get out the doors. Too bad they're sealed shut. They won't release until I give the word, and I'm nowhere near done with these people. You. I point at a man with stretched ears and tattoos trailing up both arms. You brought her here, correct? Touched her skin? My eyes narrow and my fists flex. I didn't mean no harm. He raises his shaking hands above his head, tears streaming from his face. You meant no harm? Is that so? I take a step towards him, and then another. Why is it you worked for the old man, Derek? High wages? Or was it the women who you could use and abuse at your leisure? His neck constricts as he tries to catch his breath, but he's too stricken with fear to do much more than gasp. I grab him by the shoulders and dig in with my claws, tearing into his warm flesh. Blood squirts onto the floor as he screams. I smile as I pull slowly, ripping his shoulders clean off his body. A gun goes off. Pop, pop, pop. I turn toward a burly man with a duffel bag filled to the brim with cash over his shoulder. His long beard is graying at the ends, though his hair is hazelnut brown. I pout, turning my lips downward as I glide across the room in his direction. Ouch, Johnny. You shot me. I circle around him, grabbing his neck before he realizes what's happening. With one sickening crunch, his head snaps free from his limp body. I toss it over my shoulder and move to the next person. One by one, they fall. I shouldn't be having as much fun as I am, but damn it, I was made to spill blood. A few humans, primarily females, cower behind two overturned tables. No matter how much I love to kill, finding and falling for Brenna has given me a conscience. The fucker gets on my nerves, if I'm being honest. After I kill all the sinners in sight, I creep to the back of the room. A set of double doors lie hidden within the shadows, and I kick them open with one foot. The women in hiding peek over the table, probably wondering how long they have until I kill them as well. I lower my head, staring at my bloody feet. Go ahead, leave. They stare at me, unease written on their faces. They assume I'm trying to play games, and that I'll eat them as soon as they come near. I can't blame them for those fears. Lifting my hands palm up, I backstep away from the door. 5 bodies leap from behind the table, bounding out the opening as fast as their feet can take them. I lock the exit behind them, sealing the building shut again. There's at least one more tick I need to pluck, and he keeps trying to evade me. Leaving the main chamber, I veer to the left, where a dimly lit hallway stretches endlessly. A door swings shut a few paces ahead. The last man, and he's leading me straight to my golden egg. I straighten my back and forge forward, setting my sight on the room where my sweet dough awaits.
Chapter 22. The screaming starts a few minutes after the door closes. At first, it's the silence that brings my awareness to Thelvik's arrival, but then the shrieks begin. It's a strange feeling to be both comforted by the terrible dying cries and frightened at the same time. Sweat cakes my brow as I watch the door, barely blinking. 1, 2, 3 screams in the last minute alone. The once muggy room is now freezing cold with winter air, even though it's the dead of summer. The lights have been flickering non-stop, as if the electricity is pulsing in waves. "No, please, God help me," a man begs. His voice cuts off mid-scream and I wince. So many people were in the building, and not all of them deserved to die. Some were women probably trying to support their children the only way they knew how, or maybe the asshole, Giovanni, conned them into doing his bidding. The cries were once at a distance, but they're closer now. Footsteps pound against the concrete on the other side of the door, and the walls shake with my demon's fury. I wonder if Giovanni is sorry to have fucked with us by now. Has he learned his lesson, or did he die with the same old grimy attitude? I no longer fear the men. When they first kidnapped me, I was alone. Now, Thelvik is all around me. I can feel him in the air, through the walls, on my breath. His energy is a warm hug, a promise that he's coming for me. A promise that he won't let anyone hurt me, to a fault. I really hope all the innocents got out of this building unharmed. As I bite my nails, staring straight ahead at the rusted metal door, a new rush of heavy footsteps sound down the hallway. Instead of speeding past like many of the others did, these slow in front of my door. Keys jingle, and then the barrier swings open. Mr. Strong, man asshole, rushes forward, drenched in blood from head to toe. How do I kill him? His eyes are wide, resembling a madman. I arch one brow. Kill him? Mr. Strongarm grits his teeth. I know you know, stupid bitch. He yanks me up by my arm, and I hiss as my weight centers on my injured foot. Tell me how to kill him, or I'll kill you right now. He presses cool metal to my forehead, and I look upwards at the gun I didn't realize he had in his hand. You can't kill what's already dead, I mutter, unable to take my eyes away from the barrel. One slip of his finger, and it's all over. My forever with Thelvik could disintegrate into nothingness. Mr. Strongman narrows his eyes. Better think of something then. I'm not dying today. I open my mouth, ready to beg for my life, but all that comes out is a cloud of warm breath. The air drops 10 degrees and a frosty chill moves through the room. Mr. Strongman shudders. Lower the gun now. My eyes dart up, glancing behind my buff captor. Thelvik stands in the door opening, shadows rippling over his bare chest. At first sight he seems almost normal, but he's anything but. His voice reverberates deep in his throat, like multiple people are speaking at once. His dark eyes are as black as night, focused entirely on the gun pressed against my temple. Both his fists are clenched around the splintering wood frame. I soak him in, memorizing the sight. Pretty boy's body must have been no match against his true form, because sprouting from his forehead are twin horns, spiraling toward the ceiling with sharpened points. His facial structure has also shifted, reforming into those perfect cheekbones I remembered so well from my dreams. Two forms meshed into one new, powerful body. Thel takes one step forward, leaving bloody footsteps where he was just standing. Lower the gun, and I may let you live. And then he smiles, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. Well, that's new. The gun shakes against my skull as Mr. Strongman quakes. Liar. You'll kill me. You killed everyone. If you kill her, you'll take your last breath. The gamble is yours. Another wicked smile. His relaxed expression is terrifying. I can feel the fury radiating off of his skin, can taste it in the air. Mr. Strong, man asshole will not live another night. That is for sure. You let me out of this building, and I'll let her go. Mr. Strongman's grip on my arm tightens. I wince, and I see Thelvik's eye twitch. You've taken too long to decide, Frank. Pity. Before the last word even leaves Thel's mouth, the gun propels through the air and hits the wall on the other side of the room. A look of shock filters across Mr. Strongman's face before he explodes. Literally explodes. Blood and chunks of flesh rain down from the ceiling. Crimson liquid splashes over my eyes and, oh God, into my mouth. I fold, collapsing onto the floor as my stomach constricts. I retch, though nothing comes out. Did you have to do that? Fuck. I try to wipe my mouth, but blood is covering my hands and everything just smears, causing me to retch again. Thel doesn't say a word. He crosses the space between us, bends down, collects me into his arms and then presses me to his chest. His hold is so tight I can barely breathe, but I let him hug me as much as he wants. Soon his shoulders begin to shake. Still I don't move. I don't speak. What can I say to dispel his worries? For a moment, when the gun was between my eyes, I thought all was lost. The thought of losing him was like a stab in the chest, and I suppose demons can feel that same desperation. Thelvok can feel the same loss and longing and shit, even love. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and loop my legs around his waist, careful not to put pressure on my hurt ankle. I'm sorry. I killed them. They won't hurt you again. No one will take you from me. His voice is deep and raw. I press my lips to his neck and smooth my hand over his head. I know, Thel. It's okay. Everything is okay. Bodies are piled in the corners of the hallway, barely more than a puddle of sinew and bones. Thelvok won't put me down to hobble around on my own, so I survey the gruesome scene from over his shoulder. It makes my stomach churn again, but I feel partially responsible for these deaths. If it weren't for the asshole Giovanni, most of these folks would still be alive. Did the old man cry? I ask, my head resting at the crook of Thel's neck. He pissed himself and called for his mother, Thel replies matter-of-factly. I thought his honesty would bring me comfort, but it's actually kinda sad. As we walk through the large open room, I see a mass of bodies piled high in the center of the room. Blood coats the floor like a thick layer of paint. Duffel bags and white powder are slung about the space, some hanging from the steel ceiling fixtures. My gaze gravitates back to the bodies. I count 10, 15 maybe. Weren't there more people here? Thel's shoulder shifts as he shrugs. I let the innocent flee. I stop breathing and time stills. Lifting my head, I lean back and gape at his blood-smeared face, finding open and honest eyes gazing back at me. My heart melts and my reality reforms. Thel let the innocent live. He can control himself. His darkness isn't an all-consuming force of reckoning. You let them leave just like that? His chest rumbles. Just like that. His hand smooths over my back, rubbing in a circular motion. I may have learned a thing or two about humanity in the last week. I smile and press my head back into the crook of his neck. I don't care about his demonic origin story, or the fact that he's dark and murderous. Thelvok has shown me a world I only thought existed within my own head. He won't let the big bad monsters get me, because he's a much larger, menacing creature. A siren sounds outside, echoing through the silent chamber. I pat Thelvik's back. Let's go home. Chapter 23. So, did you kiss Brendan? I ask, bumping my hip against Sierra's. She blushes, the answer written all over her face. Maybe, she answers, biting her lower lip. I throw another bag onto my bed, unzipping and opening it wide. Sierra folds one of my shirts and adds it to a stack. I gather the pile, shoving it into the bag. My once colorfully decorated walls are now bare, each of my belongings packed into various totes strewn around the room. Sierra was less than pleased to find out I had met a man, and decided to move out a week after meeting him. She couldn't know I've been with him for years, and that he isn't a man, instead a supernatural being who's plagued my dreams since I was a teenager. A few nights of champagne, and a hefty offer from Thel to pay for my half of the rent for the remainder of the year, finally won her over. My job was lost, sadly. It turns out sweet Mrs. Gray tracked down my parents and tried to send her condolences. I'm sure my father was upset to learn about his death, and Mrs. Gray was even more stricken to unveil my tall tales. Needless to say, she let me go. Can't say I blame her. My father tried to call our landline the day before Sierra came home. Thelvak was here, barely willing to leave my side for a second, and answered the phone before I even heard it ring. The devil is at your doorstep, he had said. All you have to do is let him inside. I couldn't hear my father's response, and honestly, I could barely hold in my laughter. I could imagine my poor father, stricken with the realization that his daughter was no longer abiding by his holy scripture. Instead, she's partnering with something he'd call evil. What my father doesn't know is that I now see the truth. What was once purely black and white, good and evil, is now a beautiful shade of gray. Thel hung up, without replying to whatever prayers my father had uttered through the receiver, and father never called back. So this dude's pretty good, huh? Sierra looks up, her lashes fluttering. I smile. Yeah, he's pretty good. And rich, Sierra adds. Her eyes widen. I still can't believe he's paying for your half of the rent, all the moving expenses, the rest of your tuition, and renting the apartment next door. She shakes her head. I mean, seriously, how do I find a man like him? Sell your soul? I suggest, only half joking. Sierra arches her brows, but I don't take it back. Dark humor is the best way to cope with realizing that life isn't what you once thought it was. I've changed, and my life has altered to fit my new reality. The future seems brighter now, filled with excitement and mystery, but also treacherous, unfamiliar territory. Regardless, I don't have to go at it alone. I have a companion. A soul partner, if you will. So what? Wager my soul to the highest bidder, and a rich dude with a jet will show up and whisk me away. I laugh, shoving another bundle of clothes into the bag. Yeah, something like that. An ear-splitting smack echoes from outside my doorway and the hallway wall shakes. Apologies, Thelvak calls, entering the room with a stack of empty totes piled high in his hands. Sierra wiggles her eyebrows. I'll let you two finish up in here. If you need any help, just holler. She leaves the room, throwing me a thumbs up after she passes Thelvak. Are you sure we have to live in this building? Thelvak drops the totes on the floor, dusting his hands off. I'm sure the Four Seasons would continue to accommodate us, with a few more deals made. I shake my head. No way. The staff will have to figure out another way to do their dirty work. I grab the bandana off of my lamp and shove it into the bag, grabbing the zipper and tugging it closed. Plus, I like this building. Sure, it's a little rough around the edges, but it's authentic. Sierra will be my neighbor, and the university is just a few blocks away. Thel crosses his arms. As you wish, though. I move away from my bed, my eyes focused on Thel's. After coming to my rescue last week, he's made me acutely aware that he's willing to do whatever it takes to be a physical part of my life. He wants to be my partner, even if that means he has to be tied into a body that isn't his own. It does mean we'll be continuing our dark and dirty games, but it's worth it, and I can't say I don't enjoy those late-night play sessions. Thank you, Thelvak. I rub my hands up his muscular arms, feeling the heat from his bare skin. You've gone above and beyond. His arms dip to clutch me around the waist, and then I yelp as he lifts me into the air. My legs wrap around him automatically. I'll continue to follow you wherever you lead me, Brenna. Even when you leave this body, I'll be there, following you like some poor lost puppy. He nuzzles my hair, breathing in my scent. Being a human will be fun. Maybe I'll get a job at the DMV, so I can continue to feed on the suffering of mortals. A small laugh leaves my lips, but I only hug him tighter. You know what? That sounds perfect for you. Maybe we'll get a big house with a white picket fence, and you can chase the neighborhood kids off the lawn. Get your fix that way. Thel leans back, holding me as he gazes into my eyes. His dark irises shine, reflecting an image of me through them. That, my lovely doe, sounds like a dream come true. And then he leans forward, placing his forehead on mine. His lips are gentle when they press against my mouth, and while lost in the breathless embrace, I realize he's right. This is my dream life, manifested into reality. Each kiss makes it a little more real, and now I get to have this forever. Chapter 24. Epilogue. 2 years later. Brenna Massey. I stand, holding my breath as I gather my long skirt in my hands. Excuse me, I whisper as I pass in front of the knees of my fellow peers. They're all dressed alike, with their black academic graduation outfits and square-shaped hats. The material is itchy, but I don't care because wearing this suit is an honor. I've done what I never thought possible. I chased my dreams and actually caught them. Shuddering clicks sound off behind me, flashing at my back as families capture snapshots of the people already crossing the stage. I walk steadily, clutching my heart as it threatens to beat right through my chest. I keep my eyes on the stage, acutely aware of all the people on either side of me as I pass. Nothing to be nervous about, Brenna. We're all here for the same thing. Soft chatter is hushed as I climb the steps one at a time. Mr. Thompson, the dean, smiles as he shakes my hand with a firm grip. Congratulations, Brenna. In my other hand, he slips a rolled piece of paper, tied in the center with a black silk bow. My heart stops as I touch the diploma. I turn, gazing over the endless crowd until my eyes connect with the one person who got me this far. Thelvok stands, his eyes as dark as night as he slowly claps, a sly grin enveloping his face. That one look is enough to start my heart again, and suddenly it swells. I did it. Clapping erupts, and blinding flashes go off in the crowd, mimicking the twinkling lights of the night sky against the abyss of people. Finally, I smile, letting the high take me away. I fucking did it. I nearly skip across the stage, and down the steps on the other side. I walk back to my seat, clutching my diploma to my chest, as I gaze over the faces in the audience. They're all so happy, so filled with joy to see their children, siblings, and loved ones complete a chapter of their lives. Before I find my chair again, I make eyes with Thelvok. The pride shines in every line of his face. His crinkling eyes, the smile on his lips, all of it sparkles with satisfaction. We've conquered this together, and I know he knows how hard it was for me. I know he understands the trials I faced and overcame, because he was right there with me, every step of the way. Sure, a few of my study buddies almost lost their lives simply for looking at me wrong, but I can't really hold that against him, can I? He's a demon after all, and apparently I'm his for eternity. I sit back down, flattening my gown over my knees as I do so. The rest of the ceremony flies by. Names are called, more cheers are shouted, and more photographs are taken. Soon the dean sends us a final farewell, and we toss our hats into the air with glee. I watch mine as it floats high above, getting lost in the sky amongst all the other caps. This was quite a show. Very human-like and ceremonious. I twist around, coming face to face with Thel as he leans against the back of my chair. Most of the other graduates are leaving, going to join their families to finish their own celebrations. It was. I smile, looking down at the scroll-like paper in my hands. How does it feel to be a number wizard, my love? I snort. An accountant, Thel. And I'm not one yet. I still have to find a job. Thel scoots the chair out of the way, creating a gap so he can take a step forward. You'll have a job as soon as you want it, baby girl. All it takes is one little deal. I slap his shoulder. No deals, Thel. We've talked about this. The human way only. Thel bites his lower lip and leans forward. I like it when you boss me around, Doe, but perhaps it's not best to rile me up in a crowd like this. I'd hate to have to teach you a lesson here in front of everyone. My breath hitches as he leans further forward, pressing himself against me. His arms wrap around my back, holding me close, and his lips find their way to my neck. I have a surprise for you, he murmurs. Oh yeah? I close my eyes, losing myself in his embrace. We have to take a ride to get there. Come, let us leave this place. He leans away, but not before pressing a tender kiss just below my ear. He tugs on my wrist, and I follow. I fidget with the ribbon tied firmly over my eyes, more anxious than excited. The seats vibrate beneath my ass as Thel shifts the car into gear, probably speeding 20 miles over the limit. Do you remember the last deal I made, Doe? Oh no. What did you do this time? The last deal Thel made was quite a surprise to me. 1 minute he was unemployed, complaining about boredom while I was in class, and the next he was the owner of a brand new construction company. Did you make another deal? You know how I feel about that. His payout wasn't the problem. It was the task he had to do in return that really got to me. Brenna, I killed the mailman. Brenna, I ran over a lawyer. Oh yeah, Brenna, I burnt down a house. I get that he's made of darkness, but he's supposed to be compromising. He needs to at least appear human, for the most part. Killing and ravaging don't fit into that equation. I didn't make another deal, but I did make good use of the last one. I can hear the smile in his voice. What do you mean? Did you sell the business? I don't see why he would. His crew built houses in a nearby subdivision, and Thelvok is making a killing. He's been able to pay off my schooling and keep up with the bills, all without any unnecessary deal-making. Even better, he says, just as the car rolls to a stop. The engine clicks off, and I can hear Thel's seat as he leans forward. Are you ready to receive your gift, Doe? I nod, licking my lips in nervous anticipation. Thel's finger traces over my cheek. I always dreamed of giving you the world, Doe. Now it's yours for the taking. His hand moves behind my head, unlacing the ribbon with a simple tug. The lace falls to my lap, and I blink as my eyes refocus. I look ahead, out through the windshield, and stare at the scene before me. A 2-story rustic house sits atop a green, manicured hill. Its soft gray siding is framed with black shutters and a Gothic carved overhang. A willow tree conceals most of the driveway, but it only adds to the beauty. Thelvok, how? It was designed for you, my love. Every wall crafted with your taste in mind. His hand trails over the back of my head. I promised you great riches, Brenna, but I've discovered that all you've ever truly wanted was somewhere to call home. I shift my gaze away from the house to stare at my demon, tears welling in my eyes. Thelvok, you are my home. You always have been. And then I lean across the seat, gripping his collar, and pull his lips to mine. Special Extended Epilogue. Push, baby, push. I grip Thel's hand, screaming as another piercing cramp stabs through my stomach. It feels like my womb is splitting open, or like the gates of hell are being summoned inside of my core. Musical tones filter on in the background, but it isn't as soothing as I'd hoped it'd be. Those birthing center bitches didn't know what the hell they were talking about. Calming my ass. I slosh my feet in the water, wiggling as often as I can to distract myself from the pain. I don't know why I thought an at-home birth would be a good idea. There's so much blood and water and fucking pain. She's doing good. 10 centimeters. He'll be here any moment, Melody says. The midwife wipes beads of sweat from her brow with one arm, watching me with kind eyes that wrinkle in the corners. Her red curls fall over her shoulder in waves, clashing with the color of her blue scrubs. Did you hear that, doe? 10 centimeters. Thel's hands work the tension-filled muscles at my shoulders, trying his best to make me feel better. It isn't working. Whatever. I'm done with this shit. I want him out. I writhe again, splashing more of the water. I can't fucking help it. Hurts too damn bad. At first the contractions came in short spurts. Now, it's one continuous string of misery. Melody reaches her hand down again, feeling my already numb vagina. I've gotten used to being groped these last few months, so I don't even bat an eye. The hot throb of agony is distraction enough. He's crowning. Get ready to push again, Brenna. We're almost there. Another wave of intense pain rolls in, and I push as hard and as motherfucking long as I can. I stop breathing, willing and wishing for this lovely spawn to finally enter the world, and more importantly, leave me. Again now. Melody urges. I push so hard that I'm sure my soul leaves my body. Thelvok murmurs words I can't comprehend, but my eyes are between my legs as blood clouds the birthing pool. Melody yanks her hands free from the water, and in them is a tiny bundle of white-coated flesh. My baby. I sob, reaching for him. Melody suctions his nose, and a tiny mewing cry leaves his little body. It's a girl, Melody says, smiling. A girl. Give her to me. I was sure she was a boy. In my dreams, she was always a boy. Melody wraps her in a white cotton cloth, and then places her on my chest. She's beautiful. Her head is full of charcoal black hair, a feature of her father's for sure. Her fat, tiny face is captivating. Perfect nose, perfect lips, perfect eyelashes. I glance over my shoulder, barely able to see Thelvok through my tears. His eyes are wide, his face ghostly pale. Are you all right? I whisper, glancing between him and our daughter. He leans forward, reaching out with one hand. His fingers trace over the top of her black locks and down her chubby cheek. Think of how many humans I'll have to murder to keep her safe. I snort a laugh. I think we can manage without any murder, babe. Things go quiet. The fireplace crackles nearby, and I can hear Melody fiddling with medical supplies in the other room. Otherwise, there's nothing to do but gaze at the marvelous creation I've made. We've made. I trace over her tiny toes, counting them each. After doing the same with her fingers, I look up to Thel. What should we name her? He grins a toothy grin. Rabbit. We are not naming her after a rodent. Maybe. Lily? I look back down at her gentle face. She looks like a lily. Lily, he whispers, touching her tiny hand. I quite like that. He leans forward, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Hello, my beautiful Lily. When he lifts his head, our daughter's eyes open. And they're solid black, as dark as obsidian. I arch my brows. Well, Daddy, it seems like she has your eyes. Thel's grin grows wider. Of course she does.